Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
Alrighty. How's everybody doing? How are you, Rick? How are you doing?
I'm okay. I just got the grumpiest face from my daughter as you could tell that I've set up my streaming here. So as I said to you in the pre-show, I know I only have a little bit of time here before dinner comes. But I haven't been able to tell my daughter that yet. So she's very upset at me right now. She's very cross.
Oh no. Oh no. I completely understand that one.
It'll be fine.
You're doing it again. You have more live streaming.
Yes. Well, I missed all of Saturday with them last week. And in the 10-hour live stream, I didn't know how to stop. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. We're all trying to like navigate how to work through everything, right?
I barely know where the buttons are. Yeah.
Melika Mersafian, thank you so much for your super sticker. So yeah, it's been, yeah, I wanted to do this live stream. Well, because number one, I promised that I would go through super chats from before. There's like 38 from before. So I feel like it's in the past, we've had a lot more to go through in terms of like past super chats. So, you know, it's not so bad, but I wanted to make sure I went through those before we got into week 5. And then also just, you know, after taking a little bit of a break from the trial streaming, you know, you got to kind of warm back into it, get back into it. So, I mean, unlike you, like you've been live streaming a ton in the past week.
Yeah. You know, I said, well, obviously I'm going to be on your channel for these hugely long days, for the last 2 weeks to try. I might as well see how the other half lives, try to figure out where these buttons are and whatnot. And it's been a lot of fun. So yeah, I did headlines today. I woke up at whatever, 6 a.m, put together a stream, got on at 8 a.m. And so many people came over and said hi. At 8 a.m. on their Saturdays. So I both apologize, and I'm very thankful for that. I've had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I know it's and I was able to make it to your first one where you were really trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think you were on 2. I think you were on 2 of them. Yeah.
I think I may have popped into a second one. They do start to kind of blend together, don't they?
I don't know.
But yeah, so anyhow, but I have missed doing the live streams. I have missed, you know, like having everybody over on my channel. So I'm really happy that folks have been showing up. I know it was super last minute. You know, but I love that the folks are in here. Also, Eric Raymond wants to know what's the beef with you and Ricada in the chat. There's no beef. There's absolutely zero beef. We're friends.
The internet loves rumors, don't they? The internet loves a rumor.
I know. No, it's people think that there's a beef between me and Nick Ricada because of the fact that I'm live streaming and he's live streaming. I haven't been on his channel because he invited all of us. I wasn't able to make it for this one.
Yesterday.
So I was like, yeah,
he
exactly.
Had no hands invite. I was at Doctor Strange.
Yes. And I have been, I mean, I was telling you backstage, this has been an off week for trial, but it's been a week for me to sort of catch up with all kinds of other stuff that I've been putting off over the last month. So I feel like I've still been like kind of running a marathon. and don't worry guys, I'm still getting rest. I'm not like, you know, it's not like that level, like during the trial weeks where I'm getting like sometimes as little as like 3 hours of sleep. I'm getting full night's rest, but still like very full days. and filling my time with all kinds of phone calls and appointments and stuff, and trying to pop into other people's live streams and stuff too, because I really appreciate everybody that's been coming onto my channel. So I want to try to like return the favor as much as I possibly can.
Yes, we have clips over at the Hogue Law YouTube channel of Alita being especially giggly in a couple of places on our streams. So if you want to go check out those clips, you can see an appearance or two from Alita.
Yes, absolutely. We've got some shenanigans going on a lot of these live streams, especially after we get like a few hours into it. You know, people start to get a little slap happy.
Yes.
But yeah. So let me get a couple super chats that are already coming in. You guys are so generous. Simon Tupper says, not to drag journalism as a whole, but a lot of the coverage on this case makes me think modern journalists are glorified bloggers. Yeah. It kind of feels like that sometimes.
Stick that up there. It's, it's not our comment. It just happened to stick up there. That's all.
Just happens to stay on the screen.
I will tell you this, Alita. One of the ones on my channel that you missed was me being very, very feisty about that insider article that featured you and Emily Baker. So I had a lot of thoughts on journalists and blogging.
I really wanted to join in on that one because I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. It was very interesting. I always love how they bring in the professor of something that is obviously an esteemed expert in their field, and they would know, right? So and bringing somebody in to basically say all of these people will disappear in 10 minutes when their 15 minutes of fame are up. They will all disappear.
The oddest thing, because that particular article is like, well, weird TikTokers and Twitch streamers and whatnot, and also Alita and Emily, and I'm like, wait, no, what?
Yeah. Alita who runs Legalbytes, and Emily D. Baker, who is a former LA County prosecutor. I was like,
I don't think they mentioned you're a lawyer.
No,
I don't think that popped up.
And I didn't want to make that a thing, but at the same time, I'm like,
oh no, they're all.
I say it in every single video, like literally every single live stream. Anyway, but it's
they're
just like
all awful. That's why I've done 5 streams in a week. Is I thought we wouldn't have 100 articles about how terrible LawTube and streaming of this court case is. So much to my surprise, I just have DMs from Emily or other LawTubers. They're like, check out these 4 articles. It's like, okay.
Yeah, do these next. But it's I guess all press is good press at the end of the day, right? Like if it's getting your name out there, it means that people are taking notice of your work, right? So I can't be that mad about it. And at the same time, it was like as much as there was some shade in that, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't exactly a hit piece, in my opinion. Not entirely.
Close. Yeah, it's close. No, I mean, you say there's some shade, but like the entire structure of the article is designed to lead you to, these are flashes in the pan, follow us, not them.
Yeah.
Lead you astray.
Yeah, of course.
All right, okay. But you shouldn't take offense to it because they did a very poor job of it, and it's patently obvious as you read the thing. So I wouldn't take offense. You and Emily deserve the coverage. You just deserve it to be more generous than what's being put out there by The Guardian and The Washington Post and Insider and everyone else.
Thank you. Erica G. Wait, you guys are lawyers? Yeah.
Oh no.
Believe it or not.
I know I wear a ball cap all the time, and here I'm in Saturday attire, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wearing a Star Wars t-shirt.
When is that not appropriate? I don't think there's any time.
Agreed. And there are some lawyers around YouTube who do like to wear suits that are, and I'm not going to knock it. Like a lot of people like to dunk on Legal Eagle. He wears a suit and all of his stuff, but that's fine. That's fine. So does Lead Attorney, who's a great YouTuber as well. But it's like it shows that you are a professional, and it shows, hey, take me seriously, which is absolutely fine. I have absolutely nothing against that. I just prefer to be a little bit more casual, because sometimes I think that dressing a little more casually can make you a little bit more, I don't know, hopefully relatable. That's kind of what I would prefer to go for. No.
Hey, look, I didn't leave Big Law to start wearing suits again for YouTube. Okay, that is my official stance on this. So no, you won't see me in a suit ever.
Yeah. Fair point. So let me get some more of these super chats. You guys are so generous today.
You're so popular.
Well, thank you. The Dragon's Treasure says, I've got a code for both. If you want to know the real beef between them, between me and Rakeda, order some tea. P.S. April 28th, present orders shipping tomorrow. Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, there is no beef, but of course, Dragon's Treasure would love to play us off of one another for the purposes of promotion, and it's all in good fun, of course. But yeah, if you guys do want to buy some tea, 10% off, you can use my code AmberTurd, and I do get a small commission from that. And you're also supporting a really great company, which has some really great tea. I had some more today, so great stuff, great stuff. So aside from that, then Jay Smarts has been listening to all the audio breaks, really worried about the tape where JD and Age are discussing the plane kick. He doesn't deny it. Now that's interesting. I haven't heard this one, I don't think. Unless, yeah, no, I don't think we have heard this one. But it'll be interesting if that comes in. Phil Jones says, Alita, you keep saying JD wants that piece of paper to get his career back. Don't you know Hollywood does not use paper? Maybe validation. Just saying.
Because of the witness testimony that says they don't sign contracts. I like it, chat person. Phil
Jones, you got some good jokes.
I like that. I like that comment. They don't use paper. You know, handshake deals and back alley meetings.
True. Good point. Jason Lizotte says, Legalbytes, your show is great, and I appreciate your legal breakdown for the average person who likes to be aware of the legal system. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Deborah D says, can we guess which articles her PR team influenced?
I can, yeah.
Sometimes, right? Linda Poulon says, Alita, you need a T that reads, I am a lawyer. You know what? But then what if somebody that's not a lawyer is reading it? I mean, maybe I put it in quotes and then like Legalbytes, like dash Legalbytes, because it's like a quote of me, maybe. That would, because then,
I'm such a nerd lawyer. The reason that my shop originally didn't have these hats or anything that said Hogue Law Firm on it is because I didn't want vicarious liability for what anybody might do in a hat. It's the truth. This is a corporate lawyer. If you ever talk to a corporate lawyer, it's like, well, what are the 4 million ways that this could go wrong? Okay, well, somebody wears my hat and gets in a car accident. What does that mean? So it's like, well, better keep it aside. And it was also for 200 subscribers when I'm making these choices 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys, if you like Rick Hoag's catchphrase, reasonable minds can differ, he has some merch for it. He has some really great looking merch that says it. So if you guys like that quote, go over to, I think in your Twitter bio, you have a link to your merch site, right? Or is it in your,
usually I send people to my channel and it's just Teespring link to the channel. So you can just go straight to it. But I'm not as good as Alita at moving people to merchandising.
Well, on that note, give me the link and I'll put it in the chat because I feel like people would want to see it. Because it's some really great merch. I was almost going to say merch. MS Mommy 01 says, is there any reason why her teenage conviction could be called in part of her testimony was a lie regarding her charity work as a younger woman? So actually interesting that you asked this because I just filmed the second part to the asked and answered video. So there's part 2, another 20 questions that I answer. And this is one of them, but I'll answer it now because it's not out yet. So I can't quite tell you yet, asked and answered. But the DUI record is probably not going to come in because it's really not probative to anything. So anytime that you anytime you question bringing in certain pieces of evidence, number one, it has to be probative, meaning it has to make some element of some claim or defense more or less likely to have occurred. So none of the elements here are involving any kind of DUI sort of situations. None of the defenses are either. So it's really not probative. But even if it were, you still would also have to weigh that against the prejudicial nature of it. So it would have to be way more probative than prejudicial. But here, even if there is some probative element that someone could glean from that, it's way more prejudicial than it is probative because it's like, it really doesn't have much to do with this case, to be honest. So yeah, basically that's my take on that. Jason Lazzotti said, I thought Kurt was going to have a stroke when you two mentioned Law and Lumber going viral. Keep up the strong work. That is such a great clip. I am so happy that you made that. And then you added in, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yes. We talked about it. I said, no, you know what? Let's let them claim it. It's worth it for the video. Let's just do that. Simon and Garfunkel have claimed that video. Totally fine with me. But clip is awesome.
Amazing. Yeah, it's sometimes it's worth it just for the content.
It is. That's when I really like Content ID, right? As a concept, it's like, okay, fine, go take it. I don't care. I want this to look like this.
Yeah.
And that's nice. You don't have to go and license it from, whoever's representing Simon and Garfunkel at this point in time.
Exactly. The Age of Fabulous says, question, do you think that the celebrity witnesses coming up will receive reputational damage from being associated with this trial?
No.
I don't think so. I mean,
who are we thinking? Ellen Barkin and Paul Bettany?
Yeah. I mean, if Paul Bettany has any kind of reputational harm, it probably would be through the text messages, maybe, but less so with coming and actually testifying himself. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if he's been burned already from just like interacting in that way.
Yeah, I think
burned
so.
Is probably the wrong word to use to describe those texts. I apologize. But yeah.
I see what you did there. Yeah, I mean, maybe some kind of reputational damage, but I think honestly, like, as far as Paul Bettany is concerned, I don't think any of that is really going to have much sticking power because the public interest has been a lot more on the side of Johnny Depp at this point, is my opinion.
Well, those are the shining spotlights. I mean, even though these are other celebrities, it's all Depp and Heard.
Yeah, exactly. Rhonda Ernst, thank you so much for the super chat. For $50, you can talk for a minute about how Amber casually threw in that Johnny put a cigarette out on his own face. It was just randomly thrown in and glossed right over. It was bizarre. Yeah, I do agree. The fact that she just like said that and then moved on, and it was like, wait, what? He did what? That's your explanation for how he got the cigarette burn on his face?
He did it.
He did it to himself.
It's like she remembered he had to account for it. Like you're in high school debate and you've taken down the notes of all of the things that the other side has said, and she got to she put a cigarette out in my face. She's like, all right, he did it.
Yeah, that is how it felt. It was almost like a non sequitur, the way that it fit in with the rest of her testimony, which really does lead one to think that it was just like, oh, I've remembered that I have to check this box.
That's how it felt to me in the moment. Yeah. I mean, the 10 days is weird. We could talk about it, in the pre-show on Monday or what have you, but the 10 days has allowed, at least for me, a lot of time to think about the details and how they're arranged and go, I don't know that works in like a number of different places. And I do wonder if the jury would wind up just kind of thinking about that last day of testimony and going, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about a number of things there.
Yeah, this is what kind of makes me think that the break may actually end up being a very good thing for Johnny Depp too.
Yeah, possibly.
Because it's I mean, a lot of people are doing the same thing, right? They're kind of just sort of filtering through that last day's testimony and kind of going like, okay, there's this and there's this and there's this, but then there's that. How does that square? Like I before this point, I was thinking of all of these other factors, and then this comes in, and I'm supposed to just accept it.
Well, I can't make any sense of Australia, and I do wonder if Heard's team is going to like try to go back and rehabilitate a concept of events. I don't know, but I can't make any heads or tails of that.
The way that she described all of that, like after the incident, after the alleged incident, and then taking sleeping pills and just sleeping it off. And then getting up the next day to make him coffee.
That's the detail that I think. So I've talked to people, right? I'm probably like you. I've talked to people and I've like relayed what we've learned in the last few days. And the sleeping pills after just, brutal attack is what really sticks in people's heads in the conversations that I've had. It's like, that doesn't ring true at all. Why would you do that? That is one of those details that pops up from a lot of people that I've had conversations with.
Yeah, especially when like she's someone who has a lot of people around her. She even has a nurse, her own dedicated nurse that's there in Australia. One would think that she would be able to just contact them and say, "Hey, can can I stay somewhere else?
Yeah,
I would.
There's all those little things.
She has the resources for it. She's not like she's like some person who like doesn't have any money of her own. She's not someone who at that point, like, you know, like it's not like she's in a particularly vulnerable situation, you know, like, okay, yeah, I think we could probably accept that Johnny Depp, especially at that point in time, was a much bigger name than Amber Heard still is today. But like, you know, especially at that point, but like, even still, like, even if he's bigger than she is, it's not like she doesn't have the resources to take care of herself, you know, to leave, to, I don't know. It's just, it's very strange.
Yeah. And broadly, again, not just throwing Amber under a bus, but broadly in those audio tapes, what you do hear is a woman that seems very capable of defending her actions and herself in the moment and holding her rhetorical ground. And so some of the stuff that she describes is designed to make her seem like a meek mouse in these various instances, because that can be, I guess, useful for the rhetoric, but it doesn't match up with the limited times we've heard her in other circumstances. It's just, I want to hear her last day of testimony. I want to see what they can present, because I want to see if they can show something that is third party, that is at least suggestive of one or more of these things happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And that reminds me too of like text messages that I've gotten from friends and stuff. Is that like people are just reaching out to me and saying, I can't wait for her cross-examination. I can't wait. Like, what is going
to turn off on Tuesday? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, seriously. So, I mean, I don't know how you guys are feeling in the chat, biters, but if you're excited for the cross-examination, let's get some ones in the chat. How about that? Let's see who all is excited, right?
Oh, wow. Calling for shows of faith. I love it.
I think so. Or if you're not excited, let's put a 2 in the chat.
For this case, you can't put a 2 anywhere for lack of excitement. All right. 2s are big on this case. We know this.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at your chat's prompts.
Look at all those ones. I love it. But yeah, it's very, I'm pumped. And especially like having gotten a little bit of a break from everything, from the day to day of this case. It's like, now that my brain has sort of like reset again, I'm like, yeah, let's get into it. Let's do it. So
you're a runner. We're at mile marker, whatever. Feels like 20. You know you can.
I was gonna say about like mile 18. It's like how it feels about.
you could feel the end coming. You got that adrenaline. We're gonna go 2 weeks, supersized episodes. Thanks to the judge.
Yep.
So,
yep. It's gonna be good.
To finish.
Let's do it. So I know I've got a bunch of super chats from today. So let me first get through the ones from before, and then I'll hop back into this one.
No, I love falling backwards. Love it.
So, and I see in the chat, when does Cross start? Legalbytes, how long do you think she'll stay on direct? I think it's going to start at some point on Tuesday, maybe first thing on Tuesday. Earliest is middle of the day on Monday. I think there's still just so much to go through. And I think that her cross-examination is going to be probably like a day and a half to 2 days as well.
I think those estimates are right.
Yeah. That's definitely what I'm thinking. Peggy Reardon says Seroquel can be used for several reasons, sleep too. Because there was a question as to what is Seroquel used for. I think it's for bipolar disorder. It was the answer that people got, or that people gave, largely for when someone's I think when someone's on a high is what that is. But it can also be used for sleep. So if she is otherwise on a lot of uppers elsewhere for other stuff, then maybe that could be used to sort of help balance her out, possibly. Industry Rajan says, regarding all BPDs are manipulative liars, that isn't true. All disorders occur on a spectrum. So many variables are involved and inform accurate diagnosis. I 100% will agree with that. Massive applause for that, because I think that we can definitely use some nuance in looking at BPD, bipolar disorder, all of these other diagnoses that have come up in this trial. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that these things will manifest themselves in a lot of different ways. And so you can't necessarily say that one person's experience with it is the same as anyone else's. Not a doctor, but that's just the way that I see it. Loretta Blatt says Amber Heard should try to save her reputation by recognizing she has mental health issues and become a mental health advocate. I see this as her only option. You know, honestly, like I can see that as being a way for her to come out of this whole situation and actually really end up gaining from it in the long-term future. I know a lot of people don't want to see her gaining much of anything these days because people are pretty disgusted with how they see her behavior throughout the, you know, all of the alleged incidents and everything and her allegations and the way that she's come across in trial. But I really do think that there is a possibility that she could come out of this ultimately in the long run, possibly coming forward in a good way. Full contrition, really understanding her mistakes, and then coming forward and having a good human comeback story. Because, you know, no one is perfect. We all have our failings, and I love a good comeback story. I really do. Vin NPL says, hi from France. I noticed a very unified country against Amber Heard. Wish it could have happened sooner. Do you think the case will go to appeal if AH loses? I do agree that it's like the one thing that has unified the United States, it seems like. Yeah. Do you think that the case will go to appeal if Amber Heard loses? It depends on like what happens in the case in order for her to possibly appeal. You know, is there something that is a questionable decision by the judge? That's usually going to be what we would look for any kind of an appeal. So far, there's nothing that I have seen that would indicate some sort of an appeal is appropriate because everything that she has determined has been within her discretion. And anytime there is a decision by the judge like that, in order for her decision to be appealed, an appellate court would have to find that her decision was an abuse of discretion, which is a very, very high burden. So I don't know. I would doubt that she would appeal based on the things that we have seen. But at the same time, this case has been so hard fought by both sides that, you know, even if an appeal doesn't seem very likely to win, maybe it would still happen anyway. I don't know. Maybe an attempt at least would still happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive. Appeals process is expensive. But if she thought that there was some kind of good error of law, like if this judge just was ruling wrongly on implication in Virginia, then you might see something like that. But I don't think so. I think this will be it.
Yeah. Phil Rothko says Myers-Briggs tests are cool and all until your particular assigned type is broadly classed as unhireable. Oh no.
Oh no. Is there one of those?
There's probably a couple that are like not the most productive, I guess you could say. My guess is this person is, I don't know, maybe talking about the INFP type, maybe introverted, intuitive, feeling, perceiving. So I don't know.
Speaking in code to me, I don't know.
I know. I said before, I've gone down a whole Myers-Briggs rabbit hole before, and I know a little bit too much about Myers-Briggs than any human being probably should know. It's a very fun subject, and I love the way that it's a really good way of kind of talking to people and understanding how they prefer to take in information and make decisions on that information and how they like kind of organize their brains in a lot of ways. But I understand that a lot of psychologists see that as like a lot of hocus pocus. But yeah. Anyhow, it's not exactly respected within the typical like psychology realm, but it is very fun to like go down that road and like really kind of pick things apart there. Outlaw 2 says Elizabeth Loftus was able to implant false memories with histrionics and BPD. It's possible to manipulate memories of yourself with time. Replaying lies can create illusions of truth. That probably is true. I would not be surprised if there were studies where they were actually able to do that to people and basically give them false memories like that. I would not be surprised. Nobody Important says Evie and Whitney as PR for public gossip or real/likely. Oh, Ellen Barkin or Ellen Barkin, right? And Whitney for witnesses. I think that no, Miss Barkin, I believe, did testify in the UK, as did Whitney. So So even though Whitney didn't sit for a full deposition, I can see a world in which the judge in this case says, okay, yeah, you didn't have a full deposition to use for purposes of impeachment and cross-examination and whatnot. But you do have testimony from the UK trial that you can use to impeach. So that may be kind of like where the judge might be lying for like, you know, allowing Whitney in, possibly.
It's a wild set of circumstances if that's the case. If she sat for half of a deposition for this case separately. Yeah.
I still don't like it. I still wouldn't like that decision because I don't like the idea of essentially rewarding people for frustrating the discovery process.
Yeah.
And then allowing them to bring in their friendly witness when they haven't fully provided them for the purposes of this litigation. I'm
just not sold on that leak yet. I mean, I have to be honest there. I'm just not sold on that leak yet, which has to come from Heard's side. Yeah. And I just don't know. I don't know. We're gonna see who comes, but like I don't think Johnny Depp's going back. I don't know whether Whitney's going up. I don't know if Ellen Barkin helps. So we'll see.
Well, Ellen Barkin wouldn't help Johnny's case. I don't know how much she would help Amber Heard's case, to be honest.
That's what I mean. I'm not, you know, I when I say helps, I mean, if I'm Amber Heard's team, why do I call her? You know, I've seen references in the newspapers, but I just need more than old character stuff. I need stuff on what she is describing in her life. And that wouldn't do that with Ellen Barkin.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens, but it does sound increasingly like they are actually calling them out to testify. So we'll see. We'll see.
We will.
We will ultimately find out, right? One way or another. Zach Frisch says, do we know for sure who is doing the cross in Amber Heard? Yes, that it has to be Camille Vasquez because she's the one that's been doing the objections. Thank you. Yeah.
I was like, just leaving you hanging out there, but I don't want to jump in with the word objection.
Word in the brain. It's somewhere in there. I don't know. But yeah, I'm fairly certain that it's going to be Camille Vasquez because, as Rob said, you can't switch riders halfway through, right?
Oh, so yeah. It's 99.99%. I mean, it's like a medical condition, hit by a bus. Like it's Camille minus catastrophe.
That's a good way to put it. Yes, exactly. Barbie doll 4257 super sticker. Oh, thank you so much for the super sticker. Ludovic Picard says, can an all-male jury for deliberations be cause for mistrial? I would think Amber Heard would say she's discriminated if that happened. I don't think so, because unless there was some sort of something funky that happened in the jury selection process that resulted in that, I don't think so. The fact that there are women on the jury right now is an indication that there has been a proper process, even though it's not really an even split. But the way in which they're going to be choosing them is going to be some sort of lottery system or some sort of chance.
There aren't 7 men currently sitting, are there?
There are. I keep going back and forth on the numbers,
okay.
But there are definitely more men than women.
Yes,
is what I would say. So I think there are 3 women, and then there's 9 total. So I guess you're guaranteed to get at least 1 woman.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have 7 men sitting there, then it can't be the whole jury.
Yeah. So, but at any rate, even if it were all men that resulted on the jury, I don't know, maybe they could make an argument for an appeal, but I don't see that actually becoming like a strong argument unless there was something wonky that actually happened, like some sort of a question that was asked or some sort of like series of decisions that were made during the jury selection process that made things like end up strange. So
these are very low probability arguments. We're just trying to think of ways it could work.
Yeah, basically, exactly. Marshmallow Dreams and Lemon Drop says, I don't like the MSM spin. That's why I come here. Oh, thank you. Really appreciate that.
They're going to be spinning faster.
Oh yeah, get ready for those plates to really spin this next week, right?
These last 2 weeks are going to be crazy.
Yeah. Alex Amanda says, been so engrossed with the trial, but this was my favorite stream by so far. Good reminder that it's okay to be angry with Amber Heard while also having compassion. 100%. 100%.
This is attached to your psychologist stream. Like that's what this comment is to. That was great.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't even really realize just how, I guess, kind of different that live stream was until afterwards when I started looking at some of the comments from people as saying like I really appreciated that this was such a nuanced kind of stream, because I didn't realize just how quickly a conversation like that could go off the rails if you're not careful.
Sure.
Because people can really get into some very strong opinions about BPD, about the people that have it, about, all of these other, disorders and mental health topics that have come about in this case. And so I think one thing that is probably going to be the most beneficial to everyone to keep in mind is the fact that these are humans that are involved in this case. Amber Heard is also a human being in this case, and we can be very angry with her. And in fact, it's probably even more powerful to remind ourselves that we can be angry with her and not demonize her and not turn her into some sort of a monster, because she is human. She has certain failings. And we also want to remind ourselves not to become someone like that ourselves, regardless of whether we have BPD or regardless of whether we have some other kind of personality disorders or mental health issues or whatever. Everyone is capable of doing something terrible to another human being. And it's also a good reminder to keep that in mind as well. So anyhow, Industry Rajan says, like MBTI, try Enneagram, much more detail. I have learned a little bit about the Enneagram too. It's very interesting. I really like all topics about why do we do what we do. So
just for the record, if this doesn't work out for Alita, I think she's going to go get a psychology degree.
Mr. Bites has recommended this before. So Mary O'Sullivan, I hate what she has done. I agree. I completely agree with you on that. I hate what she has done as well. And I think that I also am very, very angry about the ways in which she has destroyed Johnny Depp's life in so many ways. And I think that you don't have to, I don't know. I just feel like we don't have to go beyond that, right? Like we can absolutely detest someone for what they have done and still remember that they're human. That's just me. Uncivil Law says I can have stream link. Oh yeah, sorry.
From the past.
It took a while for me to get that in there. Ashley Sisper-Cox says, question, wouldn't JD need to be brought in as a hostile witness for her counterclaim? Yes, if they are in fact calling him as in essence a rebuttal witness, then yes, he would be called as an adverse witness, which means Johnny Depp's attorneys could then also cross-examine him on all those topics. So they can ask leading questions then. It'll be a very strange sort of situation to sort of explain to people when that happens, but we're here for it. Moni B says, thought it opened the door to her past abuse. Which part was that? Maybe about talking about
at that point we might have gotten a Kate Moss question.
Probably. Her past abuse is the door's already opened on that, because that still is ripe territory for talking about her PTSD, right? She claims that she has PTSD because of the hoax claim, right? The fact that somebody has said that she's, created this hoax. But you can poke holes in that by saying, well, hang on, here's a bunch of other stuff that you've gone through that could be cause for PTSD. Are you sure that your PTSD, if you have PTSD, I'm not sure, but if you do have it, are you sure it's not caused by your upbringing? Are you sure it's not caused by all of these other experiences that you had? So, her past abuse has already been like an open door just because of her own allegations in the first place. Streaming Addict says, could you guys look into this claim that people close to Amber Heard and her team are making false claims to shut down YouTubers and others like Emily, Umbrella Guy, and Brian? Umbrella Guy was talking about it. False claims.
I'm not as big as you all, but has anybody been copyright struck for any of their stuff on this case?
I haven't been like had anything taken down, but I have had some copyright claims, but it's all been like MSN, companies, or like TMZ basically saying like, yeah, exactly. But they've basically made a copyright claim on it. So basically, so long as I fight it and I make my argument, and then like 24 hours later, usually I get a notification saying, "Oh yeah, sorry, just kidding." But luckily, thankfully, knock on wood, nothing has been taken down by anyone. So I don't know about, like, I know that Emily D. Baker had her first, during opening statements, she was really pissed because she had her live stream taken down in the middle of it because of that, which was terrifying.
That was
when
Ellen
I saw that,
right?
Yes, exactly. And a number of other people did. Like I think Come Geek Some was hosting on that day as well, and so his channel also had the same sort of thing happen. But I feel like every big trial, something like that happens at some point, and it's like a bunch of people get taken down at once, and then YouTube comes back and says, "Oops, our bad," and then you're like, "Well, thanks. Now I just lost out on a ton of like live footage."
60,000 live streamers.
Yeah. Like during Rittenhouse, I remember it was like right when we were about to get to 100,000 concurrent viewers on Nick's channel, and we were like almost there, and then we got taken down. We're like, no.
I do remember.
Anyhow, yeah. So
I
I mean, this is something that happens from time to time. Unfortunately, it sucks. It's one of the worst things about being a content creator in this kind of a space, is because you realize that like you don't really have much power.
It's not a platform.
Yeah. But I mean, hopefully this kind of stuff doesn't continue to happen. We'll see. Luna says, per TW, Ellen Barkin and Whitney testify next week. Yeah.
Out there a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Val says, with the jury being almost 50% Asian, I'm curious if that may play a role in their decision having a different cultural background. Well,
I'm not sure they have a different cultural background.
I was going to say,
it depends.
Yeah, I was going to say, so, having an Asian background doesn't necessarily mean that they are part of a different culture. I mean, I think I understand, being charitable, in what you're saying is that, oftentimes when you have a certain ethnic background that you are very much in touch with, I can understand this from my own personal experiences, that, you have other cultural influences in the way that you think. And so there are a lot of Asian households that are very strongly Asian households. But at the same time, I think that a lot of them also share the vast majority of our American cultures too. Of course, I'm saying this not being an expert, not being an Asian American myself. So I want to be sensitive to that as well. But I don't know. I mean, there are different types of Asian backgrounds too that makes me very curious about. Like, I kind of want to know like where, like what types of Asians are we talking about here? Is this South Asian, Far East Asian? Japanese versus Korean is very different versus Chinese is very different. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm curious too, actually, about like, if that plays a different kind of a role in people's mindsets, if they've been raised in a different kind of a household, from mom and dad that are, maybe first generation in the United States, or maybe they're third generation, who knows? Because Asians, of course, have been in the United States for a very long time. So, but I am very curious to see if that makes any kind of a difference here as well.
And that's the idea of a jury, right? To have people of different backgrounds looking at things through their own eyes, that live in the area, that can analyze these things. So, I mean, I don't see any reason to believe it would be certainly an issue. Yeah, I think that's the purpose of a jury, is to have people of different walks of life and different backgrounds come and look at it, facts, and bring their own perspectives to it. So,
yeah. Alrighty. Rhiannon Adams says, rewriting memory isn't quite right. It's more like memory differing because we experience events different based on our actual nervous systems and how our prior experiences have structured our brains. Memory differing because we experience different. Oh, I suppose so. I mean, that could also just be kind of semantics. If you are remembering things differently because of your nervous system versus, actually having different memories, I'm not sure. Like what is the difference at the end of the day if the experience of it is ultimately the same? I don't know.
I think rewriting sounds a little harsher. I mean, so I think it is semantics, but semantics is sometimes important. So I don't know anything about it. So I'm devil's advocate, as I do here on the Legalbytes channel. By the way, Legalbytes, best place to watch the trial. Like and subscribe. I see 5,000 people watching this. I don't see that many likes. So help Alita out. So I'm not really helped out by this. I just like to do this kind of thing when I appear on other channels. So put some likes in.
Rick, thank you so much. And also, guys, if you haven't already, subscribe to Rick. He should be. I don't know if I have linked in the description yet. No, I do. I absolutely do. I'm incredibly uncomfortable with just being on the receiving end. You know this by now.
You can help me make Alita incredibly uncomfortable. Would you like that, chat? Hit that like button until it just explodes, and she'll be more and more uncomfortable the more you hit the like button.
Well, and also Rick is linked in the description below, so be sure to go and check him out too, and subscribe to his channel as well, because you'll see more of this over on his channel too. Bethany Red says another door that mentioning Moss opened, Kate Moss possibly opened, is Depp's team could bring in Amber Heard's ex-wife and Amber Heard's DV arrest. Possibly. Now I know that Rob mentioned this before as well. Like he had an argument about the fact that it had to do with her mindset of like understanding DV scenarios, and then kind of going into like, well, what has framed your mindset about DV before this point? Oh, by the way, like you have been in DV situations before, right? Oh yeah, you've been on the other end of DV. Let's talk about your ex-wife. Let's talk about your arrest from being in an incident at an airport. So I'm sure that like Rob will be able to make that argument way more succinctly and way more beautifully than what I just did. But I think that basically sums it up. I think that is an argument that could possibly win. I think it's definitely one that could and should be made in that situation. But whether or not it'll win based on what we've seen from Dr. Hughes opening the door for Tasya Van Ree by saying, "Oh yeah, Amber told me that she's never been in a what's the word? Like she's never been violent with any of her previous partners." Speaking of which, hey Lon Lomber, how's it going? Hey Rob.
Thanks for getting the spelling right this time, Rob. Good to see you.
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Yeah, he blamed autocorrect on HOAG. It's fine.
That's fine. I mean, Hoag Hospital is a thing. Like that's a thing, and I think it's in Los Angeles, right? So I think that's a lot of people have that reference point in their brains. But anyhow, yes. So that's one of those kind of arguments that could be possibly. The argument can be made. I don't know if it's going to be a winning argument, is basically my point. Rhiannon Adams says, someone whose nervous system baseline response is heightened will experience an event different and remember it differently. Doesn't excuse behavior or place blame on the other for causing the reaction. Interesting.
Yes, that goes back to the rewriting.
That makes sense. So maybe that's why. Like I think you were here when I was talking about when I was in Vietnam on a bicycle and like almost killed a friend of mine for falling off a small bridge. So for anybody that's new here that didn't hear the story before, I'm not a very good bicyclist. There's a reason why I run. I'm not particularly coordinated. But I was studying abroad with friends, and we were on like this like very short bridge in Vietnam. And I couldn't quite make it over because I was not in very good physical shape. It wasn't even a very tall bridge anyway. Enough excuses. But basically, I stopped. I didn't realize that I had a friend right behind me. And so when I stopped, she fell off and then fell off onto the muddy embankment. Anyhow, when I mentioned this story after I talked about it on the live stream, I mentioned the story to one of my other friends it was three of us together. And so talking about how, oh yeah, like remember how all of the local people that lived there like immediately came out and like swarmed us and like picked her up and like scooped her off to like shower her down and like clean all the mud off of her and all this stuff. And then like my other friend was like, I mean, she was taking photos of everything, photos and videos. So of course she captured this moment as well. And so she like didn't remember that memory. And I was like, how do you not remember like our friend almost like dying? And she was like, wait, was it me or was it her? I don't remember if that happened to me or if that happened to her. I was like, how do you not remember what happened to you? Like, how would you like, that's such a crazy thing to me. Like you would remember that you weren't the one that ended up on a muddy embankment and like barely narrowly missed some very sharp bamboo. Yep. It was a very funny thing. And obviously like it's not in the context of a trial, so we can just laugh about it. But like, it's just a good example, right? Of how your memory can be different depending on the vantage point that you had. Because my perspective was like, well, maybe I remembered it differently because I felt so responsible for her being in that position. So like I had that internalized feeling. But yeah, anyhow, it was just one of those things. So maybe that explains it. Rhiannon Adams, to get back to the super chat, that maybe it's because of the baseline response for me was heightened because of that like level of like shame or responsibility that I felt for my friend falling onto the embankment. Christina Frame says, merch idea. What, if anything, is a leading question? That's not a bad idea, actually. I like that idea. I might have to do that after this live stream. Pinky Pink says, OMFG, AH is so GD fake. I'm not a JD fan at all, but WTF. Love from Norway. I would agree. Not everyone agrees. As I did finally catch that Megyn Kelly clip of her saying that it was very, very compelling. But that's her take. I disagree with that. But that's I would agree with you, Pinky Pink. Aaron M. Town, thank you. Laura's Beating Art says, wouldn't AH's lawyers already know she was going to mention KM, Kate Moss, maybe part of their strategy? I saw a video of AH attorneys smiling after KM was mentioned. I don't know why she would be smiling, because that's, I don't know. I will
say this. It was evident in Amber Heard's testimony, however you feel about its veracity, that she was definitely leaving whatever script was planned in certain important ways. Not the least of which was bringing in hearsay testimony herself, unbidden, so much that Elaine actually has to stand there and say, don't do that.
Yeah. I think so too. I do think that there were some points during during her direct where she was going a bit off script. I mean, you talked about like the question that Elaine was like, she didn't get the response that she was expecting. So she kind of had to like pause for a second and then just sort of pivot. And she actually did a good job at that one. Like I will give her a compliment for that. Because she did do a good job. But I think, yeah, I don't think that Kate Moss thing was planned. I don't think they intended for that to come in. And that smile could also be one of those situations where the attorney was like, oh shit, but let me smile and make it look like this is intended, like so that it doesn't look like this is the big error that it really is. There's also that possibility. So, Aaron M. Town, thank you so much. Themos Politis says, could Kate Moss' comment have opened the door to all past relationships for both parties given long sidebar on AH psychologist costs? I don't think so. No, it really only opens the door as to Kate Moss, because she mentioned a specific instance of her having heard of a story of Johnny Depp abusing Kate Moss having to do with stairs. So it's basically the reason why it would open the door for Johnny is because she has created a new allegation that he has every right to defend against that particular allegation. And the allegation was specific to a story about Kate Moss. So.
Yeah. And in general, she can't somehow benefit herself by testifying herself. And when we talk about opening doors, you can't blow open your own door that way. So
Yeah.
she mentioning Kate Moss doesn't suddenly bring in stuff that she'd like to have in that would otherwise be excluded.
Yeah, exactly. Half Pint 1972 says, I find it interesting no one has brought up that he has rings on that I've never seen him not wear. So wouldn't her face be more messed up and need stitches, therefore medical records?
She included as part of her story. She included the rings as part of her testimony.
What did she say about the rings?
It was he has these big rings. It's the first slapping story.
That's right.
And on the couch.
That's right. It's
the first moment where I said, with her testimony.
Yeah.
No, that's the legal term. I'm sorry.
I think, but I do agree with you, Half Pint. I think that that's one of the reasons why he's been wearing them every day. I think it does seem like he actually does wear them every day, but also I think that it's very beneficial to him to wear them every day so that the jury sees them every day, sees what kind of rings that he's got on. And if she's talking about him backhanding her, it kind of creates a certain expectation as to what that should look like for, what her injuries should look like coming from that. Hey, Bree, how's it going?
Hello, good. How are you guys today?
Doing well.
Doing okay, Bree. And also, Lita, I'll give a 4-minute warning here.
Sure.
For return to Hogue family dinner.
Sounds good. Sounds good. You can be released back to your family. Tell them I said thank you.
Oh yeah, no, they don't mind at all. They love you. Everybody at Hogue House, both mine and my parents, loves Alita. So you don't have to worry about that.
Aw, thank you. Well, I love them too. I haven't yet met them, but I feel like I would. Oh man. Let's get the next one. Aaron M. Town, thank you. Duwani Prabhu, thanks for the super sticker. And Pinky Pink says, Dr. Tracy was/is great. Love your streams, all the LawTube company in our corner. Justice for Johnny Depp from Norway. Yes, thank you. She was great, and I really would love to have her back. I told her that she's more than welcome to come back throughout the rest of the trial. If she wants to pop in, I'll be giving her the links to all the trial streams as well. So hopefully she will pop in again from time to time. Ashanti Fable says, have y'all heard of those lawyers before trial? I had not heard of these particular lawyers. I mean, other than people talking about in the context of this litigation. So people that had been following this case for years knew who these attorneys were. And I heard about these lawyers through them. But aside from that, I hadn't heard of them from other cases. Kathleen Zellner, I guess, is the one exception to that for a lot of people. I didn't actually realize that she's been representing the guy from How to Make a Murderer, the podcast or whatever. So, she's been involved in some high profile kind of stuff as well. But I guess other than her, I don't know. I mean, these other folks they're all very capable, well-trained attorneys. And it'll be interesting to see if they do any more sort of high profile kind of cases as well after this. Shadow 88 says, how is Whitney allowed to be called? I don't know the exact justification, but we did talk about this earlier, that it could be that the court is relying on the fact that she's already testified in the UK, maybe, possibly, but yeah.
Oh, wait, Alita, before I go, this is an important super chat. Did you watch Gone Girl?
Oh, this one right here. Not yet. I wanted to watch
10 days.
I know. I've been doing other stuff. It's been such a busy week, even though it's been such an off week.
It really has been busy. Well, thank you, Cynthia Guzman, for allowing me the segue to ask that question, because I thought I knew the answer was no, but I wanted to ask it anyway.
Yeah, I wanted
it tomorrow. Or are you just going to completely abdicate your responsibilities to watch the court trial?
You have to start with what, if anything, because that is 100% a leading question.
We're not in court.
So I definitely want to. I also want to take Indy hiking tomorrow. I also want to pop into Bree's live stream tomorrow, because she's going to be live streaming a review thing.
That's right.
And all the more reason to subscribe to her, you guys. Let me add her in the chat or in the description while we're going here.
While Alita adds you, what time are you doing something tomorrow, and what are you doing?
I am going live at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're just going to kind of do a hangout, a recap of the trial, kind of what to expect as we move forward. And Nate provided me with his objection game, so we're going to play that as well. Yes. So also in there, a couple of people that watch my stream have been trying to get me to choose an emoji. So we'll probably have a vote on that as well.
Okay. Oh, nice. I love it. I love it.
We got Blue Heart at the top. I believe I've been gifted black video game controller. I think that's what people decided on for me. So that'll be fun, Bree.
Yeah. And also, and this is particularly exciting too, because we are trying to also help Bree get her channel monetized. So if you guys don't know, in order for a YouTube channel to get monetized, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers. You need to have at least 4,000 watch time hours within a year. And so she's got the subscribers. Like she's got what's your subscriber count now?
I'm at like 4,900 something, so almost to 5,000.
Almost to 5,000. Let's get her to 5,000, guys. If you haven't already subscribed, check it out. She's linked in the description below. I just updated that. But otherwise, so she needs to get that watch time hour. So we are all going to try to pop in and sort of help to bring some viewers in onto her channel so that people can join us for the live stream and hang out and all that kind of stuff. Because all those watch time hours are going to help her to get monetized. And so definitely come and join us. I'm going to try to pop in for at least part of that as well. And then also Good Logic has his live stream that he's going to be doing afterwards. So, if I can squeeze in some Gone Girl in between all of that stuff, you guys will know because I will be live tweeting it.
I actually watched Gone Girl like a week and a half ago. So
there you go.
There you go. I need to get caught up.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, Alita, I am going to go share dinner with my family. Thank you for letting me pop in.
Save a plate for me. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I will. It'll be cold by the time you get here. But I very much appreciate you always throwing the doors open, inviting me in. Have fun with your super chats. Have fun, Bree. I don't think I can try to pop on. Depends on how long you go. I'm on a stream myself every Sunday, kind of at that time. But everybody else, like and subscribe to Bree. She would love to see you there tomorrow, and it's going to be awesome. So help her pick an emoji at bare minimum. That's always fun.
Yeah.
And I will see you guys later.
All right. See you, Rick. So, all right. So let's do some more of these fun super chats. Rolando Lopez says JD's ex Ellen Barkin is on the witness list, but as depot designation. And what is a depot designation? So a depot designation is basically where somebody is not available to testify in person, but they have previously testified in a deposition. So it's one of those rules in the court that if a witness is not available to testify, either because of the distance, the expense, or sometimes because they've passed away, you can bring in their deposition testimony instead to basically use that for testimony instead. So that's why we've had a lot of these video depositions that have been played. It's because a lot of these witnesses have been in California, and so it's quite a burden, quite an expense to bring them in person. Now, of course, there's a little bit of an awkwardness in this case too, because we've got a bunch of witnesses that are also testifying by a live video link, which doesn't require people to travel. So there's a little bit of like a weirdness there to be like, well, if they can do that, then why doesn't everyone just do that?
Right.
So but this is a post-COVID world operating with a witness rule that was designed for a long time, well before we had the capability to have these kinds of witness testimonies live, but without them being in the courtroom. So yeah. Anyhow, Two Turns One says shrooms are a psychedelic, and depending on your mental state, you can get different hallucinations.
Yeah.
Sounds about accurate based on what I know. I don't know too much about shrooms, but it seems like that probably checks out.
Yeah.
Mo Homesteading says, I have talked with 2 friends that niece and daughter were taking shrooms, had mental breaks, and cannot come back to reality. They're in a different reality. Oh, that is awful. I am really sorry to hear that. That's really bad. And hopefully they can, I don't know.
Come back out of that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's possible though. That would be really interesting to hear from a medical professional about that kind of a situation. Lawn Lumber. Hey, Rob says, hi, Bree. Everyone go watch her videos. Yes, please do.
Thank you, Rob.
all of those watch time hours help her to get monetized. So
yes,
we definitely would love to see that for sure. Because then you can super chat her on her live streams also. Because a lot of people were asking on one of your recent live streams, like, hey, why can't I super chat? And you're like, I'm not monetized yet.
Yeah, that's how it all came to light.
Yes, exactly. CBL says, you almost had a Harry Potter reference when talking about modified memories. So true. So true. I did not. I missed it. I missed it there. Talking about the I want to say Veritaserum, but that's not it. It's the pensive, right? Where they're like taking people's memories out of their brains. Yeah. Sometimes I do kind of wish that we had those in real life, but oh well.
I don't know. I feel like that would be an invasion of privacy.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. Aside from that aspect, I'm just saying, like if people like were consenting to it, is basically what I was thinking. But that's not very.
Yeah, who's trying to take these memories?
I mean, we do have what is it? Not Starlink, but the what's the brain version that Elon Musk has that he's developing? Neuralink.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like the idea of it is to like, help with people that have, I think it's either paralyzed people or people that have been declared brain dead, for them to be able to sort of like connect their consciousness to something so that they can communicate with people, which is a fascinating idea, but also raises so many different ethical questions about like invading people's minds and like, what does that do? What if they want certain things to be private? All kinds of like crazy things.
And if they're brain dead, would they have a way to communicate?
I mean, it would basically be like by getting like that direct pathway connection to your brain, that they would be able to like facilitate that communication. Okay. But also then it also is like, well, how do you know that it's accurate too?
Right.
There's another question like for that.
Because they can't commute. Well, maybe they test it on people that are not brain dead and see if what they're thinking is accurate. But
I guess, yeah, all kinds of so many like ethical issues and like and also like pragmatic issues to think about. Which I mean, Elon Musk is way smarter than me on that kind of stuff. So I guess I'd leave that to him for now. And then maybe get to talking about the ethical stuff as it becomes more of a reality or something.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. The Age of Fabulous says, question, do you think that well, actually, before I do, Possessed Noodle in the chat says Black Mirror season 3, episode 3. I don't know if I've seen that one, but I have seen some Black Mirror episodes, and those things are crazy.
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of them are trying to become true. So it's, what do the TV show writers know that we don't?
was that the episode where it's like people are determining if they want their consciousness to live forever in like this like utopian kind of world? Like when the body dies, the consciousness or whatever, they like upload it into a server and like people can like live these like secondary lives forever. Like that was such a weird one, because it's like Possessed Noodle says yes, the two elderly ladies fell in love. Yes. Okay. That one is, it's so weird because it's like it raises so many questions of like, number one, how permanent do you want your life to actually be? Does that take away all meaning from your life? And like number two, what what does that system even run on, especially over time? Like, what kind of power does that take? What kind of maintenance does that take? And then, like, how can someone enforce that agreement to have their consciousness uploaded forever? Because it's like, if they unplug you, there's no way, there's nothing you can do to try to enforce that contract that you have with them that you've like bought eternity for, right? Because you don't exist anymore.
Right. Yeah, the whole idea is complicated to me. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how they would be able to do that. And also, I guess if they're not putting you into something else where you can move around, what's the point of your conscious still being alive if you can't really experience life? Just tell people about your life? I don't know. I don't like that idea.
Well, on the show, it's like you're able to like appear however you want to appear, and like you have like essentially a body, and there's like a whole like world that you live in. But like I just see so many things of like, you know, when you no longer have a certain like impermanence to your life, the decisions that you make are so different, and that can really change your character too.
That's true.
So it's just like, so how, like, just how much, like, just how fulfilling of an experience would that be if you are able to live forever, but like everyone becomes terrible because they know that they're there forever.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be good.
I know. And then Brandon Vandekamp is, this is what Westworld is about. Oh, Westworld is such a good show, which of course that then brings up Evan Rachel Wood and Marilyn Manson and all that good stuff. We could get into like a whole side conversation that has absolutely nothing to do with this trial, which is fine. We're just hanging out, right? but yeah, it's anyhow. I could definitely like talk about this kind of stuff for a long time. Now that I'm on this like brain thread, I'm like, maybe we should have like a live stream at some point, just like talking about this kind of stuff. But anyhow, let's get to these super chats. The Age of Fabulous is question: do you think that the celebrity witnesses coming up will receive reputational damage from being associated with this trial? We did talk about this one earlier. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, I think that Paul Bettany, his reputation may have been harmed when the text messages first got leaked, when that happened, or when people first found out about those text messages. But I feel like there's a lot of forgiveness on his part, partly because of like the explanations for how those text messages have come about. And also I feel like the populace is generally speaking very supportive of Johnny Depp in this case, just from like the polling that I've heard about and other stuff. So, hey, Colonel Kurtz, how's it going?
Hey, am I too late to join in for a little while? Sorry.
No, not at all. This is just a casual hangout stream where we've got super chats coming in that we're going through, and so we're just hanging out. So I mean, not to return back to that conversation, but like we did have a long kind of like thread that we just like went down this rabbit hole of talking about about like uploading consciousness into an eternity, and then like this Black Mirror episode.
Oh, I love stuff like that.
and what would happen to people's character in that kind of a situation. And then someone in the chat was like, "Oh, that sounds a lot like Westworld." And I was like, "Yeah, that's such a great show. Oh, that reminds me of Evan Rachel Wood and Marilyn Manson."
Oh my gosh, awesome.
So yeah. So we've been on like all kinds of like different little threads here. So, but how are you doing? How are you doing with the break in this trial?
Well, I just got home. I was out, but I wrote on my Twitter that I have felt basically like this week has just gone by so slowly. It feels like a kid. I know that I'm not making light of it, but it feels like sort of like a kid waiting for Christmas, and that I can't wait to get back to Amber Heard on the stand and that cross-examination that's coming up. So it's been going very slowly this week, but I'm really glad that we're about to get back into the trial.
I completely agree. And I was saying earlier when Rick was on here earlier, and how I've gotten text messages from friends that I knew my pre YouTube life even, that are texting me. They're like, I can't wait for her to get cross-examined. I need it to happen. Like it needs to be at least Monday at this point, because I need to see this trial continue. I feel like we're all really feeling the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not I'm not overhyping it in the sense that I think that something just super dramatic or crazy is going to happen during her cross, but it's just going to be, I'm sure you feel the same way too. It's just going to be so satisfying to see her finally publicly held to account, even if she doesn't acknowledge anything. Like it's still going to be.
Yeah. I definitely agree. Even just to see her reactions to things, her reactions to the different questions, and to be able to sort of like line everything up that she's saying along with what we've seen so far. I definitely agree. It's going to be fascinating for sure.
How do you think that Camille is going to do? I'm sorry if you've already talked about this stuff, but I'm just curious, like how you feel about Camille and her cross-examination.
I mean, from everything that we saw in her objections so far, she's been perfect. So I really think that like when it comes to cross-examining a sympathetic witness or cross-examining an emotional witness, I'm not saying that Amber is particularly sympathetic in this case, because I think a lot of people don't find her sympathetic at all. But she's a very emotional she's a very emotional witness. And we have to keep in mind the possibility that someone on the jury might find her testimony sympathetic. So if that is the case, then you do have to run a little bit of a careful cross-examination, right? Because you don't want to steamroll somebody who someone on the jury is actually feeling quite empathetic towards. So, the way that questions are asked is important. The tone that you have is very important, that you show that you're being respectful. You're not being an a-hole against this person that is like already in a very potentially vulnerable kind of situation, depending on the perspective, right? But I think that based on the way that she has been interrupting the flow of the direct and like doing it with like the most perfect tone that I could ever, imagine for those objections, it makes me think that she's exactly right for the job for her cross-examination.
Good. Well, it's good to hear that. And I can't wait to see this. And I don't know. It's going to be interesting. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we're all very much anticipating it. And without trying to overhype it too, right? Because we don't want to do that, because it's a cross-examination in general is tricky, but a cross-examination of one of the star witnesses is particularly tricky. So hopefully the Johnny's team is using this break for the best, right?
Yeah.
So.
How much preparation will a witness like Amber Heard, like a star witness, will they typically get with an attorney, in terms of what you see in the movies, where they run through their testimony beforehand and they do like mock testimony? Does that happen a lot?
I think you have to be careful, because you don't want the attorney to be telling them what to say. So you can't do that, because that is coaching the witness. And so you want to be preparing them, but not coaching them, because if you're coaching them, then that is, running the risk of basically planting evidence, essentially. You want all of the testimony that comes out to be authentic. However, you can spend a lot of time going through all of the issues and basically saying, this is how they are probably going to ask you this, be prepared for your answer. This is how, they'll be poking and prodding at you on this issue. Be prepared for your answer. So I anticipate that they probably spent quite a bit of time with her to go through that. Now, there's another question of whether or not she actually listened to their advice, because you can prepare your witness as much as possible, and if they don't listen to you, it can mean zilch.
Right.
So yeah, I seeing the thing that I think about most is the reports about Johnny Depp in like the week before the trial started, when he had spent like an entire day at his at the law firm, at the offices there. It was from like 7:30 in the morning until 7 at night or something like that. And people photographed them like in the parking structure or something. So my guess is that probably what they did during that time is probably went through his preparation for that, most likely, going through the whole strategy, the whole plan, and then also like a lot of like, this is the kind of stuff that they're going to ask you. Now, also remember that both Johnny and Amber have been each deposed once and also testified once in trial. So, there's also that part too. So they also have been prepared in the past for this, but yeah. Zach Frisch says Alita in Star Wars attire. Objection. It's a trap. It's not a trap. It's real. I do love Star Wars. I grew up with PVC pipes as lightsabers because they didn't have the fancy schmancy light up lightsabers when I was a kid. We literally took PVC pipes and like spray painted the silver part for the handle. And then like whatever color we wanted the lightsaber to be was like some other neon color. I think my brothers had like one had green, the other one had blue. And of course I had pink. And so like,
and you loved it.
Yeah, of course. Not a trap.
I was more of a Star Trek person growing up, which makes me, I think, maybe nerdier. I think Star Wars is like more cool factor than Star Trek.
It's a little bit more mainstream, I feel like. But yeah, it's true. So RE Chronic 54 says saw someone say that JD sued AH in Virginia to limit how her evidence can be presented and how witnesses can be used. Some truth to this, thoughts. I don't know about limiting how her evidence can be presented. I mean, it does limit the arguments that she can make. Mm-hmm. So, for example, there's a whole anti-SLAPP issue that we've talked about many times. Right. SLAPP meaning SLAPP, the Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. It's like certain legal arguments that can be used. But in terms of like limiting how her evidence can be presented and the witnesses that can be used, I mean, you could say that the distance, between California and Virginia could be a factor. A lot of her witnesses are probably in California. But at the same time, I think most of Johnny's witnesses are also in California. So, right. For one person and then the other, who knows? So I'm not sure just how much of an advantage he's been given over Amber, other than the anti-SLAPP issue, basically.
Right.
What if anything? That's a good name. I'm so happy. That makes me so happy. It says the casual nature make you accessible. I've learned so much. Please never change your backgrounds and setups. Oh, thank you. Well, at some point I will be moving. At some point, but I'll probably still have a similar, kind of setup even still. With however I move, at some point though, I was thinking like when we do get to our like permanent place, when Mr. Bites is no longer needing to move because of his work every few years, when we have like a permanent place to live, I kind of want to set up a studio so that like behind me, there's like a cat hotel. So like Holmes and maybe Astra, if she feels safe enough, can jump in there too. She's never on any of these live streams because she still doesn't exactly like Indy, even though they've been living under the same roof for like months and months now. But it doesn't help that Indy's always very excited to see her and wants to play with her in the way that Indy knows best. And Holmes understands her. So, they play just fine. They're best friends, but Astra doesn't exactly trust her. But anyway, that's a digression. But still, but thank you. Thank you. What if anything? I'm getting into all kinds of digressions here. Dawn Arrow, so thank you.
I was going to say, how did you get into what was it? You can preserve your psyche for eternity.
Oh, how did we get into that one?
That was a chat. Was it not a super chat?
Oh,
It was. Yeah. Someone had. I mentioned something, and then someone in the chat mentioned season 3, episode 3 of Black Mirror, and I was like, "Oh, was it this one?" And they were like, "Yeah." But I can't remember what it was that I said that made them react with that. It probably had something to do. I mean, it had something to do with consciousness or something. I can't remember.
Oh, was it the celebrity question, the celebrity witness question? I know we brought up Elon Musk.
Actually, well, someone in the chat says mushrooms. It could have been. It could have been because someone, like one of the old super chats that we like went through, said something about like mushrooms like permanently changing someone's consciousness. Oh, and then it was Elon Musk. It was the Neuralink thing. Okay, so now I can remember the thread, the stepping stones we took.
Well, it is interesting, not to go further down the hole, but it's interesting to think about, like if those of us who do believe in a soul, right? And I know I have no proof of that, but those of us who do believe in a soul, like it's interesting to think about what consciousness would mean with that idea taken away, or could you preserve even that in some way? Like that gets really like crazy interesting stuff. But I saw several weeks ago that the largest study of its kind just concluded that a scientific study that near-death experiences are not hallucinations. That there's something, that it's not just like a drug-induced trip. So they're going to be studying that more. It'll be interesting to see if anything comes of that. There are scientists who believe in the soul and are trying to prove it through exploring these near-death experiences. I talked to one of them. Is actually a friend of mine, and he works at the School of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia. And it's basically they look at things that might be considered almost borderline parapsychology, but it's a very legitimate. It's a legitimate and emergent field, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But that's all I know about that.
Interesting. See, all of that stuff is so fascinating to me. Like I said, I love anything that helps to explain why do we do what we do. So I love all of that stuff. I love just, at the very least, entertaining a lot of the thoughts, and kind of like just following down the rabbit hole. But also Law and Lumber says, Colonel Kurtz, any on the ground info that'll help Runkle, DUI guy, and I get in the courtroom on Monday. We're all going to be there super early. DM, please. Well, you haven't actually been in the courtroom, right?
Oh, I'm in Texas. I have been far away from the action. So I would say to you, actually, I'm trying to convince my mom, Law and Lumber. I'm trying to convince my mom to go on a road trip with me. So if you have any advice about how to get into the courtroom, DM me.
I think we've got to ask Laura B and Jax, because they've been in the.
Yes, there are people who've been, who could tell.
Yeah, exactly. So we should probably, Law and Lumber, Rob, remind me, and I'll see if maybe I can connect you guys so you can ask them.
Have fun
as well. Yeah, for sure. Abstern says, number 1 rule in life is suit up. Number 2 rule, refer to rule 1. I think so. I definitely would agree with that. Amanda Lucero Serenity says, even Rob got mentioned in an article. You guys are experts. People want real experts giving pointers. On ESPN, I rather have real athletes doing the commentary. Yeah. I would agree with that, right? I think I would agree. This is in response to an Insider article that came out that it mentioned me and it quoted Emily D. Baker, and then it talked about a bunch of like TikTokers that are covering the Johnny Depp case and basically being like, yeah, but all these people are going to go away in 15 minutes, once this case is over. Basically.
It seems like I've noticed some jealousy that is emerging in the mainstream media toward YouTubers, because you know what, the mainstream media, they could have gotten, I'm not angry, I'm just kind of worked up today, but the mainstream media, they could have gotten this story, they could have covered this for years, but they didn't want to. It didn't go along with their narrative or whatever, and they were very anti-Depp and just didn't want to talk about this. And so there were these YouTubers that have been working on this, and then people who've recently, gotten into the story, and we're doing it. And now they're pissed because we're getting views. And so they're trying to make it seem like, this is just a crazy, blip, and it doesn't mean anything. And so I would ignore that. You've gotten so many more subscribers since this started, and those subscribers are not going to go away. I don't believe so.
Yeah, well, thank you. I was saying when Rick was on, I was like, yeah, there's just a little bit of shade. It's not exactly a hit piece, but it was definitely a little bit to be like, oh, but these people aren't real, and we're gonna deal with that for a while. Like we've been kind of dealing with that before, but we are going to continue to see that kind of stuff as these kind of channels really start to emerge, talking about a lot of these subjects that have typically taken the space of mainstream media.
When you're not real, like that, you're not a real lawyer, or what? I didn't read the article.
not like basically like, who are these people? What right do they have to tell these stories? Essentially, like, you know what I mean?
But the articles are almost irrelevant. Like they're trying to get clout off of you guys because you guys covering the trial, you're explaining the legal positions, all the legal things for your viewers to know, and then you're giving your opinion. So you're not necessarily saying how the trial is going to go. You're just giving your opinion. And I don't think they should try to shut that down just because you guys are able to explain the law. They can't say anything about explaining the law has been wrong. So they just don't like your opinions.
Exactly. And it's like 2012 Jameson says, LawTube may get things wrong, but they don't lie. True. True. I mean, it's we at least try to at least maintain our integrity as we are talking through things and working through things. And we often talk about that. We're like, yeah, I would rather talk through something, get it wrong initially, and then work my brain out through this thing and learn from it.
You have different views.
Exactly. Ruth Rose says, I've been going through muffin withdrawal. So glad I caught you live. I'm off work Monday and ready to get back to court. Yes, we're going to do it. I'm so excited. I'm really pumped for it too. Thank you so much, Ruth Rose. Rita D says, silly question. Why does AH have a PR team? We can all watch the trial ourselves. Are they trying to gaslight us?
They plant stories. That's one thing they do is they plant these crisis PR people. A lot of what they do actually is they have contacts in the media and they plant stories. And so I think it's kind of interesting. You know, you're talking about some of the articles that you don't like. I did not like the fact that there were several articles this week that all they came out at the same time. Several articles from different publications about the fact that a number of Johnny Depp supporters are also supporting Marilyn Manson and how
the boogeyman. Ooh.
on it, but that's one thing. That's one thing I know they do is they connect with the people in the press and they actually plant stories. It's done a lot.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that is particularly I think interesting in this case is that, and maybe that's also one of the reasons why, like, it's not like, or I should say why we're getting these kind of articles like we saw in Insider, like we're gonna see, like we saw in that Guardian article that was like, you know, mentioned Rob's video. That Guardian article was way worse than in terms of derision than the Insider one. Like that one was just a little bit like, these people are gonna go away. But like the Guardian one was all out, like all of these people are terrible. But like, you know, I think that may be one of the reasons why we are seeing this kind of stuff is because, you know, it kind of harms their position as being the gatekeepers of this information. And it also harms these PR people for having a gate to work against, right? Or to work with.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is interesting. I mean, it does make me wonder if people are going to continue to have like these sort of PR companies, like if those are an outdated sort of industry at this point, or if they're going to have to, I mean, I would think that in order to survive, they would have to start pivoting into social media itself.
I think
they're really going to be lobbying. Oh, they're really going to be lobbying not to have cameras in the courtroom because they can't spin the narrative the way they want to if we're able to watch and make our own opinions. So,
yeah. But even still, like you can't keep people out of the courtroom too,
right?
So like, if you have people that are passionate enough that are going to go in there and actually watch trial, like I've talked about this. I'm not going to make any guarantees at this point, but like, you know, I'm very interested in the Marilyn Manson case as well, and I've thought about it. It's a federal case, so at this point, it doesn't look like there's going to be cameras in the courtroom. That's typically the case.
His lawsuit. It's are you sure it's a federal lawsuit? His lawsuit against him?
Yeah.
I think it's California. I looked it up. I think I have the case number. So does he have two?
No, there's just the one against Ilma Gore and Evan Rachel Wood. I honestly don't know. I remember you said that, Alita, and I'd asked Andrea about it, and she's like, I don't think that it's a federal case, but somebody can look.
I think it's California.
You're saying that. Sorry.
Let me see here. I have the complaint right here.
Okay.
This is
Let me see.
I hope that we can see it, because I totally agree with you too, that I think it is really helpful. And you just think about, while you're looking that up, you think about the UK trial and how the press, their coverage of that was not good. It was not favorable to Johnny. And I would be afraid if the Manson thing.
Oh,
Right.
you're right. I have been walking around saying that this is a federal case. And you're right. It actually is a state case. Oh my gosh. I have totally been thinking, but even though it's a state case,
televised, right?
but there's still a chance that they won't have cameras in the courtroom. But like, even if there aren't cameras in the courtroom, and I was going to say, even if it was a federal case, it's I don't know why I thought that it was a federal case. Anyhow, I'm glad that you pushed back on that. It made me double check it. But so even if there aren't cameras in the courtroom, though, people are still allowed. They're still allowed in the courtroom as well.
Sure.
So,
I think
we can still go in and do daily recaps.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to be at that one. That's the Manson thing, the Manson situation, not to take us too far afield, but that really, if you think that, those of you out there who aren't familiar with that case, if you think that the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation is crazy, it's just a whole, the Manson conspiracy, or it's just a whole other thing. But give me a later show. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Oh, me?
Oh,
Or Bree?
Oh, I was just saying, I think it's in the same court as Kim Kardashian and Black China, or the Kardashians and Black China, and they denied media coverage. So we might be looking at no cameras again.
What was
Just
Black
depending.
China? What's going on with that? Was she
That's a defamation case too. She was suing the Kardashians for she says that they were responsible for getting her show with Rob canceled. But the jury came back and said, no, there's enough of an intervening cause in the incident where she apparently took a gun to Rob's head and like had wrapped a phone cord around his neck. So when the footage of that came out, like, yeah, that's probably enough for
the show.
For the producers to be like, no, we don't want anything to do with this case. So now so she still has a case against Rob Kardashian. That trial still has to go forward. And that's a little bit of a different one, because there's also some revenge prawn that also is involved in that case too. So it might have a different kind of an outcome against him. But also now she's also got some issues coming her way, because apparently Kris Kardashian, Mom Kardashian, is suing her for defamation. And now also the IRS might get involved for Black China, because it has come out that she apparently hasn't paid her taxes for quite a few years. So she might get so there's a lot of potential litigation for this channel to be following.
I'm glad you told me about that. I hadn't heard about any of that. So
Yeah. So but Bree's absolutely right. They denied cameras in the courtroom for that one. But you can still go and watch in person, which means you can go and watch and then do a recap video at the end of the day. So that is something that I have thought about for that case coming forward. So
that's interesting. Okay. Well, I look forward to coverage on that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And Colonel Kurtz, I'm definitely going to want you on the channel to talk about that case too. John says, I heard if the jury finds neither party guilty, quote unquote, JD has to pay her legal fees. Is that true? Assume it's a fortune. Also, follow up, is Amber calling Johnny up? Thought they had an agreement not to call each other. Any advantage or disadvantages if so? So, okay. So first question is about the legal fees. So that is because of her anti-SLAPP claims. So if, basically, yes, is my understanding, because she has alleged a defense of anti-SLAPP, that is one of those claims that you can get attorney's fees for. So if she wins, so let me break it down for a second, just to talk about how she would be winning. So if she wins by Johnny Depp not proving his case, no attorney fees associated with that. If she wins on the basis of that affirmative defense of anti-SLAPP, if the jury basically says, yeah, defamation would be the case, but this is actually an anti-SLAPP case, then yes, she gets her attorney's fees paid for. And then there's her counterclaims as well. If she wins just on her counterclaims, that's not a situation where she would get legal fees, is my understanding. It's just if she wins on the basis of anti-SLAPP claims in defeating Johnny Depp's initial claims, if that makes sense. Yeah, that would be a fortune. It would be a fortune. Also, follow-up, is Amber calling Johnny up? I have seen reports on that. I don't know if it's actually true.
Oh, really? Someone's reporting that she's communicating with Johnny?
No, that she's calling him to testify. Like recalling him to testify.
About the same thing. Like, hey, you want to drop this trial?
Well, I mean, to me, yeah, seriously, that's what I think she should do, honestly.
I don't think he would go for it, though. I don't think he would take her call.
Too far in. I don't think his attorneys would advise him to do so either.
Yeah, exactly. Like that would be nuts. I have seen reports that she is planning to recall him to the stand to testify again. Now, there's limited possibilities for what can happen on a potential recall by Johnny Depp, or recall of Johnny Depp, I should say. So because of the fact that Amber Heard's attorneys have had plenty of opportunity to cross-examine him on all kinds of topics, and they have taken a lot of opportunities to cross-examine him, it would have to be a situation where something has come up since his testimony that they didn't already know about, that they now have an opportunity to question him on. Basically, you shouldn't be disadvantaged. The idea is that you shouldn't be disadvantaged by the order in which a witness has come up to testify, essentially. So, if something came up that nobody knew about until this other witness testified, that's one of those situations. But if all they want to ask him about is like stuff that they've already kind of dug into, that's improper because they've already been able to cross-examine him. That would be an abuse of him as a party and as a witness. So any advantage or disadvantages, if so, I mean, realistically, I think Johnny does not want to go up again. And if you're Johnny's attorney, you don't want him to go up again. He already did his thing. Right. Things went well. They went very well for Johnny's side, in my opinion, based on how his testimony went over. So the only thing that can happen is, he could also do very well on as a rebuttal witness as well.
But it's not in his interest to get up there again.
Exactly. Like there's more. I would be much more worried about the possibility of them tripping him up in some way that they weren't able to in the first time, and they kind of are like trying to get a second bite at the apple against him, and that something goes wrong. So that would definitely make me a little bit nervous. Basically that's all of that. Rita D says, silly question. Oh, okay, we got that one. Rhonda Ernst says, for $50. We talked about this one. We did. Yes, about the cigarette butt. Yeah, I talked about that one when Rick was here. Jason Lazzotti, welcome. Gio Rio says, any of you seen the movie Zombieland? It's with Amber, and you should try 30 minutes from the past. Shirt of heart is awesome. With a video game emoji. So thank you about the awesome shirt. I have seen Zombieland, but the funny thing is I haven't seen it in a while, and I don't remember anything about Amber Heard in it. She is completely forgettable. I'm sorry to say that. I don't want to be casting more shade than necessary because she's already getting a lot legitimately. But I honestly don't remember her being in that movie. Yeah. Like what I remember from Zombieland is the really funny like rules of living through a zombie apocalypse, and then being like, rule number 2, limber up, and I don't know. I just there are a lot of funny moments in that movie, and I don't remember her being in it at all.
Me neither.
Talking about her acting ability there, it brought up something else for me. So do you two feel like the fact that she didn't produce tears last week, or maybe one or something, but in general, that she basically dry heaved for hours without producing any tears, to me, And I think to a lot of people, that just seems so obviously like bizarre. Like I was talking to my mom, who's not even following the case really, but she saw a little of that testimony, and she said, people just don't cry that hard without producing, a gushes of tears and snot and all of that. And so I'm just curious, like, do you two think as lawyers that was just incredibly damaging, that she couldn't pull that off, that real crying with all that heaving and everything?
Yeah, I think it is possible for someone to speak very emotionally and very sympathetically without tears. But I in that particular case, it did feel a little bit off for me as well. I don't know how other people feel about that, and I don't know about the jurors, because they're the most important opinions in the room, obviously, right? But for me personally, yeah, it did feel weird that she wasn't actually letting out any tears that I saw.
Yeah,
right. I didn't either.
So,
I would agree with that. I think her trying or her crying could be a thing of being nervous and being on the stand, but at the same time, just the facial expressions that she made, it made it seem like extra forced, and like she was trying to force herself to have tears, which made it feel inauthentic. Right. So it's possible, I think, that people can get emotional without crying, maybe because of embarrassment or nervousness or a bunch of people watching them. But the way she did it, it just comes off as, okay, you're trying to act, but you're not winning your part at this point.
Yes, I feel like she would have been better off if she were, let's just assume that she was, faking it, but she would have been better off, I think, to have gone understated. Okay, you're not going to produce a natural tears, so let's just seem, because really Johnny did, let's just seem really sad and really like, I hate to be here and this is awful, but she went, it's like, what's crazy is she just went for broke, but she could not make the tears come. I don't know. I just thought it was so embarrassing for her to watch. It just was like, oh my God. But maybe the jurors, maybe it plays differently when you're in the room. I'm sure it's a completely different experience in some ways.
That's another good point too. Is that, it could have played a little bit differently if you were actually in the room. Sometimes you feel a very different vibe that doesn't quite come across through a video medium as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Possible. But yeah, I mean, not how I feel, from our position, from our vantage point, right?
Yeah.
Evie Warner says, I'm worried Cross or Heard won't go as well as what LawTube thinks it will. Cross of the doc didn't hold up to the hype. Mercado Law disagrees with me. I understand your worry. And I think it's right to be worried, especially after the cross-examination that we did see of Dr. Hughes. Although I will say Emily D. Baker thought that was a very good, effective cross-examination. I will also point out that, cross-examining an expert witness is different than cross-examining a fact witness, and especially a fact witness whose testimony is so emotional. So, it's you're gonna go for different strategies, and you're gonna, like, certain things are like different things would be considered wins against an expert witness sometimes, as opposed to a fact witness, if that makes any sense. So I do understand your worry, Evie. But it's yeah. I do have quite a bit more confidence, though, based on what I have seen from her objections. So, but it is a good reminder to keep our expectations tempered. Like don't expect this like Hollywood moment for like cross-examination for someone to just be like, for her to be like torn down, and then she breaks out and is like, raging against everyone in the room. And, I don't, know a few good men kind of moment of like, you can't handle the truth. That don't expect anything like that. But like, we will be here, of course, to be pointing out the different points as they come out. And then hopefully, making some sense of it. So, Abstern says, question, is it possible for Amber Heard to get impeached? Yeah, absolutely. She's made all kinds of statements on the stand that probably have some prior inconsistent statements. I think there have been quite a few videos on YouTube around that have been pointing that stuff out. So, all of those prior inconsistent statements are ripe for potential impeachment for sure. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good.
Welcome back. It's been a while. I'm raising your volume up here. There we go.
I know. I just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Hi, how are you doing? It was good. Although I've seen all the boys. We were all on Ricada the other night. It felt dirty. I'm not going to lie to you. It did.
Why? He's a different chat. He's a different kind of chat.
No, it was fun. Nick was nice. It was. We had a good time over there. I was on with Rick this morning. Nate's been on my channel. Oh, it's been a whole situation.
That's good. Yeah, I know. I still need to go on your channel. I know you've sent me a couple StreamYard links, but I need to know when you're actually going live so that I can jump on with you. But
I give you no notice. It's typical Law Talk with Mike. I just like, hey, if Alita's around, I'll send her an email, like as if you're going to see it.
Well, now you can DM me on Twitter too, so I may actually see it even faster. So, because now that you are on Twitter.
Yes, and the good thing about that is you got Rob on too, because both of us are clueless. Like he's tweeting us like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, yeah.
Me too, Mike. I just didn't say anything.
I'm pulling all of you onto Twitter.
I'm not that bad. Like I'm good with IG. That's like super simple. Mm-hmm. I do YouTube. It's like, do I have to do this? You know.
Yeah. That's how I feel about TikTok. I know that the TikTok videos are taking off, the Amber Heard TikTok videos, but I just don't like that forum. I just don't want to do it. But
no.
Yeah, I haven't gone on TikTok myself, and it's just because I don't know. Part of me just kind of refuses to do it.
That's a good idea to refuse. Although we get a lot of good material. Like I see that stuff, like it gets out there, and then there's been lots of great Depp Heard stuff on there.
Yep.
Very true too, for sure. So
Amber Heard or do you think that she is shocked? I mean, how do we know? But let me just say, she's got to be to some degree shocked by the level of negative attention she has attracted. I mean, she is, and I'm not trying to be dramatic, she's like the most hated woman in the world in terms of just the sheer number of people who are paying attention to this and who seem to just, a lot of us really delighting in this person, this villain getting their just desserts. But I have to say that like it is quite a phenomenon. And I just wonder if she's like, if she saw this.
She's completely shocked. She thought it was going to go down the way it went down in the recording. No one's going to believe you, Johnny.
She thought
Absolutely.
everyone was going to believe her, and they prevailed in the UK trial. So she's like, "Oh, this is a piece of cake," and it's not going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do agree. I did see an article, I think it was like People Magazine or something, that somebody had posted some kind of a screenshot on Twitter. So good reason to be on Twitter, guys. But somebody had posted it that it basically was like some sort of an insider within her circle was saying like, yeah, she did not expect, like she expected some kind of pushback, but she did not expect this, which of course, like why would she have done what she did if she thought that this was going to be a possible outcome?
Yeah, she really underestimated Johnny Depp, and then she also underestimated the fact that this would galvanize a number of people, a number of us who are tired of this sort of thing and who feel like it's time for this to stop. I mean, these types of like false allegations, and so I don't know. And people really love Johnny Depp. It doesn't matter, if he admits to doing drugs or if if he's on tape at times sounding kind of rude to Amber or whatever. People they love him. And they have heard Amber on tape say, "You always run away. You always run away," and him basically pleading with her to stop fighting. And so, to me, like the rest of this, just in terms of public opinion, not in the trial, but the public opinion, like he has won for sure, right?
Yeah.
The reaction I didn't expect, which has been fantastic, and that's what we've been on streams about, and I'm sure you have too, is the reaction to us. The Guardian article and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Again, like they think there's some grand conspiracy. I invited myself on her channel. We both had tiny channels at the time. And then it kind of blew up for Alita. But it's like, okay, it's like a random collection of people with no organization. And then we watch it and come to our conclusions. It's that simple. We're not comparing notes, nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's just,
Nope.
that's what we said earlier. It's just your opinion of how you think it's going to turn out. You give the legal of what you know, but at the end of the day, the law is not black and white all the time. It's up to the jury to make a decision, and the public can have their opinion as well. We don't have to agree with all the news outlets.
Right. And oftentimes we disagree with one another on things that we see too, which is always interesting. And on top of that, like how could we be like coordinating some sort of conspiracy, like what across my channel, Nick's channel, Emily D. Baker's channel, and like the lead attorney also like we're saying a lot of the similar kind of things that we're seeing at like the same time that we're reacting in real time. Like how can you like coordinate that ahead of time?
Yeah.
It bothers them because they can't discredit us because frankly we know more than them. We do this. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to sound rude, but we do this for a living, and so they want to say, oh, they're just stupid, but we're not.
Yeah, exactly. You have like
you know. Maybe one of us is, but like 15 of us, no. We're not all stupid. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, agreed. Let me
covering it. I mean, again, like that's the thing. Like the media, the mainstream media had their chance for years to report this story. It was a great story. It was right under their nose. They didn't report it because it didn't fit their agenda. And so now, they're seeing everybody on YouTube having and TikTok and whatever having all this success. So,
they've lost control of the narrative.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
Exactly.
I'm a perfect example. I never saw a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I don't care. I don't pay attention to pop culture. I don't watch sports. I'm nuts. Okay, I do not care at all. I've gotten involved.
What do you do with your time,
Johnny Depp?
What do you do with your free time?
YouTube.
Okay, fair point.
YouTube, work, and the occasional naughty adventure. Yeah, it keeps me busy.
Careful. You know how my chat reacts to you.
Yes.
You're just tempting all the thirsty super chats now.
Grooming us all. Stop grooming us with this sex talk.
Oh man, exactly.
No, but I think it's such a compliment because I could see there are a few of those articles. I could see how scared they are.
Yeah,
and it's interesting. Because I'm like on the inside. Like you and I just met from this. Okay, so I'm like at ground zero of this event.
Yeah,
and we didn't talk about the time, but I know both of us are like, I hope this works. Like I had a few people on my channel say, I really want you to cover this. And then I have people on my channel who do not want me to cover this. Okay. So I'm like, can I jump on your channel so I can satisfy both of them? That was my thought process.
You literally were like, in your email, you were like, I don't have the time to do this. And I see that you're doing it. Can I just jump on yours real quick? And I was like, yeah, the more the merrier, please. Like, because I was legitimately worried. I was like, this might just be me for 6 weeks. Like it might just be me talking to a chat that might not exist. Like maybe I'll get 100 people or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it was not like we had a trial meeting. Like, oh, we're both Team Johnny, right? I mean, it wasn't like that. I actually got absorbed in it. I thought I was going to come over like maybe once a week or something, but I can't. It's been too fun. But then my conclusions are from watching the freaking trial. That's what I'm basing my thoughts on, and everybody else is too.
Yeah. I completely agree with that, and it's funny because I also forgot that Kurt Uncivil Law had actually told me like after the first day, he was like, "You're really going to do this for 6 weeks?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, okay, well,
he's on there every day. He's on your show today, though. Right?
I know he was. Yeah, he was one of those that was like, I'll check in with you in a couple weeks and see how you're doing. I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, no, I'm in it to win it. And then look where he's been. Yeah, because you do get sucked into it. That's what happens with these trials.
One of those I watched Kurt's thing. I think it was last night, but I'm up at 6 o'clock this morning. And I see that Kurt I have a notification, so I click on it. I'm like, I'll just give him a like or whatever. I'm just being supportive, right? I get like totally absorbed. He's cracking me up. He's gone full Kurt sarcastic. He's like doing the high pitch, like the whole thing. I'm having my coffee. I'm like, I watched the whole thing.
It's so good. It's so good.
Well, and I was
So good.
saying on Twitter last week or the week before that when I started covering this stuff on my little YouTube channel a little over a year ago, I could not get my significant other he has not watched one of my videos on this because he hates celebrity stuff, and he's just like, I'm sorry, I just can't, right? Talk to him about it, eyes glaze over, whatever. But now he's sending me these memes constantly, these Amber Heard, Johnny Depp memes, and he's and it's so funny to have him and other people in my life telling me like things about the case, and I'm like, yeah, I've been looking at it for over a year.
Yeah,
but it's nice to be vindicated. Like we took a chance, and we hit something that turned out to be really interesting to people and culturally relevant, and it really is. So.
Yeah, for sure. 2012 Jameson says names of guests in description channel. Yes. So if you guys want to know who these folks are, number one, when I finally take off the super chat, you can see it pop up, but also everybody's linked in the description below. So go ahead and check them out and check them out, subscribe to their channels, support them because they've been popping in this whole time over the last month plus. And helping make these live streams better than what they would have been if it was just me. And Kathleen R says, Colonel Kurtz loved your open letter to Amber Heard. So
thank you.
Just so you know. I think I do agree. It's been fascinating. And I think that there are people that are legitimately worried about what this means for people getting their trial fix through folks like us instead of the mainstream media. I did see that Law and Crime just celebrated their 2 millionth subscriber, which it was funny because when I watched that, I was like, people are subscribing to Law and Crime. Okay. All right. Eventually they'll find us too. Yeah. So, they can get 2 million people. I feel like LawTube can get 2 million people too. So it's just proof of concept, you could say. Yeah. So, because I do legitimately think that we do it better. That's just me. Maybe I'm sniffing my own perfume, but
hey, somebody just sent me an article. I don't know if you had heard about this or talked about it. So Gina Duders, she went on the record with is this page 6, calling Amber Heard a sociopathic show pony.
Oh shoot.
That. Anyway, so if anybody hasn't heard about this, I guess it's been out several hours, but someone just sent it to me. Apparently, Gina Duders, Stephen Duders' wife, who, as we know, her testimony got cut short. Anyway, she's given an interview, so check it out.
Interesting. Yeah. Can you send the link in the private chat? Because then I can put it in. Then I can throw it into the regular chat.
Sounds good.
I didn't see it, but I heard. I just saw the title. I heard something. Chris Rock went full pro Johnny here. Apparently,
I heard about that too. That he was like, believe all women except for Amber Heard, which I haven't. I've only heard that statement. I haven't seen his full thing on it, so I don't want to take it out of context. But if that is what he said, and that's like true to the context of what he said, I do have a little bit of a bone to pick because I think that believe all women is how we got here in the first place. Yeah. So I think listen to all women and investigate the things that they say is maybe a little bit more appropriate. But of course, that doesn't. It's a much longer explanation, right? Yeah. So it's a lot harder to put that into a slogan.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just my personal take on that one. Okay, cool. So it's in the private chat, and I will toss it in here. And boom, you know what? And I'm going to pin that too, so that we can.
Sociopathic show pony. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let me get some more super chats here because we've got a number of them here. Alrighty. Breezy says Amber stories sound like JD is on PCP, angel dust, and not MDMA. Yeah, because isn't MDMA supposed to be like a love drug or something? Like it's supposed to. Yeah. It's not something that's supposed to make people rage. Apparently, I don't know. Again, I'm not intimately familiar with any of these drugs, but like,
and I'll tell you,
I know what I learned in health class. Let's put it that way.
I'm intimately familiar, and I can tell you it's supposed to make you happy. But you know what?
Yeah. We almost believe you.
is that he's such a monster, that Johnny Depp is such a monster that he's just, if he gets intoxicated on anything, he's just set off, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Kathy Richardson says, it is a true shame that the entire Australia tape with the nurse, doctor, and security can't come in as evidence after the trial. The jurors will see that. Yep. Well, hopefully it ends up not mattering, right? That's the ideal. But because there's third parties on that, it's probably not going to come in, because that's the agreement is audio tapes can come in if it's just Amber and Johnny, not any third parties. Ashley 2733 says, do you think she was having a weird drug trip and thought the floors were actually made out of parakeets? LOL. She mentioned there being a bird in the house when she came downstairs. It was random. That would be a very interesting trip.
I think she just adds in details just to throw the juror off.
Yeah, I do think that, I think that what she is probably doing is doing that thing where like, if somebody hasn't actually experienced something, but they want someone to believe it, that they actually experienced it, they want to throw in all kinds of detail to make it believable. But the question is, what kind of detail are they throwing in? Is it detail that could be potentially impeachable, like something that, and someone will look at and say like, no, like there's evidence of the contrary. Like, like I talked about this, how there was, I wish I could remember where this came from.
Yeah, you can't disprove that a bird was there.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't disprove. I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
We did check for birds in the house.
Or like, was the carpet really dirty when you fell into the floor? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that, to be like, is that really something that you can like push back on?
Right.
Who else is on the witness list? Yesterday, the sister's not going to be able to testify likely because she didn't finish her DEP. So.
Unless the judge says, yeah, but you can use her UK testimony to impeach her on. I don't know. That's the only thing that I can see. Because she did testify in the UK.
Yeah, she did. And they showed that video that I talked about on my channel, where she's on the reality show. Whitney was on this reality show, and she was all bruised up. And some of her castmates were saying, wow, Amber really beat your ass. I can't believe you let Amber beat your ass like that. And so, and this was leaked to this was evidence in the UK trial. So I'm wondering, would they be able to bring that in, Johnny?
Maybe this is why she's not finishing her DEP.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to call her.
Maybe.
I mean, it'd be hard to get in, but it would. I mean,
Apparently, Amber's team is planning to call her though. So. Because she would be the only quote unquote objective witness for the stairs incident to say that Johnny was in fact trying to get to Amber, trying to beat her up, trying to abuse her.
Right.
Well, unless they have some corroborating evidence that was coming out, which again, I could always change my mind. If they have somebody great come in, although I don't know why we haven't heard from them yet. I would think that they would even leak something or whatever, but unless they have something, I think his worst day is a hung jury. I think currently he probably wins, but his worst day is a hung jury. They've got at least a couple jurors who are like, no way in hell does Amber win at this point.
Yeah, and it has to be unanimous, right?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, but you could have some like hardcore Me Too movement person in there, and you can't flip them the end. So Amber could get it hung, but I know Johnny's got some votes locked.
Yeah. I think so. Manny Fabani says, you guys should do a podcast together. Drop the mic. I'll see myself up. Thank you. Simon Tupper says, can Depp's team find a way to use Jerry Judge's own words in court tapes? She keeps referencing him and using him as proof. No, because they would have to have his consent for those. And so the audio recordings are that's one of the reasons why the audio recordings are just Johnny and Amber, because there's a whole consent issue for a lot of these.
And it's hearsay.
It's hearsay.
You can't call him. I mean, unless you would.
Well,
he's
died though. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can't call him.
Did he do a deposition?
I think that is the one thing, is that he didn't.
I don't think he did. But I can be wrong.
I've been down this path in Illinois.
I thought someone had, at
every
least for the
deposition.
UK trial, I thought someone had done a deposition
him.
of him. But I don't know, maybe.
I
If
filed
not,
an emergency motion to advance trial and take an evidence deposition of one of my clients who was dying, and she did, because even if you have a discovery deposition, they're like, nope. Unless you just took a discovery, like it has to be like really close in time, like there's some freak accident like a week later or something like that. That's it.
yeah.
What about the Australia tape? You know, Jerry Judge is on the Australia tape, but they can't let in any of that. Is that right legally? Where he's talking about how she's just cut off Johnny Depp's finger, and Jerry Judge tape talking about it.
So that the analysis to put to it is that technically none of those tapes should be admissible because they haven't been consented to by all parties.
Okay.
But they basically came to an agreement together to make an exception for themselves around that rule that both of them would agree to, so that they would allow some tapes in. So it's not based so much on what would be unlawful as what would be within the scope of their agreement. That they
and also, it wouldn't be hearsay to the extent you let the tape in and Jerry Judge is speaking. He's testifying in court. I mean, it's the evidence is there. So if you could lay a foundation, I think you could lay a foundation for those tapes anyway. You can say,
probably,
who took it? When did you take it? Is it clear? Does it truly and accurately depict what was going on in the house at the time? I think you can lay a foundation for it. But yeah, you're going to work a lot of these things out.
Yeah,
because there's so much material on so many levels. You're going to hash it out with the judge ahead of time.
Yeah. Agreed. Lotta B says, "What are your thoughts on Heard's team calling Depp as a witness? Is it a good move for them to remind the jury how authentic and likable he is?"
Oh, hell no. It's a horrible idea.
For Amber Heard's team?
Oh, yeah. He hammered him the first time. I hated his first day testimony. I hated his first day testimony because he was too cute about his drug use and stuff like that when he could have just admitted things and it looked like he was reaching a little bit. And what I was fussing about was about a 2 out of 10. And then Amber gets on the stand and she's like at a 10 out of 10 in exaggeration the entire time. It's like, forget whatever Johnny's sins were minor or in terms of testifying.
So you actually think it would be a good thing for Johnny to be recalled?
Oh yeah, he look how he smacked him around when they were cross-examining him. They're not good at cross-examination. It gives him an opportunity while responding to those questions to hammer them on things that he didn't like in their case.
Although I do think that they have gotten better at their cross-examination, though, because one thing that I would be concerned about is if he gets up there and he thinks, okay, I did so well the first time, I can let my guard down now, and then they're like, oh, like, by the way, we're actually really good at cross-examination. We just pretended to suck before.
We were sandbagging you.
I mean, well, because look at Camille Vasquez's objections. The objections on Johnny Depp's team, like their side calling objections, has not been particularly great in the first few days, the first couple weeks. It really wasn't that great. Their way of objecting to things and fighting for objections. But then Camille comes out of the gate as soon as Amber Heard is on the stand, and she is like, it's like Elaine doesn't know what hit her in terms of Camille's objections, because it's like, I think that she was probably expecting, oh, these guys suck at objections, so I don't have to really prepare for that.
But part of that is just how's the judge calling it. I've never had a trial this long, even close. So I'll tell you that right now. I've never had that. But if I'm in front of a judge for 6 weeks, I'm like, okay, I've made these objections over the past week or two. I know what this judge is going to rule on these things.
Yeah, as long as they're being consistent.
I'm calibrating to that.
Fair point. So anyhow, well, then maybe that is a good thing. I don't like the idea of Johnny Depp going up again, because I think that it does run a risk for him to kind of ruin a lot of the good ground that he built up when going on the stand. So I'm concerned about that, but maybe he's just a really good witness and they also will still suck at cross-examination. So that's also a possibility.
That's my overwhelming suspicion.
It does seem like a safer position so if you feel like he did well, like some of us do, to not want to mess that up. I see what you're saying about that, Alita, but if he could keep his guard up, and not destroy what he's already done. That would be great.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Wells 41 says, found you in a panic about the case being thrown out after JD's case. Rewatching all of your earlier vids, can the defense really call JD back to testify? And grumpy is not a UK term. Oh, so it's not, so that really is a Johnny Depp term. Okay. We did discuss this. They can call Johnny Depp back to testify. It depends on. It would have to be a very limited scope. It would have to be only in response to things that have come out after his testimony and things that they wouldn't have already had a reasonable opportunity to cross-examine him on. So if they knew that certain things were going to be coming out and they anticipated certain things coming out and they just decided not to ask him, there's a very good argument to say that they shouldn't be allowed to ask those questions. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with them recalling him. Beautiful Disaster says, I absolutely love my Seroquel. Sleep. All right. Well, there you go. Another use for Seroquel, apparently. Brandon Chad Boris says, I've seen a lot of articles claiming that Johnny is dating Camille. Could this impact anything for him? I doubt that they are dating. I think this is probably Amber Heard's PR team planting these kind of stories because they're like, oh, look at these two. Oh, they're super cute together. Camille Vasquez, the attorney. So because they're very buddy and because they're very sweet together, she's also married, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So like
that doesn't matter. But I doubt it for other reasons. But that's the least of other reasons that I doubt it for.
I mean,
as if that matters.
Now, so yeah, I don't put much credence to it. I haven't noticed enough of like the two of them being so lovey-dovey in front of cameras to be like, ooh, they must be dating. Like, I think they have chemistry, and chemistry also, is involved in friendship. So I feel like they have a good, legitimate, real friendship together.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I made a snide remark on Twitter this week about her grooming him. Like, if they were dating, would it be a grooming situation? So she started out as an attorney. I'm not sure that everybody appreciated that joke, but
actually, the bigger problem, the bigger problem of the two would be her.
Yeah, it will be more.
Ethically, you're not supposed to be.
No, I was saying
your clients.
Woman grooming the man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it does. I mean, it depends on the state. Some states have different rules than others. I remember California actually just like changed the rule on this, and I remember like thinking about it for 2 seconds and then being like, well, it doesn't matter to me anyway.
Right.
But Bree, do you remember the rule change in California recently? Like, it's like. It used to be like, so long as you can set aside your feelings and like adequately, properly, zealously advocate for this client, like you can have a relationship with them. But I can't remember exactly how it changed. I think there's like a timing issue to it. Like if you were in a relationship with them before or something.
That's it. So it might have been already in place before I became a lawyer because our test was that if you had a relationship with them before, then you can still represent them, but you cannot if you started representing them before and then you formed a relationship.
Because they don't want like a situation where people are like trading sexual favors for legal representation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or where you have an attorney that is abusing their power role and taking advantage of clients as well. So there's all kinds of ways that can go wrong. But there are so rules can be a little bit different from state to state. But yeah, generally speaking, you usually don't want to start a romantic relationship with your client when you're in the middle of representing them.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to leave. Actually, I'm sorry, I have to leave. But I just wanted to ask one question before I go. Sure. So, any expectations that you all have about this week, or is there something that you're looking for, or that you think is going to happen, or any surprises? Or
I'm just looking for how long they plan to take with Amber Heard on the stand in her direct examination. I mean, it's going to be at least a half a day in my mind, maybe a full day more of her direct examination. And I'm curious to see, like, what I am most curious about is like how she's going to come back after a week of no trial.
Yeah. And if all this bad publicity, it's got to be having an effect, even if she's not paying attention. Like, she's got to know that like everyone is laughing at her.
Well, they know.
Yeah, she has to be off the internet and ignoring messages from friends and family at this point.
But based on the way that she's testifying and the way that she's kind of like presented herself overall in the courtroom. It sounds like she's the kind of person that needs that sort of validation from the people around
she's
her.
keenly aware. I mean,
Yeah.
the umbrella guy or whatever. I don't know. I saw a video on that. She's sending her minions out. That she's keenly aware. She's all about it. She knows what's going on. She knows she's losing.
Yeah, and that's got to be something that and especially if she, you know, and not to turn this into like the whole like psychology of her diagnoses and stuff, but it sounds like if she's the kind of person that needs that has an issue of abandonment, if she feels like she's being abandoned by the public, I wonder if that would be something that has a huge impact on her as well.
Oh yeah, it was
I know.
Amber, if you don't know, let me tell you. You've done that abandoned by the public.
Yes. Yeah. Totally agree. So I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that potentially impacts the rest of her testimony going forward. So
all right, I gotta pop out too. I got to stream. Nice to see you, Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, good to see you both.
And I'm gonna head out too. And send me the link next time, Alita, or this week or whatever, and I'll be back.
Sounds good.
And nice to meet you.
I'll be sending those links tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye,
see you guys.
Bye.
Bye. And Rick Reese says, best live stream going. Excellent insights. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been such a great live stream. We've even gotten into like uploading consciousness and ethics of that and all so many crazy things today.
Everything.
I know. Brandon Chad Boris says, I've seen a lot of articles claiming that Johnny is dating Camille. Oh, could this impact anything? No, I don't think so. We talked about that. Steph Jack UK says, what do you think Amber Heard's legal team thinks of all the memes, videos, etc., highlighting their many mistakes and abrasive tone? I think that they are probably also trying to avoid social media and the media in general for that reason as well. I really think so.
Definitely agree with that. I would be avoiding after I saw the what was it, a TikTok about the palette. I would be like, after that, no social media for anyone in the office at this point.
I mean, because think about it, like lawyers oftentimes are perfectionists, and especially if you are the kind of lawyers that like look, Rottenborn. I don't know if you guys know, but the guy went to Stanford Law School. That is the #3 law school in the entire country. That is the Harvard or the Yale of the West Coast. Like that's a really, really good law school. So like these are very intelligent people that are on both sides of this case, and like you don't get to that point in your career or in your life without being like a high achieving kind of person. Yeah. And so oftentimes when you are that kind of a person, I know from experience of like, you know, being this type of like neurotic kind of person, when you get stuff wrong, it sucks, you know, like, and we try to be very open about that kind of stuff on our channels here. Like, you know, part of it for me is like an exercise in like, okay, it's okay to be imperfect.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like you don't have to be perfect. It's a little bit of an exercise in vulnerability for me, but like for a lot of these guys, it's like making a mistake sucks. Making a mistake publicly sucks even more. Making a mistake that you are then getting dragged through social media through like mockery and memes, like really, 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 really sucks. So I would imagine that, you know, hopefully they have a good sense of humor about themselves. Hopefully, right? Because that's really the only way to get through a case like this. Yeah, I think that they probably are also maybe not paying so much attention anymore either.
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were in their position. I think the same thing arises when you're getting like Google reviews that are not too favorable. So maybe they might be a little bombing. Yeah, they may be a little used to it if they've had clients previously that were upset with them. But other than that, it's hard to hear negative things about yourself, especially when you're putting yourself out there and you feel like you're doing the best you can do.
Yes, exactly. Very good point. So yeah. Deborah D says in AU tapes with Jerry J, AH says he only took a plethora of drugs and hallucinogens, sedated, not sleeping pills. Can't imagine why she can't remember. Therapy. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't actually listened to the audio tapes yet. We will be listening to it after closing arguments at some point. because I know I've heard so many things about these tapes, but that is one of the things that I've heard about them, which it sounds like there's a lot of messed up stuff going on there.
Mm-hmm.
The Art of Zen says, I also love a good comeback story like Kim K. I don't know if this is being sarcastic, but I'm going to say this is being sincere. I know that she had her introduction through sex tape, and now she's like, you know, doing very, very well for herself and the whole Kardashian machine, right?
Yeah, I'm like, where did she come back from? I guess that would be the thing. But that was so long ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah. But I know a lot of people have their opinions about the Kardashians. I personally find them as mostly harmless. So, you know, I don't really have any hate for them personally. Dot 11 says Legalbytes, it's a Parks and Rec reference. Okay, thank you. I haven't seen all of Parks and Rec, so thank you for that. Parks and Rec bloopers. Okay, thanks, guys. I'll have to look that one up. Also probably get back into watching the rest of Parks and Rec, because I think I saw like the first 2 seasons and then life happened and I never went back to it. But it is a really good show and I do love it. Brianna Pinkney says, I went into this case neutral and expecting to see a lot of gray. While there may be gray legally, it's glaringly obvious she's lying and people are actually survivors of IPV and DV. It's gross. I've seen a lot of comments like this one. With people saying, I knew nothing going into it, and I am very opinionated now at this point, and it's not in favor of Amber Heard. Terry Zaleski says, wouldn't you see blood on his face if he put the cig out on his own face? Also, if he is right-handed, that would seem physically awkward. Where was I thought it was on the right side of his face though. Or am I making or is that wrong? I
mean, I feel like either way you can do it.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing that. Demonstration.
But I don't know if there would be blood on his. I don't know if there would be a difference in blood in terms of like if he did it versus if she did it. And also people are pointing out in the chat that blood it would essentially cauterize it with the heat because it burns you. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. Armel says, always valuable insight. Great team. Merci. You're welcome. Merci beaucoup. Otaku reads. Thank you. Peggy Reardon says, anyone hoping this impacts JD's future behavior? You mean like hoping that he doesn't have to rely so much on drugs and alcohol? I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope that he's been able to like, you know, deal with his demons as I understand them as the things that have plagued him from his childhood, from his upbringing, that have caused various behaviors of that maybe have caused some self-harm. I certainly hope so too. I mean, I want everyone involved in this case to get better. You know, I people in the chat are going to hate me for this, but I also hope that for Amber Heard. I really do. I really hope that she, because like, you know, like folks go through like being terrible people because they're in hell already, you know? So it's like, why wish more hell on someone? Because it's only going to cause more behavior like what they're doing. That is terrible. So I honestly hope that the things do get better for her. Not to say that she should like win in this whole thing, because that would just reinforce the behaviors that she's been putting forward up to this point. But like, you know, like hopefully she can go through this whole thing. It's a big wake-up call for her to realize that she needs to change some things. She needs to like, you know, realize the things that she's done wrong and then come through that whole gauntlet on the other side as somebody who has really learned a lot and can hopefully be an example for other people of like, you know, starting off being terrible and learning things and turning things around.
Yeah, same thing, because she needs to mature because she has a baby now, right? Right?
Exactly. It's so true, because these kind of things, they like when it comes to abusive behavior, cycles of abuse are real, you know, like you can pass it on to the next generation. And based on what we have heard about her upbringing, it sounds like that is how this has manifested in her life as well. So, you know, if you truly want her child to grow up to be a healthy human being, you should want Amber Heard to get healing as well.
Yep, exactly.
So that's the logic that I see. Lakeith says, any tips on dating a lawyer? I need a Legalbyte or a Camille, LOL. I don't know, man. To be honest, to be honest, the funny thing is I actually didn't date all that much before I met Mr. Bites. And it's not because I didn't want to. I've got to say, okay, here's a pro tip for finding your very own legal bite. Shoot your shot. Shoot your shot. I'm not joking, because I had, and it's funny, like I don't know if Mark is watching this, but like he's got to have all kinds of thoughts of like me and during law school, and like me and dudes in law school, but like because he knew me at the time, and he knew, like, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to like go down too far down an awkward rabbit hole, but like, you know, I heard towards the end of law school, like at the end of the third year, I heard like all these guys like kind of like coming up and like popping up at the end, talking about how many guys like wanted. Sounds, oh God, now that I'm like in the middle of saying this, it sounds so like self-absorbed, but like basically people saying how like they had wanted to date me, but like never did. And I was like, why didn't they just ask? Like, why didn't somebody just like ask me to go have dinner and talk to me and have a conversation with me? Like, yeah. It just like, you know, that's the kind of thing that like I wanted, but like there were a number of guys that I remember were like kind of talked around it a little bit. And I was like, okay, like, I think maybe he's interested, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know unless you actually ask me, you know, unless you're like, hey, let's go have lunch or something. Let's go get to know one another. But like, yeah, I anyhow, but Mr. Bites was one of those that he met me, he hung out with me, and he decided, hey, I'm gonna shoot my shot, and I'm gonna ask her if she wants to have dinner with me, if she wants to have drinks with me, if she wants to, you know, hang out with me. And it was like literally like he was only in town for like a good 10 days. And he kept asking me if I wanted to hang out, and I said, yeah. So anyhow,
and I the bots came.
I know, of course. Yeah, of course. That's when the bots come, right? And I hear you, Neth Star. You say, as Alita, as a guy, going up to a woman is scary. I 100% understand that. And that's the thing, is that like in all of those kind of situations, like not every woman is like me. I get that, but like, you know, for the most part, women are people too. And women can also detect nerves. They can also detect, like, you know, when somebody is being vulnerable. And a lot of women kind of like the soft underbelly of a dude sometimes too, but also the confidence of a dude. Like, so having a guy be confident enough to come up to a woman and say like, hey, like I'm a little nervous right now, but I think you're really cute, and I want to get to know you for who you are. I want to pick your brain. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things that is I don't know. It's very attractive to have a guy come up to you like that. Because let me tell you, like there had been a few times where I had tried to pursue a guy before, because like he wasn't moving, and I was interested in him 100% every single time that I tried, it failed, because the answer was he just wasn't that interested.
Yeah, that's true. I think also with dating lawyers, depending on what stage they're at, I feel like sometimes female lawyers get a bad rep to being like aggressive and things like that. So also coming up and asking them on a date may serve you well. And maybe you don't ask them on a date romantically. You ask them on a date as a friend, and you get to know them.
And that's another thing too, is that like, it doesn't have to start in like a high stakes kind of situation where it's like, your, you know, all or nothing dinner, like super romantic kind of thing. Sometimes going overly romantic in the beginning is also a little overwhelming, but just like, hey, like, let's hang out. So as an example, I'll tell you guys a little bit about, somebody in the chat asked how we met.
It is Alita and relationship advice.
Now that we're on the topic, but I mean, look, so this is how Mr. Bites and I met. So he's a graduate of West Point Military Academy. So is my brother. They had met not at school, but like through their network afterwards. And my brother was organizing a football watch party between Army and Air Force. So they were playing once, together. And so Mr. Bites happened to be in town. And so they had connected through Facebook or whatever. And so my brother invited him over, and I happened to be there because Texas was also playing Texas Tech. So I was like in my Texas jersey because I'm like, yeah, I just graduated and like super like, you know, Longhorns. And so I was there with one of my best friends from high school. And so he happened to be there. My brother made me move over so that he could sit next to him. So he was like, so Mr. Betts was sitting between me and my brother. And I was like, at first I was like annoyed because I was like, whatever, one of your West Point friends, like he's probably married or something, like all of these guys are, like even if they're cute. And like, so I was just kind of like, whatever, like, why are you making me move? But anyway, it turns out that like, I like look over, there's no ring. And I'm like, okay, but he's probably engaged. And then like, you know, or has a girlfriend or something. That's usually the case. And so, but he's kind of like popping back and forth between talking to him and talking to me. And then like, I kind of like, I pick up every once in a while of like, you know, he's saying like, kind of signaling like, no, I don't actually have a girlfriend. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But then like, you know, after the football games end, everybody else kind of like leaves except for me, Mr. Bites, and my friend Olivia. And so then he was like, this is in Orange County. This is in Newport Beach. So, you know, afterwards he's like, so I took an Uber here from Santa Monica and, you know, I'm planning to just like Uber back at some point. And I had like, after I learned that, I told my friend, I was like, hey, do you have any plans for the rest of the day? And she's like, no. I was like, okay, cool. Then we're hanging out with him. And so I was the one that was driving the two of us. So that's why I was like, I had to kind of check in with her. But so basically he was like, so is there anything like, are there any good beaches, you know, around here? And I was like, dude, you're in Orange County, California. Of course there are. Like, we're going to take you to all of them. So we just like, we took the car down the PCH and like went to, down to Laguna Beach and like walked all over the place, showed him like all of the art galleries and everything. And it was just one of those days that just like turned into like the next thing, the next thing, and the next thing. And like conversation just like kept like flowing into the next one. And like, we realized like time was just passing by and we realized like, oh, like it's dinner time. Should we grab dinner? Yeah, let's grab dinner. And like, no one was willing to end the conversation until like we ended up like dropping him off back in Santa Monica at like 1 a.m. or something after like walking all over like the Santa Monica Pier and the promenade and the beach and everything. And then it was just like, he had gotten my phone number and like every day he was like, you know, he would text me and be like, can I see you tomorrow? Can I see you tomorrow? Can I see you tomorrow? And I was like, heck yeah. So anyhow, that's how that happened. Like that is like organically how that happened. So, so yeah, love date bites or love bites. Oh, thanks guys. Thank you. So that is essentially the story of how we met. And we have been together ever since. So yeah, so that's how you can find your own little Legalbytes somewhere is essentially shoot your shot.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyhow, yeah. But Laketh says, oh yeah, that's the question there. That was the thing that started this whole thing right here. Anyhow, Thomas Long, thank you for your super chat. Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda says, how come Whitney can testify even though she didn't finish her deposition? I'm not even sure it got to where JD's team could question her in the depo. I agree. There's a huge question mark on all of this. But yeah, I think it has to do with probably, if they're going to allow her in, it's probably going to be because of the fact that that she testified already in the UK. That's the only real justification that I can see, because otherwise they are basically like otherwise incentivizing or awarding parties for like keeping their witness from being fully deposed by the other side. I still don't like it. Even if they win on that justification, I still don't like it. It doesn't sit right with me personally. Yeah. Daisy Rainbow, thank you for your super chat. Jacqueline Purdue says it's like waiting for season finale of a favorite show, right? It is. It's like it feels like even like a series finale. Like because we know that like this is gonna be, I mean, hopefully the end of the story, right? Like hopefully it's not gonna be like, oh, but like round 2, the appeal.
The appeal. If one party doesn't win, there's likely gonna be some type of attempt at an appeal. And so there's 8 days left, right? Monday through Thursday, 2 weeks.
Monday through Thursday, 2 weeks. And it's starting at 9 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. East Coast time.
So they gave him a little extra time.
A little bit. Yeah, I think so. Because she's like, we need to get this done before Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
So Daisy Rainbow says, question, does Cross take up Amber Heard's or JD's remaining time? So it depends on who we're talking about. If it's cross-examination of Amber Heard, then that is JD's time. And that's why there was so much time on Amber Heard's side that was used up in the first half, because they just took so long to do a lot of their cross-examinations. Soaring Kite says, why would anyone want to make coffee for someone who just beat the crap out of her? Seriously, I agree. 100%. I mean, even if you are in like, yeah, exactly. Like if you're trying to appease people, I feel like it just doesn't feel realistic for a situation like that. Like even if we're talking about somebody who's trying to appease someone, trying to, make them happy so that they're not angry and they don't, do things to you. Like that just seems like a little bit of a bridge too far.
Yeah.
And I see Marie Vicarious that wants to know what's Bree's channel. She's linked in the description below. Boss Attorney Bree. Be sure to check her out and subscribe over there. Beautiful Disaster says, I learned more info here than I do watching the news. Thank you to you and all your guests for informing the public. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'm just glad that the folks, find it interesting. M. Wana Mume says, if he still has a good relationship with his kids, his life is not destroyed. Fact.
True.
Fact.
True.
Because it seems like that is something that is very important as well.
Mm-hmm.
MZQT McHotness says, while I don't think we have seen one in this trial, could you please explain what a hostile witness is and how the line of questioning changes? So actually, so technically, every time that an attorney is cross-examining a witness, that is a hostile witness because it's hostile to their case. Like this is a witness whose interests basically are against your party's interest. So technically, we kind of have seen a lot of hostile witnesses because every time we've seen a cross-examination. But in terms of like calling a hostile witness, that would be is if Amber Heard's team recalls Johnny Depp, that would be calling him as a hostile witness. And so basically the changes there is that they would be able to cross-examine him in their direct because the expectation is that he's not going to be sympathetic to their case. And so they have the ability to ask leading questions because of that. Like everyone understands this is not a friendly witness. But it also means that on cross-examination, Johnny Depp's team can still cross-examine with leading questions. So they can then lead their own witness on cross-examination. So there's a risk. There's definitely a risk.
And I think a lot of people see on TV hostile witness is just a super aggressive person, but not necessarily the definition.
Yes, exactly. It's literally just that they have their interests are hostile to yours. And also I saw in the chat, Carla Barrick wanted to know, wait, Legalbytes, I thought they had to add Fridays. So they did add one Friday, and that is the 27th is going to be closing arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the one Friday that we have here. So, but next Friday, my understanding is we still don't have anything. For next Friday, we still have next Friday off. Alrighty. Ben, the LP student, says, in COVID quarantine, second time, and in between classes, but the good news is I get to follow the trial with you this week. MSM sucks. You guys rule. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And good luck in all of your classes and stuff too. Sorry that you're in COVID quarantine though. That really sucks. But at least you've got a little bit more free time, it sounds like. Ludovic Picard says likelihood of JD win, hung jury / both lose / AH win. I think the chances for Johnny winning right now are actually pretty decent. I mean, of course, with the caveat that we don't know what the jury is thinking. I feel like every time I have to point that out, right?
Yeah, and I also wonder what the jury instructions are going to be, because if they're going off of like California definition of domestic abuse, it could qualify. But if they're going off of the claims that she made, like the essay and physical abuse, then I think Johnny has a really good chance.
Yeah. That's the other wild card here is how they end up defining abuse.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll see. But I am somewhat optimistic based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And then if the cross-examination of Amber Heard is as strong as I would hope, that would just confirm my feeling so far. So
Yeah.
but we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Evie Warner says Umbrella Guy's coverage is okay, but he makes lots of claims of flimsy circumstantial evidence that wouldn't hold up in court. Too sensational for me. I haven't seen much of his recent stuff just because I haven't had the time. But what I have seen was when there were some new court filings that were coming out, and I saw his reading and his understanding of it and his basically explanations of those court filings. And I do think that he did a very good job of those. Not a lot of people can parse through a court filing and be able to give people the TLDR of it in a very accurate way. And I think that he did do a good job of that. So I haven't seen some of his other stuff though, but not as any kind of a knock to him, just literally because I haven't had the time.
Yeah.
Emperor El Kuf, thank you so much. Kathy Richardson says AH supporters have reported Umbrella Guy to CPS, filed false police reports against him and others, and are swatting JD supporters. God, that sucks.
Wow.
That really, really, really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I know that he had been swatted before, I think. Like this was like a while ago, but I don't know if there was anything recent, then that really, really sucks. I really hate to see that in any kind of a case, regardless of whether I agree or disagree with what someone is saying out on the internet. Like, I hate that. Please don't do that, guys. If you have access to someone's information, please don't release that to the public. Joshua Avalos says, hey, been watching for a while and love the coverage and content. Thank you. Says, will you guys be covering the trial again when it starts on Monday? Yes. Join us because it's going to be fire.
Here on Legalbytes.
Yep, right here on this channel. Be here. I will have links spread across all my social media accounts, so you'll get links to all the live streams. And so yeah, I always start a half an hour before trial starts so that we have time to get warmed up, make sure I've got everything working and everything is all set up while we're chit chatting. And so, at first I remember thinking like, how am I going to fill that time, the 30 minutes with like conversation? Like, what if it's just me? Like, I need to have things like planned out. And now number one, people usually jump in like within a few minutes, but also like I get so many people in the chat that are asking all kinds of questions that I'm like, oh, like this is like perfectly convenient. Yeah. People are very excited about it. So yeah, Joshua, be sure to join us on Monday. Because it's gonna be wild. Emperor El Kuf says, Hogla, have you ever seen AH v DP trial highlights animated in an Ace Attorney game? If not, here's a link. Okay, I'm gonna have to get that to him at some point. And that's one thing about StreamYard is when you have a super chat, it doesn't give you like the ability to highlight the thing. But I have seen some of those on my Reddit page because yes, I have a Legalbytes Reddit page. And before this trial, there was like 2 people, I think, or like 50, maybe like 50. 2 is a little bit of an understatement, but but there weren't that many people on there, and there wasn't really much like activity on there until some people discovered it. And now I think there's like over 600 people, and there's all kinds of memes and videos and stuff being shared. So if you guys have an interest in sharing the memes, head on over there and go and get in on that action because it's super fun. I have seen some animated Ace Attorney stuff. I will be sure to get those to Rick so that he can see those as well. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Eloise says, what about the crowds for JD/booing Amber? Does the jury see this, or are they let out another way? They are let out another way. No one gets to see the jury like leaving or where to do. Oh, and also I see in the chat, DUI guy says, by the way, Legalbytes, Ian, Rob, and I are going to be in Fairfax tomorrow for the trial on Monday. Yes. Do I have your, how did I get you the link last time that I had you on? Are we in DMs on Twitter, or are we email? I can't remember. Let me know in the chat so that I can get you the StreamYard link too. But I would love to have you guys on for when you're able to come and tell us about what's going on inside that courtroom. But yeah, super exciting. I hope you guys get in. Twitter, that was it. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll be sure to DM you. So yes. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. And I will really look forward to seeing you guys, and your thoughts on stuff. Anyway, Eloise says, what about the crowds? Okay. Does the jury see this, or are they let out another way? No, the jury is let out another way. They are typically let out before Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are, right? Like they're always standing to excuse the jury. Yeah. So, but my guess is that they're probably bussed in from an undisclosed location. That's usually how these kinds of trials work, so that people can't follow them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, Breezy says, why not just admit her mugshot into evidence? Oh, that is very prejudicial and definitely not probative. So because the whole purpose of that would be to basically say, like, look at this convict. She's done all kinds of terrible things. And yeah, no, that's not gonna fly for sure. Because it's remember, you've got to weigh the probative value, like how relevant is it in this case against the prejudicial nature, like how prejudiced is that gonna make the jury against her?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Yeah, that's way outside.
Like, here's her mugshot.
Yes, exactly. Holden Graham says, Miss Bites, I love the coverage. Hogue, you are also GOAT material. He is. P.S. Thanks, Spidey. His channel sent me your way. Thank you. Yes, Spidey is amazing. He's also been on the channel quite a bit. And hopefully he comes back as well as much as possible, because I love seeing the stuff that he picks up as well, for sure. Art Alexander 93 says, how many more weeks of court should we expect? Two more of testimony and then closing arguments, and then we don't know how long the jury is going to take. It could be a day, it could be several it could be several days, it could be a whole week. I doubt that it's going to go much beyond a week, but yeah, so that's basically it. Yeah. Alrighty. Ben, the LP student, says, being half Korean and having lived in Japan while in the USMC, I can see how having Asian jurors might be relevant. Lots of male-dominated societies. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I can see that too. And also the ways in which different cultures have parents that talk to one another, or parents that talk to their kids. Basically, like, you can have different styles of communication where in some households they say like, how are you talking to your child? That is way too harsh. Right. Versus, others that might say like, you're being way too soft on your kids. There are some Asian cultures, from what I know from friends that are, Asian Americans, having grown up in Southern California, went to UC San Diego, friends that there are quite a few folks there that are Asian American. I talked a lot about having tiger moms. That's a thing that they have told me about. I'm not going to pretend to be any kind of an expert on anything because I'm not Asian American, but this is just, I'm saying what friends have told me. But, there's this thing of like having a tiger mom is this idea of like, I guess another, like parallel term that some people have had in other cultures is like having a helicopter mom. So sometimes it's like this intense kind of like communication from your parents, an intense kind of upbringing of like you will succeed or else you're a failure. Right. Like you'll be number one or you're last. So yeah. Anyhow, Dawn Aerosmith says, love you all. NEC AH data center court open glass case tissue issue blow nose 12:30ish. Much anger and tears of how our DV and SA lived experience shit on by AH lies. Oh, I see. So basically, like, yeah, I understand that there's a lot of people that are angry because they have actually gone through DV and SA kind of scenarios. And so I totally understand. I understand that a lot of people are saying that like it hurts their cases. It's very triggering for them because they actually went through it, and to see her the way that she's testifying feels very fake, and it feels very phony, and it feels like it's stealing their story.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Dawn. I appreciate your super chat there. Britt Cormier says, LB, Amber is also a human on this case. At first I thought it was going to say a superhuman. Sorry. That's why I was like starting to laugh. Amber is also a human in this case. Me, Objection Foundation. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me redo this. LB, Amber is also a human in this case. Me, Objection Foundation. Sorry, catching up, but no way I was letting that one pass. LOL. Yeah. Okay. I totally ruined the joke. I'm sorry, Britt. I'm sorry. I'm Ron Burgundy. Okay. That's a good one. That's a funny one. Luffy A says, question in Cross, do you think they'd ask questions about her affair with James Franco and Elon? FYI, beware, muffins might come disguised as cupcakes to sabotage Amber Heard's Cross. That's funny. So yeah, they could totally ask questions about James Franco and Elon Musk. They could. It might stick. It might not stick. I think that Elon, there's maybe a little bit more possibility for it to stick because we have seen some security footage that looks like it was maybe Elon Musk sneaking in with Amber Heard. I don't know if they will also be introducing the James Franco footage of her and him in the elevator like the next day after the May 21st incident. But yeah, I think that they absolutely can and probably will ask those questions because it goes to the whole allegation that Johnny is making unfounded claims of adultery and that could be a form of abuse. So in order to combat that, to say like, no, he had reason to believe that. Yeah. Rio Dorado says, are people aware Amber Heard didn't pose for flash photography? It's just the light from her monitor distracting her for a moment. Still a bad person. Yeah, that could very well be. And this is one of those like reasons why I hope to like not jump too quickly on these things that really start to pass around on social media. Because there's always a possibility that there could be some other explanation for it. And I don't want to jump too quick. So to conclusions, but very good point there. Courtney Fernandez says, why is it okay for AH to bring up KM and Kate Moss in regards to past DV on JD's side, but her past relationship with DV cannot be? Isn't that also prejudicial? It is prejudicial. And that's why it opens the door for him to bring in Kate Moss herself to testify. Right. I mean, it's not a beneficial thing for Amber to have mentioned Kate Moss, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it was beneficial. And she tried to slide it in there kind of sneakily. And I think Johnny Depp's team caught it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have some questions to her about that.
Yeah. Agreed. So, and then with her past relationship with DV, so that door has to be opened as well. So these past relationships, the only way to bring them in is through a door opening. So if she makes a statement saying, I've never hit a past, like a prior, partner. A prior partner in the past. Yeah. Then that's the kind of thing that you could bring that in to impeach her on. So. Cutie 102 says, I was an average Johnny fan until this. Now I'm obsessed and won't sleep well until he's vindicated. Fair point. I think there are a lot of people in your position. Rick Cormier says, since we are talking about LB homework, I can just assume you skipped Gone Girl because you were working on your Black Sabbath homework that you owe me. That's a fair point. You did tell me about that before.
It's always great when they come back.
I know. Oh, man. Wally Holmesley says, you guys are great. What, if anything, LOL? Why hasn't the metadata issue come up if she is presenting photos? Did I read that correctly? Yes, you did. So the reason is we haven't seen cross-examination yet. I would expect that to maybe come in during cross-examination because if you think about it, Elaine Bredehoft is not going to bring up those issues for Amber on her direct, and you can't really do it through objections because that's not really an appropriate time to bring that up. The time to do
Right.
it is during cross-examination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uncivil is in the chat.
Uncivil in the chat. Hey, you have a link. Come on, join us. Sassafras Cat says, Alita, don't worry about Gone Girl. I'm an avid reader and still haven't seen it. Much love to you. I'm a lover of everything as goes legal. Ah, thank you. Thank you. And much love back to you. So yeah, the Heather's in the chat. I still need to watch Gone Girl. I'm sorry guys. I feel like I'm letting people down. I know I had the whole week, but believe me guys, it's been a break, but for me, it hasn't really been a break because it's been an opportunity for me to like get caught up on all the life things that I've been putting off, like important life things. But yeah, I hopefully I still have an opportunity to do it. Brianna says, hi, Bree. Sincerely, another Bree. LOL. That's awesome. JJ Girl says, doesn't the fact that the audio from Australia is contemporaneous in the aftermath, the cleanup and looking for the finger, qualify for a hearsay exception? So the contemporaneousness of it, it can. I mean, it depends on the exception that we're going for. Like, for example, in California, so last I looked up this rule or this exception in California. I remember that the statements against interest exception to hearsay in California is like way more limited than it is in other places, right? Because it has to be a contemporaneous statement about what somebody is doing in the moment, like as opposed to just like a statement that is like, admitting to something,
Right.
So, but in Virginia and most other places around the United States, it's just any kind of a statement by that party that's against their interest. Like Amber saying like, yeah, okay, I hit you with pots and pans, but that's not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
That's a statement against her own interest here. So the contemporaneousness is like, when I think about that, I think of like that statement against interest. But I don't know.
Aren't they not letting that recording in because of the third parties though?
I think so. Yeah.
So
It's less about
to it.
Yeah, it's less about hearsay and it's more about the consent issue of these people being recorded. So yeah. I think yeah. Sorry to give you a little bit of a non-answer, but it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more. Yeah. Like I was going to say, it's a little bit less of a hearsay issue and a little bit more of a consent issue about recordings. Yeah. James Thomas says, is it possible for Amber Heard to use makeup to fake a bruise on her cheek? She claims she has used her makeup to cover it up. Wouldn't she be familiar with that kind of makeup she used? This is what a lot of people are saying. So it is definitely possible. It is absolutely possible. And I'm very curious to see how, Johnny Depp's team is going to cross-examine her on the subject of makeup, because because you also want it to be believable what they're going for, right? You don't want it to be like something that the jury's going to look at it and be like, what? You know what I mean? Anyhow. Yep. Next one. Brandon DeHaven says, excuse my ignorance, but why isn't the jury in settings like this made up of people who are trained to detect deception or can understand testimony better than normal peers? Well, because we are that's just the way that the jury system is made up, is that it's supposed to be normal peers. It's supposed to be, it's a very democratic way of doing it. It's kind of a unique system, and is my understanding in that regard. I mean, even in, I think in the UK, they do have jury trials, I think, right? Like anyone in the UK in the chat, anyone want to confirm that? But like, I think that they're less common. And I think that like the way, like there are plenty of European judicial systems that don't have jury trials. Like people have commented this at us before and saying like, I just don't understand this whole system. because there's an inherent distrust in the common populace. But in the United States, like we have the opposite. We have kind of this like wisdom of crowds sort of theory. And okay, thank you guys. Yeah, there's some folks in the UK saying yes, lots of jury trials. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Especially since our system came from your system. But it's as far as detecting deception, it's very difficult to say that like we could train that, because humans are deception detectors anyway. And there's all kinds of research about like whether people that are trained to detect lies, like all out lies, if they're any better at it than a normal person that has had no training on it. Like even when we have Spidey, right? Like even when we have Spidey come on to the channel, like he says like there's no such thing as like a lie detector, training. Like what he says is like, he's like, what I do is I provide a starting point, I provide a starting point for people to try to like figure some things out on their own. But like, it's never going to be a situation where like you are able to like become this lie detector. Right. And know exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that any amount of training will really help people beyond just their overall lived experiences prior to that point. Yeah. So yeah. Cynthia Guzman says AH copied Rihanna's testimony when she described JD's eyes were black, that she couldn't see his soul. Oh, I hadn't heard that about Rihanna. Did you, Brie? Have you heard anything about that? Like with her describing what she went through?
No, I haven't heard that necessarily, but I can see where they're coming from, that it may not have been legitimate, or that it may have been exaggerated or not her story, just because it came off as like a over trying. But no, I haven't heard it about Rihanna.
Interesting. SM says, who decides for extradition if AH is found guilty of perjury in Australia? Allegedly, investigation ongoing, and Australia sought help from the FBI. Extradition rules are not my forte at all. But my understanding is like, in order to extradite someone, like there has to be a very big reason. Like it has to.
Yeah. Okay. Perjury. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But it's like for something as I mean, perjury is a crime, yes, of course. But in terms of like overall crimes, it's not one of the big ones. It's a pretty low level one, generally speaking. But
from my understanding, the U.S. would have to hand her over. But again, I'm not well versed in extraditions.
Yeah. I don't see that. I don't see that being something that is successful in this kind of a case, just because it's such a low level kind of crime, and she could probably just decide never to go back to Australia again, which could limit some of her filming gigs, because I know there's a lot of films that go there. Yeah. So Matthew Giannotti, Ivy Brooks wants to know, when is the trial back on in the chat? I see that. It's going to be Monday, 9 a.m. East Coast time, 8:30 here, but 9 a.m. for the trial itself. Oops. Miss Gwen, thank you so much for that. Greg Shaftmaster says, your consciousness living on in a box sounds like a way for convicted felons to serve their multiple life sentences finally. That's funny. That's really funny. Roxanne Wynn says, that Umbrella guy, Andy Signor, and others have had live streams and their whole channel shut down due to AH fans. Tug has had police called on him and his mother. God, they have also doxed many people. That sucks. That really sucks. All of that sucks. I don't like any of that.
Hopefully it doesn't have a strong impact on their channel in the future.
Yeah, agreed. Alrighty. Michael White says, have you heard the rumor that Camille Vasquez and Johnny Depp are dating? We heard about that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. I think that they are just, they probably get along very well. They're probably spending a lot of time sitting next to each other. And so people like to speculate about that kind of stuff. She's very beautiful, and he's Johnny Depp. So I can see people, he's very charismatic. So I can totally see folks, imagination running wild. I'm not gonna put that story forward at all until there's like real evidence, as in like the two of them coming forward and being like, yes, we are together now. But yeah, I don't believe it.
Right.
Oh, Pixie Creamful One says, slightly off topic, but that Black Mirror episode I think is also meant to make us question the concept of consciousness, i.e., the ship of Theseus. Ooh.
Mm.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we could have a whole episode talking about that Black Mirror episode. Wow. Could be. I mean, do you, Bree, do you know about the ship of Theseus idea?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
So it's this idea that that like you have a ship over time that is like rebuilt. It's been restored so many times. So by plank, essentially. So over time, the entire thing gets replaced with new parts, but it only in like these tiny little pieces. So the idea is like, you know, is it still the same ship over time?
Okay.
Like, is it the same ship because it's been like replaced in all these different pieces, or is it a brand new ship? But like it's happened over time. So it's a very interesting discussion that people can get into philosophically about that. Which is not unlike the human body, by the way, because our cells are always obviously regenerating and all that good stuff. So, yeah. Anyhow, thank you for that.
I'll look into that.
We can definitely get into so many deep discussions. I love all of it.
You've seen them steal my stream, so they maybe have to admit.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Dustin Schneider says, you mentioned breaking points on the stream the other day. They talked a lot about Stephen Donzinger's case. Any chance you cover it post JD trial? I know literally nothing about that, but I will make a note about it just to check it out at least, and then make a determination. Thank you for that.
Alita, I have to pop off. I have to go eat dinner.
Sure.
So I will
of course.
see you. I will
of
see
course.
you
Thanks for hanging out.
Next week.
Of course. Yes. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to pop into your stream. Guys, if you haven't already, subscribe to Bree. Tomorrow, there's going to be a bunch of people on her channel for a live stream to do kind of like a hangout session, do some objection games. It's going to be really fun. Be sure to go over there and subscribe so that you can go and watch her stuff. We're also trying to get her monetized. She's got the subscribers, but she needs the watch time hours. So go over there, watch some of her stuff. It'll really help her out too.
Okay.
So
yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow then.
See ya.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Peony Lover says, question, can JD's lawyers run out the clock like in football and Amber Heard's lawyers, giving Amber Heard less time to plead their case? Not really, because they can run out their own clock, essentially. But the problem is when they run out of time on their end, that doesn't end the whole game. So if they run out of time and Amber Heard still has time, then, you know, she can continue going with her case without them having a chance to rebut. So I wouldn't advise for anyone to do that. Yeah. So Ado R, thank you so much for your super sticker. Stephen Bunt says, will this open people's eyes as to why SA is the worst crime ever? It's one thing to believe all women, but the proving SA and having proof of SA is way different and harder than believing the story. I completely agree. And this is one of the big reasons why I personally never went into criminal law. It's because of cases like that, where, you know, like so many laws can be shaped by where you decide to place the burden of proving something. And I think that when it comes to SA cases, there's a lot to be said for like where the burden gets placed when someone has made some kind of a claim, and it's and where that burden should be placed, especially because oftentimes you have a case where the evidence might be a little bit thin, but it may have actually been something that actually happened to someone. And just because it's very thin, it means that it's obviously going to make it much harder to prove. It's much harder to convince a jury as to what happened. So I completely agree. Like when it comes to real cases, you can have a very, very difficult time with prosecuting a case or defending a case, you know, whatever perspective you have on that particular case. but yeah, it's a lot harder than just believing. And I think that that's one of the reasons too why that phrase of like believe all women it really gained a lot of power, is because you had a lot of women who are in those kinds of positions who like something actually happened to them and no one listened to them, and there was not enough proof, as according to what people had determined, for people to really listen to them. So I think that probably was a correction that was made, possibly an overcorrection, but I hear what you're saying. So Sympathetic Slytherin says, I heard that AH started the KM rumor in 2017. I hope JD team has proof of hoax. Well, I mean, the thing about the KM rumor is that they can also bring in KM herself. So the fact that she has been so sympathetic and so supportive of him, I think is very good for him. So, and that's the best way to dispel a rumor that he abused her, is to bring her in and ask her about it and have her give her authentic answers. And if her answers are like, no, nothing ever happened. In fact, he's been wonderful. I mean, that's the best way to dispel the rumor, right? Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda says, Colonel Kurtz, hope you got my €20 tip the other day. PayPal said it went through, but it hasn't come up on my bank statement. Much love to you all. Oh, I hope I'm sorry that I didn't get this to her. I'm going to take a screenshot and hopefully I can remember to get that to her. But awesome. Wonderful. Lovely. I love to see it. William Wilford says, ladies, if your man did that with a bottle and you got a TRO, would you break that to see him in San Fran for a sexual encounter? Play the ballet video 2 weeks after the AU incident and the final tape of San Fran. Case closed. I mean, I have a hard time with, speaking of people who give me a hard time, I'm just kidding. Hey, Kurt, how's it going?
You know you love it.
Of course I do. Of course. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing reasonably good.
Good. Very good. Good weekend?
I heard something about Ship of Theseus. I was like, I'm in.
Ah, that's what brought you in. Okay. Yeah. I had fun explaining that to Bree.
Yeah. It's a great thought experiment. The trolley car problems are always fun too. They're great questions.
Yes. Oh, your background is changing colors.
Yes, it is. I have the lights set to a color changing mode. So badass.
That is cool. It's like it like took me off guard for a second.
Yeah. I have color changing bulbs now. Kick ass.
That's awesome. That is really, really cool. So yeah, I think to answer the super chat, William, I do think that it's a little strange that if you want to go so far as to get a TRO against someone and then you like intentionally break it to go and like have this last thing with someone when they are not allowed to be by you. It does speak a different kind of narrative.
Yeah.
For sure. Maria F says, thank you for doing what you do. Have you seen the YouTube vid? AH lawyer reacts to KM. Weird Anomaly has it on their channel. Elaine isn't smiling in this one. Oh, that's very interesting. I haven't seen that video, but thank you for letting me know. I'm going to see if I can check that out for sure. So yeah. Fox E. Crow, thank you so much for your super chat. Fox E. Crow then says, I have a near-death experience every time I look into Amber's eyes. Oh, no. 2012 Jameson says, yes, another Texas attorney, LOL. Adam Wofford says, the big problem with loading up your mind into cyberspace, every thought good, normal, and stray thoughts, and bad, and even evil thoughts would be known and would change the cyberspace. It could be correct. Yeah. So I don't know if you caught earlier when we started talking about that Black Mirror episode where people like are able to live on forever in their consciousness because they upload their consciousness to like a server. Mm-hmm. Have you seen that episode?
I've not, but it sounds badass. I've played games that are similar premise, so I'm certainly familiar with the premise. Yeah.
It's like it's a really, really good episode, and it really gets you thinking quite a bit. So we were talking about like the ethics of that and like how that could change people's character, because if you know that like you're going to live forever, you know, like you don't really have any real consequences. And so like So that really changes the way that you make certain decisions, and the way that you prioritize certain things. I feel like it would turn you into like a very hedonistic person, at least for a while anyway. And then anyway, but then also like thinking about it as a lawyer, like what if they what about the maintenance required to like power that whole like system? And then what if they just decided to turn it off? Like you would have no recourse. You'd have no way of like enforcing that agreement from the other side.
Well, I mean, that's kind of true of death just generally. I have no way of enforcing that either, you know?
Yeah.
They can turn me off.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, yeah, but at least you don't have like a contract with folks, and like you haven't paid a bunch of money for your life.
Yeah.
Right. So ideally.
I'm not sure contract law is equipped to deal with this.
Yeah. But it's very interesting. And Adam, I think those points are also really good, that like all of your thoughts, all of the private thoughts that people have are then like, they're public, right? Like somebody gets to see them. That's weird to me.
Maybe
I like
not.
having privacy.
Yeah.
Some level of privacy anyway. So, yeah. Let's see. Secret McSquirrel says, can you tell people about the fake Depp channel, please? Oh, yes. Mr. Bites even saw it earlier, and he fell for it for a second. Because it's like you go, and it was showing like Isaac Baruch's testimony. But it said like, you know, live Johnny Depp Q&A or AMA Q&A, and then like said like it was sponsored by Elon Musk. And it's like when you go on there, I was like, just report that as fake, as spam or whatever. Yeah. That's really all that we can do.
I ran into a friend today who had the same thing. He's like, oh, did you see Johnny Depp was live streaming? I said, no, he's not. He said, yes, he is. I'm like, I'm telling you. No, he's not. So he even fell for it. Yeah, it's a big crypto scam. Not that I have any familiarity with crypto scams on the internet, but you know, yeah, it's just a big Ethereum crypto scam.
Yes. Yeah. I think, yeah. So please do stay away from those. There's absolutely zero chance that Johnny Depp is doing any kind of communications with the public, let alone a Q&A or an AMA.
And if he was, it wouldn't just be on one YouTube channel. It would be like on all of them. And on probably mainstream news, you know,
they would be talking about that. They would.
I think that might get some press attention. I just think that would be a possibility.
Yes, agreed. So please stay away from that. If you see that, just report it as you know, spam or something, or like it's
misleading. I flag it every time for all
misleading. Yes, exactly. Mega Carpal Tunnels says, I'm new here. Who's the fluffy intruder? I don't know. The fluffy intruder. Oh, you might be talking about this one over here. Little Miss. Oh, she looks like a little shadowy blob right now, but this is Indy, my pupper. She's here almost every single live stream at some point. But she's my chocolate lab mix, and that's usually what she does. Shimpasta says, mainstream, lamestream. Keep up the great work, Alita Battle Angel and LawTube. Thank you. Nicole Paulus says, Fred, George, and Brucey wanted to give Astor Holmes and Indy money for some treats and toys. They say fur babies unite. Yay! Aw, thank you so much. And I see your photo here is super cute too, with the little antlers. That's really cute. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. They really appreciate it. 2012 Jameson says, journalists get laws wrong all the time. Makes me mad. You do. It's true. Ruby Rudy says, I feel like LawTube is way more real than mainstream media. Mainstream media has to have legal analysts. You guys are actual lawyers.
Legal analysts are actual lawyers too. The real problem is that they don't have enough time, because you know, on any news program, you know, you get 30 seconds, you get a minute. You know,
yes.
You get if you're lucky, right? You're Jeffrey Toobin. You know, you get 15, 20 seconds to express an idea, and then you get another 20 seconds to express an idea. And it's the same for all of them. They have to hyper condense everything.
So you lose all nuance.
It removes all nuance, and it becomes very, very unwieldy. And it's just because they literally just do not have enough time, which is ironic given the 24/7 nature of the programming. But it's like we always got to be moving on to the next thing. And so one of the nice things is like, well, we apparently have unlimited time, so you know we can just go on forever. So yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, do you know how expensive it is to like to run TV programs and have those people? And yeah.
Probably very expensive.
Yeah.
Ashton Francis says, should I stay home and watch the trial Monday or go grill at my ER for EMS week?
Why not both?
Bring your phone or your tablet with you. I work at the ER. It'd be unpaid, but I would make a bunch of EMS happy.
Yeah, why not both? Just bring a device, put it up to a Bluetooth speaker. Everyone can listen along. It'd be great.
Oh, yeah. Have everybody watch it. Why not both? Let's do it. I like this plan. I like this plan a lot. Spread LawTube to all your EMS friends.
Damn straight.
Elena Elise says, I never catch these lives. I got to catch 3 of y'all from LawTube today. Is it weird that I'm really excited about it? No, not at all. We're all friends here. I'm happy you're able to join us. This is awesome. Wayne Lang, thank you so much for becoming a member. Ronan Angelicate says, this one goes to Colonel Smile Jar. She should smile way more often. She has a beautiful smile. It's true. Denise from Canada says, can you please explain the difference between contempt of court versus impeachment? So impeachment is basically when you have a witness that makes a statement on the stand and they have previously made other statements and that there is a statement that they have made in the past that is inconsistent with what they are saying right now. That's what impeachment is. The attorney is basically just pulling in the previous statement and saying, okay, well, yesterday or 2 weeks ago or 3 years ago, you said this other thing. And it's exactly the opposite of what you said now. It's just pointing out that inconsistency to the jury.
Mm-hmm. And contempt is when you misbehave in court. So depending on the tolerance of the judge, that can depend a lot, but usually it takes a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're an attorney, it takes a little bit more. If you're a member of the gallery, they'll be less tolerable to you. So yeah.
If there's a court order, saying no cell phones, and then you
could get whacked over the head.
Yeah, and then you have a cell phone out, you can get kicked out. You can get Eve Barlowed.
Yeah. Or worse.
Have people used that as a verb? I feel like people could use that.
Depending on how bad you are, the judge can theoretically sentence you up to 6 months from the bench sua sponte, just like instantly, because it happened right in front of them, right? So they're now literally both an eyewitness and the prosecutor and the judge all at the same time. Yeah. So it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah.
So don't do the contempt of court.
Yeah, exactly. Please don't do it. Follow the rules when you're in court. Outside of the rules or outside of court, you can paint outside the lines from time to time, possibly, depending on the lines that we're talking about. Be yourself, but like certain behavioral rules within the court, try to stick within those. Ricky Lomundal says, media cover the case with clickbait presenting isolated shocking parts of the trial. You guys give us the whole story, so now we know we don't need the news. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's really what we try to do here, is to try to give some nuance, because I think that they're responding to the fact that they have to live in a social media world. And so a lot of that means that they are having to grab people's attention. We understand that because we've got to make thumbnails and titles and stuff that take people's attention as well. So we get it. You've got to grab people's attention so that they can actually click on your video and watch it. But you don't want to over sensationalize if you can help it. Ruby Rudy says, what is the Manson case number? Does it contain STCV? Oh, let me pull that up again. Let me see here. Case number is, yes, it's 28 STCV 07568. So
Beautiful People versus Marilyn Manson.
It is Brian Warner versus Evan Rachel Wood.
Okay.
The Beautiful People. Nice.
Yeah,
I get it. I get that was a reference to a song. Yes.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah, because what we were trying to figure out earlier was, I thought it was in federal court this whole time. For some reason, I thought it was in federal court, even though I had actually read through the complaint. I don't know why I thought it was.
Ooh, is it in state court? Does that mean it's going to be filmed?
Could be.
Ooh,
I thought it was in. That's why I was like,
a piece of that.
Yeah, I thought it was. I was bummed out on that because I thought that it was going to be in federal court, but there's a possibility that it could be, that it could have cameras in the courtroom.
It'll be great on my channel. We're going to live stream it, and also I'll be doing covers of Marilyn Manson songs, so you can look forward to that.
Dysfunctional Crayon says, any LawTube people covering Nancy Brophy trial? I don't know, but I just wrote it down. So I'll see if I can check it out for sure. Essie Lockinen says, watched Eurovision. Now I'm here. Happy 2 a.m. to all. Yay. Awesome. Jay Henry says, JD wins. Will there be legal grounds versus Disney? No. They let him go. It's they're able to do it for basically whatever reason they decide.
Disney has good lawyers. I'm sure they're solid.
Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt that there's any kind of legal recourse against them. Amanda Lucero Serenity says, my friend said, leave her Johnny sea shanty should be the Johnny's anthem. I think that probably is a pretty good call. I think that's a good idea. 2012 Jameson says, Musk and Heard were in a movie together.
I got that leave her Johnny, leave her. Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
There you go. Musk and Heard were in a movie together? What movie was that? I don't know. Or is that a joke? I'm not sure. Maybe that is a joke. I'm not sure. Sadiq Mohammed says, the only time I found media bias beyond American politics is during JD and Amber court case. I will be following Legalbytes and LawTube going forward. Hey, thank you so much. That's awesome. Happy to have you here. Jay Henney says, can JD/AH attorney get more time if the judge approves? I don't think she's gonna.
No, she's definitely not gonna. I love this judge so very, very much.
I love her timeliness.
I love her fidelity to the clock.
Yes.
I love that she's willing to go like, well, you ran out of time on your witness, so you don't get to talk anymore. No closing arguments for you.
Yes.
Too bad. Not my problem.
Yes. And by the way, from the last super chat, folks are saying that they were both in Machete. Okay.
Okay.
Did I see Machete? I can't remember if I saw Machete. I may have. That's with Danny Trejo, right?
I have no clue what this movie even is about, so I got nothing.
Okay.
I'm guessing it involves a machete of some kind. Am I
okay.
close?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember. But it's one of those that gets referenced every once in a while. And yep, people are saying Danny Trejo. Okay. Yes. Okay. I think I have seen it, but it's been a very, very, very long time. Anyhow, but yeah, Jay Henney, to answer your question, no, the judge is not going to approve. They could hypothetically if she were to approve, but she's not going to.
No, I would just be like, lol, no.
Yeah.
I'll appeal. No, you won't. Screw you. It's totally fair.
Debbie 101 says, wonder what mineral spirits is. Can paint thinner. Mineral water. Yeah, mineral spirits is like, I think just like fizzy water, like what I'm usually drinking. Yeah, but it's like in a can, I guess. Simon Tupper says, calling JD again, maybe bad for AH. JD did so well in his direct that Rottenborn is very good, deemed to further defame JD during cross.
I can't really see any benefit that comes from calling Johnny Depp. I just don't see it. I'm not getting it. I don't know.
Yeah. The only thing that they would do is, people are saying mineral spirits is to use with oil paints. Is it? Is it really paint thinner? Okay. Oh,
they might be right.
Okay.
I retract my earlier statement.
I'll retract it too. Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for educating us on that. Yeah. I mean, so and the cross or the recalling of him would have to be limited to stuff that they haven't already covered, and it would have to be limited to stuff that not only that they haven't already covered, but that has come up since him. So yeah. Anyway. Elysian Soul Enlightenment says, question, after everything we have heard, what do you think JD's odds are at this point? I think they're decent.
I think there's decent. I mean, there's still some technical possibilities. And so, yeah, I mean, it's hard to give him like overwhelming odds. The facts are in his favor. It would depend in some degree about whether or not she has anything that can like supplement her absolutely crap testimony. If there's some other witnesses to this, that would be helpful. But where we're sitting right now, I don't know, maybe 85% for Johnny Depp. I don't know. I can be much more confident than that because they're technical wins for Amber Heard, depending if the jury wants to go that way. I could definitely see them getting bogged down in it and getting into an argument of like even one time is enough. That could definitely be a thing.
But 85% is pretty high.
85% is about as good as it's going to get, I think.
Yeah, and that's pretty decently high.
Yeah.
2012 Jameson says, "Did you like the wedding photography hack?" Yeah, he DM'd me about some wedding photography stuff. But yes, thank you. Aquarius says, "Judge said that it doesn't matter if they're in the middle of a witness. She will end the trial once time is over. Can Amber's lawyers just take too long on purpose so Johnny doesn't get his rebuttals? No. If they run out of time, he still has time. He gets to use his time. And then they're screwed because they can't respond.
It's like you have no time. I still have 3 hours. Well, guess what we're doing for 3 hours? You're going to sit there quietly while I do whatever the hell I want."
Yes. Yes, exactly. Sorry, that was a little bit of an evil laugh from me. But yeah, a little devious.
I just love it so much because this judge would actually do it. I love it so much because she will actually do it. And I respect the hell out of her for it.
Yes, agreed. Iris R says, "Did you see Peter Chago's cross-exam of Amber Heard video? Good. Oh no, I haven't seen it. That must be really good. I would love to see his potential cross-examination. I think that would be great." Jay Henry says, "Can JD sue the Sun or its many affiliates?" He's already sued them. He can't like re-sue for the same thing again. Most likely. I don't know UK law. Caveats aside.
I'm going to go with no.
But probably not. Most likely. 2012 Jameson says, "Kurtz just subscribed. Others do the same." Yes, she's linked in the description below, just like everybody else that has shown up. So be sure to subscribe to everyone, including Mr. Uncivil Law over here. Where are you at, by the way, on subscribers?
Last time I looked, I was at 70,000 and change. I guess I could pull my numbers.
Let's get him to 75. Let's do it.
Look. If Playboard wants to run.
In the meantime, I'll get another super chat. Lanny M says she is toast regardless of what the jury
70,000.
decides. 70,000. All right. Let's get him to 75. Let's get him up there.
Excellent.
Subscribe. He's linked in the description below. Yeah, Lanny M, I think that court of public opinion, I would agree with that. The Art of Zen says, "Before this trial, the only LawTube person I knew was Legal Eagle. I noticed he has not been on the stream. Any reason why?" Well, I think the first reason is because he generally doesn't live stream. He always does video on demand.
He's never done a live stream.
Yeah. But I think also like he probably is aware that folks in LawTube have had their opinions of him. And so I don't know if he wants to run the risk of, maybe being mocked on live YouTube by other lawyers. So I would understand why he'd want to stay away. But I have said this many times that if he so chooses, he's welcome here. I will happily have him on. So Doc Savage says, "What would
I don't know if it's breaking up for anyone else, but you're getting some real audio lag issues and compression issues. And also your video is just completely stalled." Yes. I mean, I can still see you. It's just you're dropping frames and your audio stalling. It's like you're having a bandwidth constriction.
Does anyone in the chat see that too? I guess I'll like wait for people to respond.
Okay. Maybe it's just me then.
Okay. All right.
My end, for some reason on StreamYard, it's really weird. Okay. If everyone else is good, then great. Never mind.
Okay.
Cancel that.
Okay, cool. Doc Savage. Okay, thanks, guys. Doc Savage says, "What would the repercussions be if Depp's attorneys were to say, 'Objection, Your Honor, this woman is not really crying'? I mean, come on." Well, that's not a proper evidentiary objection.
Whether or not she's really crying or not is a question of fact for the jury.
Yeah. Yep. And they have the best view in the house for anybody to be able to see that on their own. So far better for them to notice it on their own. Bernhard says, "I don't buy that media outlets are concerned. Those opinions seem to be drones trying to get control over the narrative." Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. Whitney H says, "I've been watching since the end of week 1. I would be confused without the breakdowns y'all give. Thanks for all you guys do." Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that you have been watching and that you have found it helpful for you. Absolutely. Thank you. Michael Jones says, how have you made your coverage of this trial delicious yet nutritious? I don't know, man. I think it just helps that we're all friends here and we're all just kind of hanging out and chatting and whatnot. So it's just been a good time. Debbie 101 says, next to the panel's name, put state abbreviation.
That's okay. I'm good. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
mind that people know, but that's all right. No.
Yeah. I think there's only so many characters after a while too.
Yeah.
With people's names and whatnot.
Gotta take a pass on that one.
2A says, what do you guys think AH needs to do in order for people to ever forgive her? Colonel Kurt's open letter seems to be the best suggestion I have seen. I think honestly, first and foremost, full and complete contrition over the things that she has done. I think that takes a huge slice of humble pie for somebody to go through. But I can see a way for her to do it. It would be going through that valley, so to speak, so that she can figure out the ways in which she has done wrong and then figure out how she can make things right again. So that's my thought on that. Julie O, hashtag justice for Johnny, says all the rich people use live parakeets for floors. Oh no. Burn Broad says the spiffing Brit just made a stream that explained how the YouTube algorithm can be exploited in a rather funny way. It's very weird, but definitely worth a look.
Yeah, I just heard about this. He does these things from time to time about how to hack games and how to do things. He did one on YouTube before, but apparently he just did one on how to hack the live stream algorithm. And like he got so many viewers, he had like, what was he? Like more viewers than subs or something. I forget. He like had more than 100% viewers by whatever metric it kind of broke. So whatever it is, apparently it works. So we definitely got to go check that out, Alita, and implement that massively.
Yeah. Thank you for the tip. I'm going to have to check it out. Jan S says she is a master of chafe and redirect, never answers a question directly. Well, and that's why she's been drawing a lot of objection non-responsive responses from Camille, right?
Mm-hmm.
Megan Carpal Tunnel says, is it just me or does it seem like Depp has more support in the general public than in Hollywood? Why do you think that is, or am I just high?
I think it's at this point, well, it could be a couple different things. It could be that they're so addicted to the high of Me Too that they're not willing to give it up for that reason. And it could also be, even if they are willing to give it up, that they don't want to lose face, which is understandable, right? If they can avoid coming out and just being like, yeah, we were wrong, our bad, they would prefer to do that. So even though it would be slightly face saving by comparison to be able to say, well, the jury system has spoken, we respect the jury system, rather than we were wrong, right?
Yeah.
So it's slightly better. So that's probably the reason, among others.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think that like I can understand why I can just understand why folks in Hollywood would just be terrified of pivoting away from the Me Too movement. Because like it's just been such a powerful force across the country and particularly in Hollywood, I think. So that in order to make that kind of a pivot, they would need something strong like a jury verdict to say, okay, well, here it is. We'll listen to the law, to the legal system or something.
Yeah.
2012 Jameson says, I go on Law and Crime to promote LawTube, LOL.
Keep doing it.
Hey, Nurse Liz, how's it going?
Hello. I was like, I'm going to come on here if you make it to after my kid's bedtime. And I was like, there's no way. And here you are.
Here we are.
Miracle worker.
Absolutely.
I'm very
happy to
impressed.
have you here. How's your weekend been?
We're painting. So always exciting. Yeah.
Painting is
So
in like the
everyone's-
walls or like,
Yes,
or like,
the wall. The walls. Oh, we're not on that level of creativity, but everyone was yelling at me that other day about not having any decorations. It's a new house. So we're slowly fixing it,
I love repainting a whole space. I don't know what it is. It's very therapeutic to me.
Yes, it is.
You can
It's
repaint
also
my space anytime.
It's anxiety producing because like it was the first wall of the house. So it was all like, I was like, oh my gosh, like once we do this, like they're no longer, we've painted the walls. My husband's like, you're insane.
Oh man.
How was your break? Was your break good?
It's been good. It's been
Not really a break,
it's still been
probably.
insanely busy. I just
I
have
would
been, like I said before, like I've just been like filling every single possible minute with like other stuff that I've been putting off over the last month.
That's
Like
about right.
when I've been like, I can't talk to anyone Monday through Thursday, maybe on Friday, but probably not. Then like this last week, it's been like, okay, now's your chance.
Yes. Yes, I
Talk to
bet.
me, Goose.
I hope you got to relax a little bit too.
Yeah, I finally got caught up on some rest. Actually getting full night's sleep has been kind of nice. So
Yeah, I would imagine. Are you flipping back schedules? Because this is a weird time for you, I would imagine.
well, I never really got off the time zone because I knew that it would be hard to get back onto it. So I was just like, I'm just gonna be a crazy person that's like nocturnal and
Hey.
so
Welcome
but
to night shift.
yeah, I'm sure you know that life very well.
And
So-
Kurt, I've been watching all of your videos and I appreciate them.
Oh, well, good. Thank you. I'm glad you do. And thank you for watching all of them.
Oh my gosh.
And Simon Tupper says, did MDMA and I spent too much time obsessing over how soft my own shirt was to be angry at anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing that I think of when I think of MDMA is like the movie Get Him to the Greek, when they're like in that like last scene when everybody's like super high off their rocker and they're like, there's literally like a carpet on the wall and they're just like petting the carpet on the wall, like to try to calm themselves down. Like that's what I think of. But yeah.
Nurse Liz, since they always ask me to ask a medical professional, is MDMA the right drug for me?
I mean, it depends on what kind of mood you're in. Oh, I don't think we're allowed to. Probably Alita doesn't want this to go in that direction, but we can talk later.
Maybe offline.
Yeah.
Oh man. Haley Johnson says, "Do you think JD's team has actually proven defamation yet?" I think they've hit all elements. Actually, if they hadn't, then they wouldn't have survived the claim into Amber's case in chief. They had to hit every element, at least have some kind of proof for each one.
They've come up with enough a jury could find in their favor.
Yes.
Whether they've actually proved it or not is up to the jury, right? Because the jury can.
Good point.
The jury is the finder of fact. It's up to the jury to assess the weight of the evidence, credibility of the evidence. And, there are some technical legal arguments there to be sure. So there is probably enough on, like, if I'm thinking about it from an appellate point of view, there's probably enough for the jury to find against Johnny Depp on his claims.
Mm-hmm.
Amber Heard's claims, like if they find in favor of her, though, like I'm not sure how that there's sufficient evidence for that conclusion. Because we got nothing that even begins. I mean, her testimony, like, so I don't know, but yeah, I think a jury could go the other way, and depending on how clever the lawyers are, and depending on people's sentiments, it could go south.
Yeah, fair point. Metal 2 Mesh says, "I tried to give her the doubt, watching as if she was telling the truth. I just couldn't buy it anymore, and screaming for the tears to show up."
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of us were in that situation.
Yeah.
If I need to manufacture tears on command, are there any particular drugs that would be helpful for that effort?
I don't even know what would make you cry. I can tell you what wouldn't make you cry.
Okay, well, I come with the
There's a lot
opposite of that.
wouldn't. Yeah. So avoid Benadryl, avoid all that stuff.
Okay.
That makes
That'll
sense.
dry
That
it
makes
right
sense.
See, I can ask you all these questions now. This is great.
Yeah. There you go.
Gio Rio says, "First of all, you are all amazing. Thank you. But really try watch that part of Zombieland. Hey, Mike, heart question. Why lay 4 Coke lines for one person? Picture court." Oh, so yeah, it's basically getting at the compositional nature of that photo from Australia, where there were 4 Coke lines on a particular table. And why would Johnny have all 4 of them lined up?
Because you're
that?
intending on doing 4 lines of Coke. I mean, obviously. I mean,
one right after another.
Yeah, you only have so much breath, so the lines can only be so long, so you can inhale it all at one time. If you're planning on doing 4 because you roll deep, yeah, that's how you do it, man. One after another. Just keep going, man.
Hashtag sarcasm. Just to make
Sounds
sure.
like Kurt needs to have a whole different type of stream here going, like right afterwards, be like Kurt After Dark.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Oh man. But also,
MDMA
yeah.
is not a prescription most of the time. I see it in the chat. MDMA is not a prescription. I mean, I think some places actually do studies on it to see the benefits of, I think in some psychiatric, but that is not something that you would normally be prescribed.
Yeah, wasn't it like, I'm trying to remember, because when it was first discovered, it was thought to be like really good for some medical condition because it had very similar effects on the mind.
People in the chat are saying it's used for PTSD, depression.
Okay, yeah.
And I think that's
they're experimenting with all types of interesting medications, like micro doses of different, like all sorts of interesting things for mental health.
I think microdosing is really interesting as a concept.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating, but no, it's not something I could prescribe you. Unfortunately,
not so easily, right? Oh,
what pharmacy will fill it? That's
not in the traditional methods. Yeah.
Fair point. And yeah, the Zombieland, I've got to rewatch it because I think it probably was Gio Rio earlier, or someone earlier super chatted about watching her in Zombieland, because I honestly, like, I've seen Zombieland. I know I have. I don't remember Amber Heard being in it. I just don't. And it's not a knock on her acting skills. It's just she just was not noticeable in that movie, or not memorable for me personally.
But that's not a knock on her acting skills.
I don't know. I'm trying to be nice about it, I guess, because ultimately it is a knock on her.
I don't mean to say you're a bad actor. I just didn't notice you in any way, so.
You just weren't a standout actor. Fair point. I should just own it, right? Just say like, no, I didn't notice her. She sucks.
Say anything as long as you just say, in my opinion.
True. Very true.
Not quite true. So
not quite. I know. Not quite.
On defamation law principles, merely preceding it by, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily.
But talking about her being a good or bad actor, that is
a straight up opinion. Whether she's good or bad is just a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
You can have either opinion. That's fine.
That's very true. Yeah. I've learned nothing through this whole trial, apparently.
Excellent.
Laura Leaney says sanctions metadata were denied. What will this do? Do we know that they were denied? I don't know for a fact that they were denied.
I don't know. We know that
because the photos have been admitted, but we don't know that Johnny's team is not allowed to comment on it, because it sounds like from their opening statement that they were commenting on the metadata issue. So that to me suggested that they actually probably won on the sanctions on that. But we'll see how cross-examination goes, because if we get more information on that, then we'll see about that. Brandon Chad Boris says, is it possible for a witness to flip sides on the stand? For example, if Whitney testifies for Amber, she straight up says Amber is lying.
Sure. I wouldn't bank on the Matlock moment, but it's technically possible.
Yeah, exactly. Bella's mom says, I missed a lot because of work. Did defense expand on makeup claim made in opening statement? No, they've been trying to delicately avoid that, I think, ever since the what's the company called? Milani. Ever since they came out with their TikTok, they've been kind of casually backing away from that, not quite leaning so heavily on it. Yeah, exactly. Lori Jean Hayes says, what is anti-slap regarding court fees?
It's a special motion to dismiss in the First Amendment context that allows a person to get attorney's fees if they are being sued because of lawful speech.
Yes.
There you go.
Exactly. And SLAP stands for SLAPP stands for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. But yes,
there you go.
Everything Kurt said. Renee B says MSM is upset about all your super chats, memberships, view counts, and they can't get subscribers to pay $1 to $5 a month for subs.
It's true.
It's resentment. You might be right about that.
How long until Lita's on MSNBC or something? That's just the only question.
No, I highly doubt that. I like the independence of having my own channel.
I feel like Good Morning America is going to contact you soon, though.
No, I can see that happening for a morning segment. I can see that.
That would be interesting. Beth Kalau says, if Amber has BPD cluster B or 2, she doesn't get it / it's someone else's fault. She has a totally different way of thinking. Don't.
Maybe.
She has a different way of thinking, but I don't know if this person's trying to say that would excuse her behavior, but you're still responsible for your behavior.
Yep.
even if the way you're perceiving things.
She's sane.
Altered.
Yes, exactly.
She's sane.
Mm-hmm.
And and the psychologists that we had on the channel earlier this week, Dr. Honda and Dr. Tracy, they both also agreed. Like, and Dr. Tracy also has BPD. She says, you know, regardless of your status in terms of diagnoses, you're still responsible for your behavior. So, you know, that's also very, very relevant here. Valkyrie says, entered audio with Jerry Judge on plane for JD's cross. I guess there was a little bit of Jerry Judge in that. Now that I think about it, that's a very good point. Very interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to think about that one. Terry Zaleski says, also, do you find it odd that Age Direct did not include more background on her childhood, especially in light of her PTSD diagnosis from Dr. Hughes? Well, that is exactly why I expect them not to dig into it on her direct, but that is also why I expect them to dig into it on her cross-examination. Because the idea that the PTSD comes from the hoax claims when she's been through hell and back from her childhood, it sounds a little suspect. It sounds a little wonky of an argument. And I fully expect there to be some pressure points for Camille to press on coming from Amber Heard's childhood. Larry says, discuss the fashion and hairstyle issues. Well, actually, if you want to see a whole discussion on it, yes. I will link to it in the description because I don't think that I linked to it earlier. But yeah, 100% be sure to go and check it out. There's a whole discussion on courtroom fashion and hairstyle and makeup and all that good stuff. Beth Tierney says, can the jury deliberate on lack of evidence? Like no pics of Amber Heard's other injuries when she had others. Can JD's team bring in lack of metadata on pics? Jury can deliberate on lack of evidence. Absolutely. They can say, hey, like she testified to all these horrific injuries, and you know they've got all these photos of other stuff, but no photos of her injuries. When she said that she was bringing in a photo of her injury of her lip, she brought in an injury, or photo of a bruise on her arm. What gives? Absolutely, they can totally talk about all of that. And in fact, like they don't even have to be fully logical in reaching their decision in the jury room. We don't ever get to know what their deliberations were like unless somebody actually talks to the media. But like my assumption is that we won't know. They could use a damn Ouija board and reach their conclusion that way, and it would be proper.
Well, no, I don't think that you could go that far. I think there's some case law against it because that's bringing in some external stuff. So we might have a problem with the Ouija board. I think there was actually a case on point on that issue.
By bringing external stuff, you mean external items, or like external spirits?
Yeah, I think a jury tried that one time, and no, that goes too far.
Okay, all right, well, fair. All right, I stand corrected on that. But basically, my point is, short of using a Ouija board, you could do just about anything to reach a conclusion, and it would be proper.
You got a wide latitude, and I think one of the things that people maybe not factor into this equation is just how the dynamics of every jury is so different from any other jury, and other people have commented about this more intelligently who've been in a position of a retrial, which I've never had the position of, and how like one jury like really focus, really like in the first case where they had a mistrial, it's like, I really wish you had talked about this thing more, and then in the subsequent case they talked about that thing like all the time, and the other jury couldn't care less, right? So the dynamics of like what any 7 people in a room, because that's how many we have in the end of the day, what any 7 people in this room are going to think and what process they're going to go through, it's a very dynamic, fluid situation. So yeah, it's a role of chaos. So yeah. And to answer the question about JD's team bringing in lack of metadata on pics, we don't know for sure about how that motion for sanctions resulted. My guess is that they probably can. We'll see on cross-examination, honestly. Halloween 24/7 says, please check out the Steven and Jason channel. Steven knew her on set and is live talking about her and using. Ooh, Steven and Jason channel. I'll have to check them out. All righty. I have no problem believing that she's used in the past. I mean, I'm sure that's true.
Well, right, because there's a lot of testimony to that, right? There's a lot of people that have testified to her using in their presence. Kilikia Leah W says, Doctor on Age switched out her notes to hand over to JD's side. It went to a green folder and then she handed them to a blue one. Your thoughts? That is probably just a separate folder indicating the copies that she's intended to give to other people. So copy for her, copy for everybody else. That's my guess. I wouldn't dig too much into that. Tanya Bluebell says, what repercussions could there be for Amber if she does something dramatic and is a no-show for on Monday for the cross?
So the key question would be why, and she'd have to come up with something really, really good. It'd have to be amazing. And like, if it's anything short of amazing, it's like, yeah, they're just going to bring her ass into court the hard way.
I feel like that would just look worse for her. And she
it would. I suppose in the extremely unlikely event that for some reason she's unable to testify, I suppose the judge could give an instruction to strike all of her testimony that she's given so far, and we just start over basically from her taped depositions, because now she's an unavailable witness. So that's the most logical thing to do, I would think.
Yeah. It would be just overall just a terrible idea for her not to show up at this point.
That too.
Yeah. Yep. Carolee Castle says the term grumpy is going to be changed to Amber after this trial. The dog left an Amber in the hallway. Oh no. Oh no. Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda says, please ask Colonel Kurtz my question if you can before it goes. I'm so sorry. I think that's the one that I screenshotted earlier. If so, I will be sure to get it to her. Mr. Insanity says, hello from a simple degenerate of Ricada Streams. Enjoying this a lot today. Would love to see you in next end stream again. Maybe end of trial or when testimony ends to compare your thoughts. 100%. And this is also to speak to, folks asking why we haven't been live streaming together. It's just because I've been live streaming on mine. I've been really busy on my channel. I know that he's been really busy on his channel. So, but we both post our links for everybody to join in our group DM thread. Kurt can vouch for that. But yeah, no, I did tell him actually just the other day when he posted again for everybody to join in. I said I couldn't make it, but that I would love to join him on his channel probably after trial because things are just so crazy right now. But yeah, I definitely would love to go back over there. I know some folks in the chat might not want to see me there, but we'll see. 2012 Jameson says, if trial is stressing you out, try Dragon's Treasure Tea. Use a promo code AmberTurd.
Or like
Thank
the
you.
Stream.
Yes.
Either one. Totally
yes.
fine.
Yeah.
If you super chat $200 or more, the stress will go away.
Oh no. No. But you can't go to
the stress doesn't go away right away. Try again.
Again.
No. Don't do that. But yeah, you can buy from thedragonstreasure.com. Use promo code AmberTurd. You get 10% off. You do help out this channel because I get a small commission from it, and you help out a really great small tea business that has legitimately delicious tea. I mentioned earlier that I had some today, so this is really, really great tea. It's legitimately. Crystal said, do you think this trial will have a negative professional impact on Heard's team and Dr. Hughes? I could see that Dr. Hughes could lose a lot of business now. Her lawyers know Dr. Hughes potentially based on the what I've heard from other psychologists that have been commenting on her testimony.
Her attitude day one was so unbelievable. It's remarkable. She's testified 50 times before as an expert. She gives classes on how to do it, and this is how she's coming in. Like, what have you been teaching people, man?
Yeah. I feel like everything you needed to know about her was how many committees she's on, because typically, at least in most healthcare spaces, the more committees you are on, the more out of touch with any kind of reality you are on. Because I'm like, no. Like, she said it like a boasting thing, and every time she said another one, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
This is... But I think a lot of people won't care, especially if you have a female victim of domestic violence. Sounds like you've got
an advocate
for you.
Yeah, that's
maybe
also true.
Maybe don't go into the trial like you can't believe that you're there, and you can't believe that your own side is having you be there and asking you questions. Maybe try to not do that.
Be just a little less hostile.
Yeah, slightly less would be good. Ashley2723 says, was it a bit slimy that Amber Heard's lawyers tried to plant the idea that JD lost his UK case, or is that just par for the course if they can slip it without directly saying it?
You'll push it to the absolute limit if you can get away with it, man. They will figure out where the limit is, and they'll do anything within those bounds.
Yeah, and is it slimy?
It's legal.
Yeah. I mean, it's like this gets into like the discussion about like, you know, at what point is it no longer zealous advocacy, and at what point is it like trying to gain an unfair advantage on the other side?
I know the answer to that question. If the rules of ethics or some other law tells me, otherwise it's all fine.
That's true. Kind of true. Yeah.
There's no rule that says that a dog can't be a lawyer, right? I'm going to Air Bud this thing.
Kurt, your opinions on all of your videos and everything, they've been giving me life. I was like, this is feeding my sarcastic soul.
I'm glad that you enjoy my sense of sarcasm, because you will find it quite a lot on my channel. And any other channel I happen to be on.
As I've been getting deeper and deeper into it, I'm like, yes.
Please more. The DCB Titan says, I think they mean that there would be blood on his face. He did it as he would have likely used his right hand with the severed finger. I see. So there was a super chat earlier from someone saying if he had put the cigarette out on his own face, there would be blood on his face. But everyone kind of responded like, no, that would have cauterized the wound. Also, like, why would that make a difference between like the way that he does it versus somebody else? But this makes sense that like if his finger was already kind of cut off, and he had blood,
okay.
you know, Vesuviusing everywhere.
Yes.
Like he would have gotten it, you know, all over his face too. That makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. Thank you for that. Jay Brady Lewis says, I'm trying so hard to be open-minded, but the more I hear the lies, the less I believe Amber. It sucks because as a victim, I want women to be believed. Yeah. But at the same time, keep in mind that there are also men who are victims that also need to be believed. So you know,
it depends. If you ask Dr. Heard, not so much, unless they're abused by other men.
Fair point.
Women are pure and righteous, and they never are abusive in any way. And to even suggest anything else is misogyny. I saw that basically in an article today, and I lost my mind a little bit. It says like, it's all misogyny for just saying, you know, hey, maybe women could do this too. Okay. Yeah. It's like we need to have a discussion about what misogyny looks like, I think, or something.
Yeah, and you can't use the article about or like saying, "Oh, you're not listening to her as a victim." I'm like, he's claiming he's also a victim. So like, what are?
But you're not listening to her as a victim. That's very specifically said, right? Yeah, that's where we are, I think, in our country, and I'm not even shitting around at this point because, like, I think there's something like 2,000 domestic violence shelters for women. I think like 2 for men. Yeah, so 1,000 to 1 ratio. I can't
even the number of times that patients have come to me and told that were men and that were being abused by their wives, and they were like, I will never tell a soul. Like, I'm going to talk to you about it and we're going to blah, blah, blah. But they're like, no one will ever either believe me or like, I don't want to get made fun of is the big thing. They're like, I do not want that out there publicly. Like,
I don't understand why it's a thing for comedy. I saw this one time on, I think it might have been Dr. Phil, but I'm not sure which talk show it was. I saw a clip of it online where a guy was talking about an experience with his girlfriend where the girlfriend like locked him out on the balcony, like maybe without clothes or something. Like everyone in the audience just laughs. And the host actually chided them. Good for him. He was saying, you know, hey, wait, you shouldn't do that. If this was the genders were the other way around, you'd be calling him a monster. Why is it funny when it's a man?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Why is it funny?
Yeah. Agreed. Joe Mendoza says, would there be any benefit to having Adam Waldman on the witness stand? Also, any chances Amber Heard could lose custody of her baby with the BPD diagnosis? BPD diagnosis on its own is not enough to take someone's children away from them. There has to be some sort of like evidence that they are being dangerous to their child. They're doing something that is endangering the life of their child. As for benefit of having Adam Waldman on the stand, it depends on what he would be testifying to. I don't know. I mean, let me check the witness list. Is he on there for Amber Heard? Yep, he is, but only by video deposition. So there's a chance he could come up in video deposition. And
if all she has left is video depositions, I'm just going to say she's toast, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, and my guess is she probably will call him because to get his statements in evidence for purposes of her claims, because that's basically all that she has is statements that he made, and they have to link that over to Johnny Depp. So I think they kind of have to bring in his video deposition.
Who is he?
He's Johnny Depp's attorney. He was representing him up until these counterclaims came into the case. He was actually an attorney of record on this case, and he was required to basically duck out because of the allegations that stuck. But he made statements to the press during the UK trial, basically saying that, you know, everything that Amber Heard is alleging is a massive hoax. And I think it was particularly pertaining to the May 21st incident. And so basically he's saying, like, she and her friends concocted this whole thing. And this is you know, like all terrible and whatnot. So she says that those statements are defamatory.
But he's an attorney at the time acting in the course of litigation.
Yeah.
So,
I had a whole rabbit hole that I went down to figure out if that falls under litigation privilege. And there are scenarios that you can actually make statements outside of the litigation privilege. I still am not like 100% on like, yeah, this falls outside litigation privilege, but it's because the statements were made to the press, I think, is the first thing. And number two, I think in Virginia, generally speaking, the litigation privilege is less robust than you'll find in other places. It's like the most central way to like not have your statement be defamatory in the course of litigation is if you make it in a pleading or in a court setting, like in an actual hearing or trial. So,
all right, let me assume you're right, and that he doesn't have privilege, and so we can sue him for defamation. But we're not suing him for defamation. We're bringing him as a witness, presumably as a fact witness.
Yeah.
Was he there? I mean, how would he know what is true and what's not, except by his own client? And that's all privileged. I don't get it. What's he on the stand for? What's he being tested?
Yeah,
what's he being called for?
He was deposed, but I don't know just how much they were able to get out of him in his deposition because of the attorney-client privileges too. Yeah, there's all kinds of like weirdness that they have to get over to try to prove that case.
I mean, how could he possibly testify in a way that could benefit Amber Heard? He wasn't there. He didn't witness anything. The only way he could testify is because Johnny told me, but no.
Well, so they're trying to get him on vicarious liability to say that he is Johnny's agent, and so he's able to be his megaphone, and so essentially, like what he does and says is attributable back to Johnny Depp.
Back to the employer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And I was going to talk on a totally different topic, so you finish your thought.
That doesn't even make sense, though. I don't get it, because if the litigation privilege doesn't exist, then presumably he was acting outside of his professional role, which means respondent superior doesn't. Okay, I'm just confused as hell now. All right, never mind. Carry on.
I know we're not gonna fix this puzzle on this live stream.
Yeah. I think
yes, Liz.
Part of the thing. Oh, I was just gonna say part of the thing with the end of this comment that she could lose her custody of her baby with BPD. I think that's part of the whole thing with something we have to be really careful of in terms of like bringing mental health into this type of sphere, because there are lots of parents with BPD that are perfectly wonderful parents, and it also highlights I've had so many patients that are so fearful to go and get mental health for something like this because they are terrified that someone will take their children away. And most of the time they can't even get it, even if they want it. Because I would say most of my patients with it could not find a psychiatrist that would keep them whatsoever. They would have them, and then the psychiatrist would say, your patient is manipulative, so I'm discharging them. And you were like, well, that's kind of why I'm sending them to you. Like, because that's
this is why they need you.
Exactly. So like the whole psychiatry, like the whole mental health thing is just not there to support these people. But I just wanted to get that out there, that this is a lot of why people don't like bringing it in.
Yes.
Is because then you're starting to link things like this.
I thank you for saying that, because I I echo that sentiment entirely as well, because I also, anytime you have a lawsuit like this where these kind of mental health topics come up, I think that people will also have a tendency to pathologize every single behavior that a person has and try to characterize it as like falling within that diagnosis, when they also are just human beings. And sometimes human beings can do stupid things or terrible things also. So it's like, that's one of the complications of having this kind of subject come up in this kind of a case too. So, but yes, thank you. And that was one of the reasons why I was really happy to have Dr. Honda and Dr. Tracy on earlier this week, is to talk about that kind of stuff and to sort of try to parse through some of these things, to be like, how much of this is BPD and how much of this is being a human being, you know?
It's so tangled and messy. Yeah.
Oh, it 100% is. Yes, but thank you for pointing that out. 2012 Jameson says, notice the baby disappeared though. Well, I think that maybe from her social media, she hasn't been, showing her as much, I suppose, but I don't think her baby has actually hopefully disappeared from her life. Hopefully.
If it turns out it really isn't her baby and the whole surrogacy story is not real, that'd be hilarious too. It's a phantom baby.
Oh no.
I can see it.
It's a model baby. It's actually like a rent-a-baby.
It's a baby.
I don't want to put that out there. I don't want people to track that back to me. Be like, oh, Legalbytes says. No.
It's a rent-a-baby.
No. Laura says, is AH countersuing an unforced error? I think so. I think that she could have had a much easier case in winning against Johnny Depp's claims without putting on this extra burden on herself. Yeah. Because now she's got a burden of proof in a lot of ways, and a lot of that is it's like a second, it's like the other side of this coin. So she kind of is now forced to disprove stuff that she wouldn't otherwise have to, and she could have had a much easier time of defending this case. I do think so. Noella's 2.0 says, I have really been enjoying your stream. This past week, I've been counting down the days until Monday. I'm in California too. What time will you be starting now? So thank you. I'm very happy that you've been enjoying it. We will be starting at 8:30 a.m. East Coast time. So for you in California, that's going to be 5:30 a.m. PST. So super early, get your coffee. Let's all wake up together and watch this trial. TRP says, Mr. Bice asked if you wanted to hang out with him. Objection, calls for speculation. I shared the story earlier of how Mr. Bites and I met. It was very fun. Christy Wagner says, Bree, I won't be able to watch tomorrow, but my vote is for a sunflower as your emoji. It seems to fit your sunny disposition. I think that's a great idea.
I think that would be great. Yeah, her outfit was super cute today.
Yeah, I agree. Wagstaff 613 says, front of t-shirt. For the most part, women are people too. Back of t-shirt. So shoot your shot. That was my recommendation.
There's some wisdom in there.
Yeah. Because like I was saying earlier, because someone had asked basically how do I find a Legalbytes or a Camille? What are some dating advice that you can give? And I was like, I don't really know. And then I was like, actually shoot your shot. Because that's how Mr. Bites and I met. So basically have some confidence, talk to her, ask her out. Try to read the room. Maybe don't go too heavy on the romantics at first, but give a little bit of space for things to warm up a little bit. But definitely shoot your shot. Camille Ament says, why did A's lawyer ask so many leading questions? Isn't she a super good lawyer? Is it something that happens even to top tier lawyers? Thanks for all you do. So she, I think that when it comes to your star witness, you really want certain testimony to come out. And sometimes, especially when you are doing a direct examination for so long, it can be easy to start to slip into some leading questions from time to time. And especially when you're getting objections from the other side on pretty much every single error that you're making, that can really start to dig into you and get under your skin. So, and can also cause more errors. So I would say that probably is a reason why that was happening. 2012 Jameson says, your bro set you up. Yes, unwittingly. He had no idea what he was doing when he introduced us.
What do you think he was doing?
It's funny because he was actually meeting Mr. Bites in person for the first time too. So like they had been talking over Facebook, but they had never like met IRL. So he just was kind of like, he was also organizing this whole like football watch party. So he was like, like politicking, like talking to everybody in the room, and like didn't realize the new guy was moving in on his sister. So Stray Cat.
Do they still get along? Do they get along well?
They get along famously. They are like best buds, total bros.
Aww.
I love it. It's wonderful. Stray Cat's Way says, have you ever heard of anyone putting a cig out on their own face? We've seen the tough guy thing in movies with the tongue, but never the face. I've never. I haven't heard of that.
I have a tough time on that one.
Yeah. Bo Wentz. Oh well, maybe Nurse Liz. Have you ever heard of this? I feel like if anyone would have, you would have.
I've seen people put them out on their own arms and legs, but never as like a self-harm thing, but never on their own face.
Oh, okay, interesting. Bo Wentz says Depp could have been during the trial. Oh, for
it's
Whitney.
Possible.
Yeah, it is possible.
This judge doesn't seem like the kind of type though, because there are discovery deadlines, and if any judge was going to be like, nope, this would be the one. But yeah, maybe they found some way to cure it. I don't know. Yeah,
it could be. 2012 Jameson says JD won because AH baby is not his. That is also.
It is amazing that, I mean, if she's this manipulative, it's amazing that she didn't get knocked up and just own Johnny forever. It's amazing.
Yeah.
How's that even possible, man?
Not thinking that far ahead, I guess. Maybe.
Sure, right.
Jonas Paulino says, can saying they will call her sister and JD a tactic so they lose time on research practice on TH and lose concentration on AH next week, and at the end they won't be called. Yeah, it could be. That could be like a strategic thing of like, oh, psych, you just spent all this time during the break instead of preparing for the cross-examination, preparing for Johnny to be recalled. Could be. They've also got a lot of lawyers though at Ben Chu's firm, so I don't know if that would be a very productive thing to do.
I see a lot of people commenting on the pregnancy thing. It could be too that one, she might just not want to be pregnant because being pregnant sucks, but two, she might be on medication that you are not recommended to become pregnant on. I've had a lot of people with mental health conditions that they're on certain medications that they cannot take while pregnant, so they will choose a different route to become a parent because they are so fearful of coming off of it that it's not worth it in order to have that.
Okay.
So she might have done that. Like that might be, I don't know why she picked a surrogate, but like I have had patients who have had a surrogate because they could not come off of their medication.
Okay. I had never thought of that.
For mental health or otherwise. I mean, people with like Crohn's disease or like lots of other things who cannot come off of their meds.
Yeah, makes sense. And then also, as somebody in the chat just mentioned, I was thinking about it too, is Accutane. If she was apparently on Accutane, so that's you get all kinds of like insane birth defects.
You have to take a pregnancy test like every time you're prescribed it.
You do, and a blood test every month, every single month.
Yeah.
And you can only take it for up to 6 months. I know this all very well because I did. I was on it in college. So it's like you have to have 2 forms of birth control, and like when I did it, like abstinence could only be one of them. I remember was very interesting. Like even if you were like not planning on like, hooking up or whatever, you still had to be on like birth control. And like, so it's a fun thing. You've got to do this whole like online web page thing that you have to click through every single time, answer everything correctly, and then do a blood test.
Looks flawless now. So.
Oh, thank you. It's honestly because after all of that, I stopped wearing foundation. After all of that. And I just use coconut oil to clean everything up. That's it. That's all I do. So super minimalistic. And the thing is, I only realized it like studying for the bar exam because I just didn't have time to do anything and like wear makeup or go anywhere. So I was like, oh, wow, my skin actually looks okay now. Anyway,
my skin got better after having kids because I didn't have the mental energy. And then I was like, oh, okay. I guess it was the foundation that now I don't have time to put on. So cool.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor Cloth says AH's team is saying JD abused AH within JD's definition of abuse. Could JD's team use Dr. Hughes' testimony to say JD's abuse is pretty reactional? Purely reactional.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Amber Heard's team was trying to do. And up until the last day of testimony, they were doing really great on it. And then Amber Heard shot all that in the foot, I think.
Yeah.
But maybe they'll try to recover that in close. But Amber Heard has put them in a worse position than they would be otherwise.
Yeah.
So,
and Kurt, your skin looks great too. I'm not trying to leave you out of this conversation.
Well, I
Whatever
have recently been actually trying to use some skin products. So
it's doing well. Your skin looks great.
Excellent.
It does look great. It does look great. And also, I see Luna Wolf in the chat says when she announced the birth, she said she had a surrogate because she was unable to carry a child herself. So yeah, you might be onto something there, Miss Liz. Julie Zaleski says, "I've missed you guys. We missed you too." Kai Christopherson says, could sister end up siding with Johnny by telling the truth? How would Amber Heard's lawyers be able to respond to that? I would imagine her being scared of lying. They would probably impeach her on her prior statements. By saying like, you were deposed, you also testified in the UK trial, all this stuff. That's what Amber Heard's, they would basically try to impeach their own witness. So yeah, basically. The DCV Titan says, is shoot your shot like yeet your skeet. I don't know what eat your skeet means. So
I have a decent idea, and
never mind. Okay, I think I understand. Let's move on. No, it's take your chance.
That's for Kurt's After Dark channel. That's one we can shoot over there. We'll cover it later.
JJ Breck says, Alita, you are going to inspire a lot of young women to become lawyers. You are so knowledgeable and considerate. I run a high school mock trial program and hope they are watching you. Oh, thank you. That's really, really kind of you. That honestly,
mock trial kicks ass.
That gets me right here in the feels. Thank you. I really, really sincerely appreciate that. And yeah, please, do all the mock trial. Mock trial is fun. I did that in law school. It was just so much fun. Mr. Insanity says, it would be epic if the defense gets Depp on the stand, get nothing the second time around, and when his team gets crossed, just skip it to eat the defense's time. Oh yeah. That would be epic. That would be, right? Because then you get a savings on time, and then you can use that on someone that's way more damaging. I agree with you, Mr. Insanity. I like that strategy. Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda says, I feel bad about asking you to read out my question for Colonel Kurtz before she leaves. Oh, because I know you work so hard to get through these super chats. I don't want you to think that goes unnoticed. Much love. Oh, thank you so much. I do appreciate that, but I will try to put the question to her later when I hop off of here. 2012 Jameson says, new SWAT on Tug confirmed. Tug been correct on case. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I hate swatting. I hate doxing. I hate all of that stuff. A non-party says, Popo stopped by Tug's house 1 to 2 weeks ago. He was live. God, it sucks. I'm sorry. Ovo Ann says, is there a reason we're not allowed to see the jury? Yes. And that is because we want to keep them as anonymous as possible. So obviously the people that are there in the courtroom can see them, but it's much more limited if only those people can see them. They're not allowed to have their cameras. They're not allowed to have their phones out. And it's partly to protect the privacy of the jury. We want to keep them as anonymous as possible because we don't want people to know who they are so that they can seek them out and try to influence them, intimidate them, basically frustrate the process by doing anything to them. So ideally, we don't want to know who they are, like knowing their demographics, their age range, male, female, their race, that kind of stuff is fine, but we don't want people to be able to seek them out for all of those reasons. Renee S says, I have missed you all so much. Thank you for all you do. Can't wait to watch the trial again with the panel. Much love from Australia. Thank you. I know it's going to be great on Monday. I'm excited for Monday. Miss Noelle Estelle says, is there consequences for Amber Heard lying in court, losing her case? Potential perjury charges in theory, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt there's going to be enough for that. Surreal Kit says, I take the number of people who have watched the coverage and concluded Amber isn't credible. Nice way to put it. Is a good sign. We all could have been jurors. Fair point. George Fryhay says, how confident is the court that the jury will not look up what's going on the internet? I know that that they're not supposed to, but in this day and age, in this trial, is all over the place. I agree. It's definitely a risk. It's a huge risk, but it's kind of the risk that we run with having this kind of a jury trial system. And the idea of sequestering these folks for all that time is just not ideal either. So it's better to at least try to trust them and try to impart on them the seriousness of their role in this whole thing. So that's basically That's where the confidence of the court comes in. Peony Lover says, was my question answered about running out the clock? Yes, we did cover it. I know earlier we had a bit of a backlog. We still have a bit of a backlog, but we're working through it. Ian Kinzel says, I noticed that the people who made up a false accusation about me at work are now supporting JD. I hope people are learning something from this case. I hope so too. I really hope so too. And I'm sorry that you've gone through a false accusation. I hope that it can cause people to be a little bit more open-minded about a lot of these cases, and that we don't jump to conclusions just because an allegation has been made. So, yep. All power to you. The Heather says, question, would the evidence audio with Jerry Judge, if admissible, be more effective for JD's defamation case? If you're talking about the Australia tapes, it sounds like that's pretty damning for Amber Heard's side. So I would say probably yes. Jennifer says, go check out Boss Attorney Bree. She needs watch time. Let's get her monetized. 100% agree. She was here with us for quite a while earlier. She's linked in the description below. Go check out her channel and subscribe to her channel and watch a bunch of her stuff. She's got some really great educational stuff. We're going to be live streaming on her channel too. Yeah. And she's just such a sweet person too. She's very, very easy to watch.
Hey, Bites, do you happen to know if there's a way to adjust the audio in StreamYards for my end? Is there a way to adjust it for me? So
you mean for me to adjust it?
No, for my audio. So what I'm hearing.
If you go to settings.
Yeah.
And then audio.
Yeah. Speaker. It doesn't have a volume bar.
Oh, it should. That's weird.
All right, never mind. Carry on.
Okay, sorry. Nunya Business says, couldn't JD's team get permission from Jerry Judge's estate? Possibly, maybe. I mean, yeah, like I can see that being something that could work, because like you can have contracts with someone's estate. Right. Like I've used the example of celebrities that have passed on and then are in advertisements. In order to get the rights to their publicity, you have to get consent from someone who owns those publicity rights. That's usually their family members or, whoever is the beneficiary in their estate. So there are ways to contract that kind of stuff. But I don't know if this is the kind of consent that you can get from someone, from someone's estate rather. Possibly, but I don't, even if they could, I don't know if that's something that the two parties would have agreed to as well. So, yeah. Charles Sample says, Amber Heard did state that in all her past relations, she had never laid a hand on anyone right after mentioning Kate Moss. I don't know if she said that specifically, but I know that she did say something along the lines of like, I know you're not supposed to hit someone. So possible, but I mean, if she did say that, then there's a possible new door opening for Tassia Van Ree to come in. Big surprise is there a reason polygraph tests are utilized more? They are actually not utilized at all in trials because they are considered junk science. They're not accurate enough. They're not reliable enough. There are too many ways to get around a polygraph test. So they're not brought in for evidence at all. Stony CC says Australia will not seek extradition. The AFP will wait for her to try to re-enter and arrest her at the airport. That is more likely the case, what I would think as well. Bailey Allison Dubs says, Rihanna GMA interview, he had no soul in his eyes, just blank. Researched it after the last chat about that. Oh, no kidding. Okay. Then that does seem like something that she stole potentially from Rihanna. 2012 Jameson says, AU can do it without her and take away visa. Huh. Sure. See here. Rockmantic X says, about Whitney testifying, could it be just a PR stunt? It would fit into JD's lawyers are stopping vital evidence from being admitted narrative. Maybe. Yeah, but it's a very easy explanation to say, like, here's the reason why her evidence shouldn't come in. You know what I mean? So, I mean, but yeah, I can see New York Post trying to say that and like TMZ trying to say that as well. E. Miller says, can you get one of the behavior channel guys on? They are the best body language experts around. Folks have asked about them. I could probably reach out to some people to add to the list along with Spidey. But of course, Spidey is always invited to come back as well. Let me see. Oh yeah, that was that one. Denise from Canada says, if AH does get charged, at least she'll never be able to go to Australia again. Bonus, the Aussies will have herd immunity. I'll see myself out. I love it. This is exactly the kind of humor that I love. Thank you. Thank you for this, Denise.
Amazing.
Jason Milton says, hi, LawTube. Love your analysis, Alita. Has anyone from you or the panel had experience or known a lawyer getting sanctioned? Please explain how rare the process is. Do I know anyone that has been sanctioned? I mean, yeah, I've heard of lawyers having to pay discovery sanctions, like when they were supposed to turn over evidence to the other side through the discovery process, and they just frustrated it. I have heard of it, but I don't know. I don't remember any details from it. It is very rare. It is exceedingly rare, mostly because lawyers don't want to necessarily like ride that train all the way into the sunset. More often than not, lawyers are scared of having to pay sanctions. No one wants to. You can also get in trouble with your client if you do that, because then they kind of have to, sometimes it's on them to pay on it. Sometimes it's on the firm to pay it. It hurts the bottom line. No one really likes it. So, but it is pretty rare to see someone actually have to pay sanctions. Linda Warner became a YouTube member. Welcome. Cindy Hoffman, thank you so much. Kristen says, if the judge issues an instruction on missing photo forensics, when would it happen? Also, would she do an instruction on Whitney if she testifies? When? If the judge issues an instruction on missing, no, I don't know. Maybe around the time of jury instructions, perhaps. That would probably when that would happen. And would she do an instruction on Whitney testifying, or Whitney if she testifies? Possibly. I'm not sure. If not, then most likely what would happen actually probably is just that Whitney would testify in whatever capacity they have allowed her. And then if someone starts to like maybe get to the borderland of that agreed testimony, maybe the judge will call a sidebar or something to talk to the attorneys. But I mean, she typically doesn't give those kinds of instructions to the jury, so maybe not. I'm like working through this question as I talk. So yeah, probably not an instruction on Whitney. And then as for the missing photo forensics, I'm not sure because I still don't know exactly how she ruled on that. Simon Tupper says, Kurt, our cells die and are replaced. DNA degrades and starts to fail replicating dead cells properly. At what point are you no longer you?
Oh,
I don't know if Kurt is here.
It's a good question.
Oh, good. He's here.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he was here.
It's a good question. There's no really satisfying answers to these questions.
Well, also, I mean, there's your body, and then there's your mind and your consciousness and your soul, right? So, I mean, it also depends on how much stock you put in those things. So,
yeah,
how much of you is your body? How much of you is your brain or your consciousness? That's also.
I think we're going to need a philosophy.
I mean, I tend to think that pretty much all of me is my mind.
I would agree. I would agree. I can 100% see you saying that for sure. But not everybody feels that way. You know, there are plenty of people that are like, I'm not me without my body. So it's a very interesting thing. We've gotten into a lot of interesting discussions on this stream today. 2012 Jameson says, Kurt, Supreme Court case on compelled speech going to be spicy.
Which compelled speech is this that you're referring to? I'm not quite sure which speech you're referring to. There's been cases that could be in this category with like professional speech in particular. For example, in abortion clinics, for example, have been regulated to be forced to produce certain required disclosures. Since it's business-related speech, typically intermediate scrutiny would apply. Other than that, I'm not sure what kind of compelled speech you'd be referring to. I'm interested.
Yeah.
If you clarify in the chat, let me know.
Yeah, for sure. Collector's Digest says, touchdown, uncivil, unbreaded. Love the lights, buddy. I love it. Linda Warner says, I make and sell handcrafted arnica oil and cream. If arnica dissolves bruises in 24 hours, I could buy Twitter. Yup. Mostly Dead says, do you think Rottenborn dislikes JD? He seemed mad. You know, I don't think that he necessarily dislikes him. He's just got a job to do, honestly. So, I mean, maybe he dislikes him. Maybe at this point in the litigation, it's a lot easier to like be an opposing attorney on a case if you dislike the other person sometimes, but like, it's not a requirement. He might just be like, he's a guy and I'm a guy representing the other guy who's not a guy, who's a gal, but like, you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm kind of rambling now. Zeke says, JD testifying, Ben King's photos not yet in evidence. Series is 1805 to 1842. There's 10 missing. JD looked nervous finding out there were more photos. I don't know. Maybe. So maybe Ben King's photos will be brought in for his rebuttal. That could be something that I would see him being required to testify on for a rebuttal. I could see that. Renee S says, how do I become a member? Well, if you go below this screen that you have here, I think it might look different if you are on desktop versus mobile, but
you can't join on mobile. You have to go to a specific link on a mobile.
There you go. Thank you. I did not realize that.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Okay.
So just make sure you have a member's link in your description, and then people on mobile can get it.
You know what? I need to start doing that. It is recommended best practices, and folks have asked about it. They're probably watching on mobile if they're asking about it. Okay, well then I'll have to add a link for folks to.
Yeah, just go to the join button. It's right next to the like button, so you should probably hit it while you're there.
Yes,
right under the screen.
Otherwise, I think there's a way to join from the channel page generally too.
There is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. It's right next to subscribe.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, cool. Melly Mells is from Quebec, Canada. Love your channel. Thank you so much. I'll play this game says, how's it going? Now Bing chilling. It's going well. Chuck Dibble says, I sent a super sticker. Thank you. I'll play this game says, also wanted to ask, where are you from? You look like a person I know from my uni and she is Italian. Are you? I am not Italian. You know, it's funny because this is the second like ethnic question that I've gotten today. Someone in the comments of the video that we put up today on Courtroom Fashion asked if I was Mexican because of my features and the way that I pronounce things, and because I have like this blanket over here. I am not. I'm fully Lithuanian, but I do like the Italian language. I studied in Rome for a semester in college, and I loved it. Loved learning the language, and I would love to go back to Rome again at some point. I haven't been back, unfortunately, since studying there. But yes. So thank you. I appreciate it. I will take that as a huge compliment. Shampasta says, Kurt, how was chess? Kurt, how was chess?
Chess was good, man. I used to have somewhat decent skills, but man, my skills are so rusty right now. I'm getting my butt handed to me. That being said, I was very happy to be outdoors and breathing some fresh air, so it was great.
Good. Glad to hear it. Thomas Brown says, wanted to send some love to say that I'm enjoying all your content. Sub to Kurt, Hogue, Rob, Runkle, Liz, Bree, Nate, and the whole LawTube crew. Thanks. Question, what's next? What's next for you after this trial? Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks for subbing to everybody. This is awesome. After this trial, I know that the Marilyn Manson case it's started. It's been going on. Colonel Kurtz has covered it a lot. I know that he's been the boogeyman in this case. So I feel like there's a good link to it, right, to talk about this case. So that's one that I want to talk about. There's also I've talked a little bit about the Trevor Bauer case as well. He's a baseball player in the United States who has some DV claims that were leveled against him. It looks like those are, from what I've seen so far, very weak cases. He's been suspended by the MLB for 2 years, which is like a very long suspension. And in light of the fact that there's no criminal charges, no investigations against him, I would love to get into that stuff more as well. So all kinds of really good cases. Plus the Kim Kardashian versus Black China, or not Kim Kardashian, but the Kardashians and Black China. There's all kinds of litigation that is still going on and kind of like blossoming out of that initial trial that just happened. So there's a lot of very interesting stuff. But if you guys have other like controversial cases, like especially controversial pop culture cases that you want me to talk about, I would love to. It's all very, very fascinating to me. Lauren K says, what do you think Kathleen Zellner's role will be? Well, my thoughts on Kathleen Zellner is that she is probably in more of a consulting kind of position, because we haven't seen her yet. And the likelihood of having a new attorney coming in to play like one of the starring roles is less likely. So I think that her role is probably as like someone consulting in the background, kind of helping to sort of strategize and move pieces around and fit things in a particular way. Jack Sparrow says that Jack Sparrow, like Jack Sparrow. I like that. That's so funny. Says waiting till he's at 74.99 subs, then I'll be 7,500. I think you mean 74,999. Then you'll be 75,000, because Kurt is just above 70,000. Let's get him to 75,000, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Jen Bellotti says, love Kurt and his channel and can't wait to hear about the weird cult murder case. Ooh, cult murder case.
Laurie Daybell and Laurie Vallow and Chad Daybell. It is a completely weird case. These people are on trial for murder of Vallow's daughter, and they're in Idaho, and they're currently suspected / wanted in like 2 or 3 other states.
Oh my gosh.
For other murders. It is a completely bizarre fact pattern. Also, Laurie Vallow was previously adjudicated mentally unfit to stand trial. Apparently, she's now mentally fit to stand trial, but that's going to be a real cluster.
Insane. Yeah, and you said that you're gonna be live streaming that one on your channel, right?
That is my intention. I heard, I think yesterday, because originally they were scheduled for 2 different dates. And Vallow was scheduled for October, and she wouldn't waive speedy trial. And Daybell was scheduled for January. And the state also wanted to try them both together, which, how do you make all those square at the same time? But I heard that Vallow is now looking to be tried in January if Daybell will be tried. So maybe they'll be tried together. Fun and times.
Wow. Wild. Crazy. Also, 9210 A Tucker, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Said, wanted to say how much I appreciate your hard work, all of you. I'm a first grade teacher struggling towards the end of the year finish line, and your streams have helped me so much. Thank you. Also a huge Giants fan. I guess I can forgive you for being a Dodgers fan. I guess I can forgive you for being a Giants fan. But yes, oh my God, all the biggest props to you. My sister-in-law is also a first grade teacher, so I understand a little bit of your pain based on what I have seen from her. And yes, all the power to you. Almost to the end. Get there. You are doing God's work by teaching the children of the world. So, please keep on keeping on. We need good teachers. And I appreciate the hell out of you. So thank you. Tiffany Byer says, Alita and Kurt, you both are awesome. I'm so glad I found the LawTube community. I have learned so much about the law and how things work in court. I will definitely be following you all, even after the JD/AH drama is over. Thank you. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. Avani says, is it true Kathleen Zellner is in the legal team in case JD loses and wants to appeal? It is true that she's on the legal team. I don't know if it's in case they lose and want to appeal. I know that there is an attorney on Amber Heard's side that is one of those that also specializes in appeals. So I think that there's been speculation about that on that side. I don't know about Kathleen Zellner and her appeals experience or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I can't really speak specifically to the appeals question. Horsehead says, when these cases wind down, would you guys ever consider streaming legal shows and movies, giving feedback on if the cinema legalese is good or trash? I actually do have some videos commenting on some aspects of different like movies and stuff, which actually I was thinking about just re-uploading some of my older content so that new folks can kind of see some of the stuff that I've done in the past. like analyzing Jurassic Park and analyzing, some of the legal stuff. Oh yeah, like Back to the Future. There's some good stuff. I'll just re-release some old stuff so that you guys can see. But yeah, no, I'm 100% also willing to like go back to that kind of content too if there's an interest in it. James Thomas says, what if the public finds evidence that Amber Heard and her bruised face was Photoshop? Old posted selfie that is still online and that there is no bruise on her cheek. How can Johnny Depp's team use it? Well, they can pull up her social media, right? My guess is that if something like that existed, it probably has been scrubbed by now. But if they are that stupid and left it up, then yeah, they can totally pull from her social media and say like, this is from your thing right here, and this shows the exact same photo but no bruise. Yeah, totally could be used. Chef Christine says, incredibly average on YouTube claims 911 call was Rocky, not Io. Rocky is annoyed on the call and non-responsive. If video Depp, no one can ask or yes. The one thing that I have about that is that the 911 calls, both of them, according to the police testimony that we got through video deposition, said that both of the 911 calls came through NYPD. So Rocky was in Los Angeles at the time. Io was the one in New York. So my supposition is that came from Io. It just seems more likely that it came from Io than Rocky. I don't know, if that would make a difference one way or another for overall testimony in the case. Personally, like it seems like it's a little bit of a nuance, but hey, I'll see if I can check out that video if I've got a minute for sure. Jay Smart says, uncivil law. Absolutely love your contributions to these live chats. Me too.
Thank you very much.
Mary B says, can Amber Heard manufacture a way not to show up, the flu, etc.? She doesn't want to do that because then they'll use her video depositions, and those are very damaging for her.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's like my biggest response to that is just she doesn't want to do that.
You don't want those.
Especially after she's already started to testify like in this kind of tone and having the other one instead. Yeah.
It's a little more spicy.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
A little more grumpy.
Yeah. Stephanie Paw says, have you had a chance to discuss Gina Duda's recent article? Colonel Kurtz brought it up earlier. She did, but I haven't had a chance to look at it, so we haven't discussed it at length. But I'm sure someone will tag me in it on Twitter, and I'll have to check it out. Monica Cordelia says, some have speculated Botox blocked her tears. Botox doesn't freeze tear ducts.
That'd be a real big problem.
Yeah.
That's a medical problem.
Right, because then she would like go blind. She would like go blind, right? Because then like you need your tears in order to lubricate your eyes.
Yeah, that things are like so swollen. Like, yeah, exactly. Like that's a problem. That's a real big problem.
Because like I've heard of using Botox to keep yourself from sweating. But even that I feel like is like such an extreme thing to do.
Yeah, and it just takes it. Oh, there's a lot. You have to do a lot of Botox to keep from sweating. So that's really, I feel really bad for people who have like, it's called hyperhidrosis, and there's really no great solution to most of it. And that's just, it is.
That sucks. Jake West is genuinely curious how soft-spoken Camille will ask AH if she dropped a hot sloppy, floppy, drippy, droppy on the bed. It's going to be we're all very interested to hear how her delivery is going to be. The delivery of the grumpy, right? Ian Kinsel says, forget drugs. AH should just sneak an onion onto the stand next week during cross.
Yeah, that would work.
That could work. Jill Monroe says, sorry if this has been asked before, but is perjury as serious in civil court as it is in criminal? Also, please cover Steven Donziger case. It's unbelievable and totally ignored by the MSM. So that is the second super chat today that has mentioned Steven Donziger. I've already written it down here. I will have to check that case out because I don't know anything about it. Probably because the MSM is not covering it. So as to your question about perjury, so perjury is a criminal. It is a criminal charge. So it could come up from any time that you are making a statement under oath and you are lying under oath. But realistically, the likelihood of being brought under a perjury claim is so small because like we need to keep a little bit of space. I've been. This is 5 hours.
It's been
of live
a lot
streaming.
of talking. Yeah,
It's been a lot of
very
talking.
Impressed. Yeah,
thank you. It's we need to give a little bit of space for these witnesses to be able to give their testimony, even if it's not incredible, not totally accurate, not totally true. Like they still need to be able to state their cases and to testify in a way that they believe is truthful. It is very, very, very difficult to prove that someone is lying if you don't have some kind of evidence of them saying, I was lying. You know what I mean? So it's very hard to get into someone's brain and to show that what they were saying was a blatant lie. So that's what I'll say about that. Monica
Kurt and I should take turns reading the questions, and then you can just answer. Let me know if you want to start that. We'll go from there.
Thanks. Well, we are making progress though.
Yes.
Monica Cordelia says, I've heard that her screen time on Aquaman was cut down to 10 minutes. Is this true? There are over 4.5 million signatures on the petition to fire her completely. I don't know for a fact if that's true. I have heard that her time initially in Aquaman 2 was only 10 minutes. So I don't know if that was anticipatory leading into this trial, or if the writing was already like that, or if they already wanted to get rid of her for other reasons. I have no idea. But this is what I have heard, is that 10 minutes is basically what she was given initially. And I have heard about that petition as well. Burn Bro says, your live streams are so great. They are killing my sleep rhythm. It's almost 3:30 in Germany. This ends now. Good night. Oh man. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. 2012 Jameson says, in my opinion, Kurt can't go a stream. No sarcasm. Probably.
He could do it for a lot of money.
I could, but why would I want to?
It's
so much fun.
That would ruin it. But for a price, Kurt, would you?
Yes. Yeah.
What level
Absolutely.
of super chat
No
would
problem.
that require?
We'll talk.
Tarantula Ravenblood says, Hollywood is scared of cancel culture. Hopefully this case will make people realize it's destroying innocent lives, since populists like AH and ERW use it to destroy exes for their sick gains. 100%. I'm right on with that. Cam Thompson says, if anyone on LawTube is contacted by major news outlets, don't go to them. They have them video to you on your channel. Interesting. Possibly. I mean, I have talked with Business Insider a couple times. So, I see what you're saying. Jesse Fender says, what if the jury takes a very long time deliberating? Would the judge step in? If they are taking too long, then yes,
Eventually.
the judge would. There are ways to basically nudge them from time to time. If they're if they're at an impasse at a certain amount of time, the judge is going to say, okay, mistrial, hung jury mistrial. So hopefully it doesn't get to that. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, what could they do if Amber supporters dox the jury? That would be a mistrial, and they would have to start from the beginning. So, assuming that they haven't already rendered a verdict, at least. So yeah. Beth Kalaus says, in my past comment, I wasn't talking about excusing Amber Heard's behavior, but the Amber Heard wouldn't understand all the backlash came from her actions. Oh, earlier discussion. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that would be part of what she would need to learn in this case, right? Is to learn and understand that like her actions have consequences.
And that's where therapy is really helpful. We're looking at like, hey, we did this and then this happened. And then are we seeing there's a pattern here, right? That like this happens, and helping people to correlate that and kind of get outside of their own head and the way that they perceive it.
Yeah, exactly. Alicia Peterson says, YouTuber has evidence showing Amber turd in bed. Interesting. Okay. April Wright says, on recording, JD says, don't tell me what it feels like to be punched. There wasn't a, I know damn well what it feels like type comment. He'd been beating her for years, according to her. That's a fair point. She could have said that, but the fact that she didn't say that isn't the strongest evidence to say that she hadn't been beaten up, I guess. if that makes any sense. But I understand what you mean. Jury could definitely find that to be suspect, to say like if he had been beating her all those years, she could have said, you know damn well I know what that's like. Yeah, I think that would be a very strong statement if she had said that. Bev's Fry Bread Wisdom says, as lawyers, who do you think will win and why? We talked about this earlier. Kurt and I both think that Johnny has a pretty strong chance of winning at this point. We haven't heard all the evidence yet. We haven't heard all the testimony yet. But I do think so, because I think that Amber's testimony has just gone so far off the deep end that any of that muddy middle that we were talking about in the beginning that would go towards her winning is all out the door. It's entirely out the door. There are two different universes that you have to live in. You have to live in either one or the other in order to like look at either of them to say this is exactly what's going on here. And I just don't think that at this point there's enough corroborating evidence to support Amber's universe as she is testifying. Halloween 24/7 says that Stephen and Jason Channel talk about being held captive with Heard till her drug dealer got paid, and saw explosive arguments between her and Tasha. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I wrote them down to go and check them out. So I will have to check them out for sure. That is very interesting. Erica G says, I think Dr. H was mad because Elaine kept calling her Dr. Curry. Could be. That could be. ASMR gives me brain tingles says, another streamer suggested that after listening to the tapes, it's obvious that JD never laid a hand on her, that she'd respect him more if he had. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh my. Could be. I haven't listened to it yet though. Robot Glock says dessert served one bite on the plate at a time would not be as pleasurable as having the entire slice of cheesecake on the plate ready for consumption at your leisure. Anticipation equals happiness. That's true. That is true. Anticipation can be a good thing or a bad thing. If you're anticipating bad things, that can be a very non-pleasurable experience. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, why isn't Jennifer Howell asked to testify? I don't know, because maybe because of limited time. There's only so many witnesses that can be called within the time constraints. And it would be Johnny's team that would be calling her, because she would be antithetical to Whitney's testimony about the stairs incident, right? So maybe they're waiting to call her on rebuttal. Could be. Jill Monroe says, highly recommend the movie Leave Her to Heaven. It's similar in theme to Gone Girl, but released over 70 years ago and was a box office smash. Also, watch the 30 Rock episode with Jennifer Aniston. Ah, okay. Thank you for the recommendations. I'm going to have to add those to the list. Thank you. Patty Jo Slaw says, Dr. Hughes needs much better speaking skills to reduce her sentence structure, to reduce beginning with, as I've said before, and if you remember, I've already stated, OMG, hashtag condescension. She did come across as very condescension, or condescending, I will say. She did. Cam Thompson says, Amber's only way out has a serious psychotic mental breakdown over Cross. JD's legal win. AH has a mental illness, so her reality is hers only. Maybe. Skazzy TL says, at the end of AH's case in chief, will there also be a request to dismiss the charges as there was with JD's case? Sorry if I've buggered the terms. No problem. There could be a request to dismiss the charges. Yes, actually. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. And in fact, after Amber Heard's case in chief, that's when you can also see Johnny Depp's attorneys stand up and ask to dismiss her claims. So because they can say that she hasn't met her burden because of XYZ. Yeah. So I would anticipate seeing both of them get up and try to dismiss each other's claims after her case in chief closes. So yeah, great question. Mostly Dead says, Kurt, make a video about it. Adam W. Dilemma.
What thing? The thesis thing?
No, I think that they're talking about the litigation privilege.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give you some case law maybe to set you down the road for research. C. John says, with 46 witnesses left for AH and 26 hours left for team, I think for team JD, for each team, I guess. What can each side do? Use the time you got. Use it wisely. Don't waste it on a long cross-examination or an overly drawn out direct examination. I think Johnny's sitting in a pretty good position so far. And I don't know how many witnesses Amber Heard actually intends to call. So maybe a few more, but I don't know. Well, we'll see. But they do definitely need to be judicious about it. Ellie says, question, how does Amber Heard have less time left than JD? Her case is only 2 days so far. Is it because her lawyers wasted a lot of time crossing JD's witnesses? Yes, that's exactly it. All of that time on cross-examination counted against them. So using a lot of time means that it got wasted. Lori Leanne says, regarding sanctions, downloaded filing from Fairfax. Yes. Yeah, you can find them on the Fairfax County website, which is linked in the description below as well. KK says, what are the chances Amber Heard really hasn't watched or been coached over the break? Do you think the jury could have really avoided hearing about this? So 2 different questions. I think that if
compound.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. So Amber Heard, so about being coached over the week. So I think that the chances of that are pretty decent, actually. I mean, her attorneys don't have an interest in losing their bar licenses over something like that. This is one case for them. It's a big case, but it's one case. They've got many cases back at the law firm that they work at. And after this case, they're going to move on to the next one, ostensibly. So, yeah. So I think that it's pretty likely that they are not going to try to put that at risk just for one client. The next question, do you think the jury could have really avoided hearing about this? It's tough. It is tough because this case is, in fact, everywhere. But I think it is possible. Hopefully they just got into a good book over the week and just didn't go on social media or any news anywhere.
I think they probably have seen it. I can say that because I think they've seen it, and I'm sure Amber's seen it.
Yeah, probably.
I worry I feel like bad for her. I feel like that's going to put her into a spiral. It would put me into a spiral if the world hated me. Usually half the world hates me, and I can handle that. The whole world, that's hard.
The whole world is hard. Yeah. Vicky Mills says JD's team should focus on SA instead of TV. What do you think? I mean, they have to focus on all of it because all of them are alleged lies from her alleged defamatory statements. So they have to focus on all of them if they're coming up. So, but I think it's possible. I definitely think it's possible. Marie Holman says, remember with the cigarette situation, Johnny's hand was bleeding. Highly unlikely he could do it to himself. Yeah, there's also a good question of like, how was he going to hold it in his hand with his finger? Yeah, that's also a good point. Terry Gillespie says, do you think AH initiated settlement talks? That would be a shocker to walk in Monday that she settled. I don't think Johnny Depp is going to settle.
Imagine it. I cannot imagine a settlement.
I can't either. Miley Sober says, the U.S. mental health system needs drastic improvement. Been struggling with mental health issues for 20 years. I think that you are probably correct. I don't know the ins and outs of the mental health system in the United States, but my understanding is probably like a lot in our medical care system, mental health and physical health all probably kind of need some help in being reformed.
If you'd like detailed long rants about this entire topic, that's what my channel is. Burn it to the ground and build it back up.
Nurse Liz, I haven't actually added you in yet. I'm about to add you into the description here. And boom, saved. Oh, she's linked in the description below.
Yes,
subscribe to Liz.
One series that's going through how our healthcare system actually got to the dumpster fire that it is today. So that's a much more researched, deep dive type of thing, if that is your
all right.
What you like.
Go check out her channel. Regulator 30 says, I will ROFL if Elaine asks AH on direct, do you use Himica cream? She has asked everyone else in AH either have to correct her or just say no, LOL. Yeah, that's so true. Preston Park says, keep in mind that there are men who make false DV allegations too. Also true. I would imagine so. It's less of a gendered issue and more of a people issue, is what I would say.
DV is interesting from a legal standpoint because one of the things of Me Too is like trying to deal with the victims of DV, and it raises like this underlying philosophical question about the fundamental nature of the justice system. Like, is it better for an innocent person to be convicted or better for a guilty person to go free, right? So it's like, are we trying to steer things towards the victims or steer things towards the defendant? Because those are two different options. And there was at least this classic conceit that it was better for 10 guilty people to go free than one innocent person go jail, which necessarily means if you're trying to set up your system that way, if that's your goal, it necessarily means that many victims will go without any justice because we are deliberately skewing the deck towards the defendants. So it's like, what do you want in a justice system? What do you really want? And one of the interesting things on the whole Me Too movement, and one of the things that got frustrated for me, is when so many people were saying like believe all women and stuff. I'm like, you are not thinking this through. You do not understand the words coming out of your mouth. You do not understand the implications of what you're saying. And I think this case has been a good example of exactly that. It's like you don't understand the full merits of it. So, you know, I don't know if DV is different or SV is different in some way, or if it should be treated differently or the standards should be differently. At least from my own mind, I think the answer is no. So like, I think the right answer is to skew towards the defendant heavily, but you can correct me if you disagree.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this case is what people, I think, were talking about when they said that there's a due process issue with Me Too. That the people that are accused of stuff aren't given any kind of due process. And this is basically what they're talking about. Horse Wolfer says, I know that AH would never agree to it, but would the lawyers want to use some version of an insanity defense as she believes her own lies?
It is way too late for that. It is way too late for that.
I think so. Mystified Saint says, when I was on a jury, we were told that if a witness is impeached, we can assume their whole testimony was a lie. Does the same apply in VA?
Well, you don't necessarily have to be impeached for that. A juror is able to believe a witness's testimony in whole, in part, none at all. And so if you see a contradiction in someone's testimony, yes, you can. You assume they're lying. You can assume they're lying about that. You can splice it any way you want. It's one of the powers of the jury.
Good point. 2012 Jameson says, Legalbytes uses Amica cream for clear skin. No, I don't. I use coconut oil. Brittany Debell, thank you. Amy Horrell says, Laura and Natalie went through Amber's discrepancies. How much can they bring in from Amber's UK witness statements? A lot. They can bring in all the prior inconsistent statements. And yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard about it. It's Natalie Lawyer Chick is awesome. I've also invited her. She's got links to all the live streams in the chat too, but I'm assuming that she's a busy woman because she also has her own law practice. That's probably why she hasn't been in here. But no, she's wonderful. I've been on her channel before as well.
She just got done with a case, I think she was saying in one of them that she just wrapped up like a big trial.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Julie O says, I'm waiting for them to say the bottle incident is why she had a surrogate. Oh no. Yeah. That would be interesting. Parisian Nicole says, question, where are the pictures of her shredded feet, beaten face, etc.? She was in the mindset to take property damage pics after this horrific alleged assault, but no pics of the damage to her body. Yeah. You're not the only one asking that question, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany Debeld says, question for nurse. Could AH face marks be Accutane eczema? They come and go quickly and reoccur in seemingly the same space.
I think it would be an odd place for that to be just because of how high up it was on your eye. Usually Accutane, the marks are going to be more on your cheeks, some up here, some down here, less right up by your eyeball because you have less glands up there that.
Yeah. That deep cystic acne that usually Accutane is intended to treat usually is happening like right around here, as opposed to like there's not as much skin up here to get a deep cystic.
And on her
pimple.
Yeah, and on her skin pigmentation, she would get her eczema would be pink. It wouldn't be that brown color.
Right. Desiree Fountain Harbin says, why not mention long-term use of X with her meds? Use of X. Oh, ecstasy with her meds. My guess is that's probably going to come out on cross. They probably wouldn't want to talk about it on her direct. 2012 Jameson says, Kurt has no soul, just like a legal encyclopedia.
I'd like to think I have both.
Yeah. Shampasta says, I'm the dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Funny movie. That's a good movie. Rain says, thank you for keeping me entertained while waiting in the ER today. Everything's mostly good now. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that you had to go to the ER, and I'm so sorry that things are not 100% good. Hopefully you can get back to 100% sooner rather than later. But I'm really glad that we were able to keep you entertained while you had to sit in there, because I know that's not fun. It's not a fun place to be. Scott became a YouTube member. Welcome. Luke Mallet says, if a tree falls in the woods and no one hears it, does Rob make a bed from it? Probably. Yeah. I think in fact, Rob only makes beds from trees that fall in the woods when no one hears them. Fun fact. The more you know. 2012 Jameson says, Kurt, Supreme Court case in Legalbytes DM. Oh, okay. So he DM'd me. I'll send it to you after we're done here, Kurt. D Whitaker 86 says, I tried to watch the Batali case. The audio was terrible, but the lady was nuts. I think the cross deserves a good dramatic reading. Thank you for that. You know who actually was live streaming it was Potentially Criminal. He's been on this channel quite a bit as well. So if you guys haven't already subscribed to his channel as well, go check him out and check out his live streams of it. It was unfortunately at the same time as all of this stuff. So I think he was doing it by himself. But for sure, check it out. Nunya Business says, OMG, just saw Age introduction scene on Zombieland. Her acting is the exact same as it is on the stand. Okay. There's a lot about Zombieland today. Afafarabo says, Chase Hughes Behavior Panel wrote a book called Clinical Assessment of Malingering and Deception for Court Trials and Depositions. Would be a great guess. You know, folks have mentioned that before, and he actually did super chat me the other day. So I feel like if I reached out to him, he probably would be like, yes, I know who you are. So that's a very good point. I should probably reach out to him as well. Thank you. Bev's Fry Bread Wisdom says, do you think that AH's lawyers are aware that she is lying? Is it common for lawyers to continue to defend? If so, it depends. I mean, if you really think that they are bold-faced lying, you're not supposed to put them on the stand if you know that they are going to perjure themselves. But if you have like a gray area kind of situation, yeah, then you think that you can continue representing them, you know, in an adequate way, in a zealous way, then by all means you can continue on. But I don't know if they think that she is bold-faced lying if they are continuing with the case. And also, Tanya Simple Music Photography, I see you in the chat. We actually don't have that many super chats left. We've got like 14 left.
Look at you go.
Yeah, we've really made progress.
That's good because it's past my bedtime. So
yeah. Terry Zaleski says, Kurt, miss your Indiana Jones hat. You got to get it. Nuria S says, can you explain the posing for a crying picture? I thought no cameras were allowed in court. Also, incredibly average video shows another 911 call from the inside of the building. Probs can't be in evidence. So, okay, so about the cameras in the court. So they are allowing, some media is allowed to have cameras in the court, just like the video cameras, right? So they're allowed to take, I mean, this is how we've gotten like, you know, news reporting on the case with like professional photos taken, right, of the parties and of the various witnesses. So they do allow some media to have some cameras, just not your average people that are walking in with their phones. As far as the 911 call or the incredibly average video, I'm going to have to go and check that out because I don't know anything about that other than what people have been saying in this live stream. And can you explain the posing for a crime picture? So someone said that I guess there was a flash from someone or a flash from a computer screen or something that it like caught her off guard. I don't know, maybe, possibly. Honestly, that whole posing thing is way less probative in terms of the actual evidence in this case. So to me, whether she was posing, whether she was not posing is a little bit less of an interest point for me here personally. Roxanne Wynn says, if everything happened in AU the way AH and JD said, the way AH said JD would have more injuries himself, he smashed a phone, his body was going through broken glass too, etc. Yeah. So assuming that Amber Heard were telling the truth, it does seem like there would be a lot more damage done to him as well. Yeah, I think that could be right.
And he might have been wearing shoes. Like, she was the one saying she was in bare feet. But I mean, he never said, I don't think, that he was in bare feet. So if there was just a broken bottle on the floor and he was wearing shoes, I mean.
Yeah, true. James Thomas says, I have an audiobook that you might be interested in, a quantum physics murder mystery. Listen to Superposition by David Walton on Audible. Okay, let me write that down. Superposition, David Walton. Okay, awesome. Thank you. 2012 Jameson says, JD Thanos snapped AH universe like the MCU. I think you're right, because in reference to my analogy that they are both living in two different universes. Lori Jean Haynes says, JD made a movie regarding uploading consciousness after death, Transcendence 2014. That's another one that I'm going to have to watch. You guys are all giving me so much homework. But I love it. Afa Barabo says, what is Nurse Liz knitting? So cute. New channel, Knits and Scripts.
I'm crocheting a shawl type thing. My cousin-in-law is having a baby. And she's planning on breastfeeding. And so this was really helpful. I had one like this when I was breastfeeding, because then you can cover up with it if you're cold, or it's like really soft and has a lot of holes in it. So then she could like cover up in public if they like whatever she wants to do, or just put it on the car seat if she doesn't end up breastfeeding. So that's
nice. Very sweet. I love it. Mihaela M says, JD could have been a modern day Phil Hartman, PH wife, unalived him and herself. Similarities with this IMO, jealous, fame hungry, wife snapped. Yeah, I do remember hearing about that. That was such a tragedy, because he was such a great actor, great comedian. And a lot of us have been.
Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such videos as, this is my favorite Phil Hartman character.
Oh yeah, he was just so great. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, what would Judge do if Eve Barlow docks the jury before the lawsuit ends? What would Judge do if Eve Barlow threatened Johnny's family?
Go insane and round everyone up and kill them all, I think. Is probably the right
No, that's not what would happen. No. So about doxing the jury before they reach a verdict, there would be a mistrial. And then everyone would potentially have to start all over again if the parties so choose. Well, more like if Johnny chooses to bring the case again. But that I cannot imagine the amount of hate that would be coming for Eve Barlow if she did that.
What does she care?
I think that she would have some social repercussions for coming after her for that for a long time. So I think she would end up caring if she doesn't now. If she doesn't realize it in the moment, she would eventually learn why that's a bad idea. Kaya K says, what's your MBTI? Love you guys. We talked about this before. I think, Kurt, you said you're an INTJ?
Yep.
Introverted, intuitive, thinking, judging? Yep. Well, I am, I believe I'm an INFJ. So introverted, intuitive, feeling, judging.
I need someone with the F in my life, because not one of my dominant strengths. So someone else can do that for me. That'd be great.
Yeah, exactly. Fun times. I love going down that rabbit hole. Even if it's not well respected in psychology circles. It's just fun. Pixie Cream Full One says, totally agree with Kurt, just unfortunately believe all women is an overly simplistic label for a movement that advocates for not disbelieving women altogether as a general rule.
Yeah, it's not my fault that the marketing for it sucks. I mean, I'm just going to take you at face value. If you say believe all women, that's what the slogan you're using. Well, I'm just going to take it as the way you said it. I'm just I'm an analytical guy. I mean, for the most part, I take words at face value. That's not to say I absolutely do that all the time, but it's my primary dominant way of thinking. And if you see my channel, I've discussed this when I say how Amber Heard lost me. It's like, yeah, I can't really read her. So the way I think about it is like, okay, I'll take everything Amber Heard says at face value, because I don't really know how to do anything else. I'm like, fine. Now I have to take all the other evidence at face value, and I have to try to reconcile it. I can't do it. So something has to give. What has to give? Well, the dominant way the evidence seems to be working against Amber Heard. Therefore, I don't believe her, but it's a very logical path rather than an intuitive path. So like, yeah, I mean, it's not my fault that the movement came up with a saying that made no sense. And also, by the way, for those of you who are about to correct me, the phrase believe women and believe all women are exactly the same, because believe women is unqualified. The all is implied. So not my fault again. Come up with better slogans.
And I think that just kind of speaks to the fact that, like, in order to have a slogan kind of take, get repeated by people, it has to be pithy enough, like it has to be something that is snappy enough. And I think that it's hard to get a slogan that fully encapsulates everything that you want it to be and that isn't overly simplistic. But I do agree that this particular slogan is overly simplistic. And I think that it ultimately harms the movement when you run with an overly simplistic slogan that has to be somehow qualified later on down the road, because people won't read it that way. You have to assume that people are going to read it as it's read.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Ellie says, look up pictures of AH knuckles. Past pics show AH with red knuckles when with JD. Could be from hitting him. Not 100% sure though. Thank you for all you do. Fair point. Could be. Very interesting. Alicia Peterson says,
yep.
Yeah, welcome back.
I just needed a break. Rest my eyes a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. Alicia Peterson says, have you seen photos of AH high at Coachella? I have not, but I'm sure someone will share those at some point. Angel Lover 02171 says, so Johnny lost his UK court case. Doesn't that prove that he was a wife beater at least 12 out of 14 times? No, it does not. It does not, because he didn't have the benefit of all of the evidence in that case. Because Amber was not a party. She was a witness. And so because of that, she was not required to share all of her evidence with Johnny. But she did share all of the evidence that she received from Johnny through this case over to the Sun. So basically the publishers for the Sun got the benefit of having Amber Heard in their pocket. And they also got the benefit of being able to compel everything that they could from Johnny. And they also got the benefit of not having to hand over things that Amber Heard would have otherwise had to compel if she had been a party. So there were a lot of issues in that case that are different from this one that make it very, very, very different.
And wasn't their whole thing that they just had to prove that they had enough reason to believe her, like, not that it was even founded, but like they had enough reason to be able to publish this, basically. Yeah. So not that this is true, but we didn't make it up out of our butts, basically.
That's my understanding as well. Like, even if it were in the United States, that case would be much harder for Johnny Depp to win than this case against her, because it has to be like the actual malice part has to be there. They have to know that what she was telling them was false. And it's really hard to get that when you have what you think is a credible source with like legal filings, like the TRO, which is not a very high standard, in terms of legal filings, but like, that's enough that a reasonable person could look at that and be like, checks out, so.
I mean, there's some judges who hand out TROs in domestic violence cases like candy.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's judges who are not like that, to be fair. But I mean, if you're talking about a TRO normally is, by the way, it's just a temporary restraining order. For those of you who don't know the acronym, it's part of a injunction, and it comes with it can come, and in the case of domestic violence, often does come ex parte, which is only to say with one party participating. So typically in a civil case, to get a TRO is really hard because, it's coming immediately in a case and without the other party participating. And the law doesn't really like that very much. So getting a TRO in a typical civil case is, really, really difficult. Getting a TRO in the DV, not so much. So and it comes with all kinds of collateral consequences, which judges don't seem to factor in. So it's very annoying. So
yeah. So all kinds of reasons why.
There's my piece on the subject.
Yeah. So all kinds of reasons why the UK court case is not determinative at all in this case. Jackie too. Thank you. Bella's mom says, someone has claimed the broken nose photos. It looks more like Botox injection side effect. How do I date a guy like Kurt?
Well, Kurt is single. So
ladies, come get him.
Your shot.
Shoot your shot.
My email is listed on my about page, and also my Twitter is listed on my about page. So, there's that.
And I see in the chat, Alita, you got pink hair. No, this is drawstrings for my jacket. See, No pink hair here. But yeah, shoot your shot, guys, ladies.
Guys, I don't know.
Or guy. I mean, I don't know.
Go.
just the ladies, please. No guys, please. No guys or former guys. Just biological women, please.
Okay. Mostly Dead says Liz, wouldn't his knuckles be a mess from punching? I'm assuming punching her.
Amber. I would assume it like it was. Yeah.
Probably would have some bruises there. Nola Lala says, do you have to share your closing argument with opposing counsel prior to giving it? Nope. Not at all.
It's not evidence.
Yep. Tosandra 42, thank you so much for the super chat. Paula Ursino says, can they use anything from the UK trial, Depo video, audio? If redact certain things, so much is so damning for AH. They can use transcripts from the UK trial for the purposes of impeachment. If those statements that she made before are different from what she's making now, you can use them because it's a prior inconsistent statement. But other than that, probably not. I think a lot of the evidence that was used in that case is also being used in this case, though. So I don't know what kind of overlap there isn't between the two. Monica Cordelia says, can additional evidence discovered this week be submitted in court? What additional evidence has been discovered this week? I don't know. I don't know of anything brand new. But if there is brand new stuff that absolutely no one knew about, yes. But they would still have to exchange it to the other side so that they can react to it. No surprise evidence is generally the rule. Amy Horrell says the Harry Walker Agency has Amber as a client. She gets paid $33,000 for talking on domestic abuse. Interesting. 2012 Jameson says Kurt, but now men can be women. Eruption. Oh no, we're not going to get into that.
No,
Paula Ursino says, oh, thank you for your stream and info. I've learned a lot and been discussing it all week or at work. Been told I should be a lawyer. LOL. I appreciate you all. Oh man, thank you so much. I love it. I love giving people the tools to have these conversations with other people so that they walk out and they can like speak more intelligently about these kinds of topics. I love that. That's one of the most fulfilling things here. Rio Dorado says the evidence monitor thing in the witness stand. The evidence monitor thing in the witness stand. I'm not sure.
With the flash on the camera. The camera flash. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. So apparently that was where the flash supposedly came from. Maybe, possibly. Could be. Tosandra 42 says abusers typically isolate the victim. JD paid for age to be surrounded by her people and luxury to boot. Access to a personal medical team even.
That's an excellent point. Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very good points all the way around. Let me make sure that I've gotten all these last super chats. Okay. Yes. Kelly Taneva says, do watch Transcendence. Elon Musk appears there. How many movies has Elon Musk actually been in? I thought, here I was thinking that Saturday Night Live was his acting debut, but apparently not. Paul Orsino says, what about body cam footage from second set of cops? Clearly shows no damage to Penthouse anywhere that would quickly disprove her story in her lies. It's in evidence. We talked about it. They showed it. They definitely showed it. And so, yeah, that's one of the most damning pieces for Amber's case because, yeah, exactly what you said for all those reasons. Katarina G says UK trial corrupt, a scene from Die Hard, but next day not a scratch in doing ballet. Falsely defamed a man. Justice must prevail. Sad for real victims. Agreed. Paula Ursino says, if anyone needed an Amber alert, it was Johnny. Very true. Yep. Alicia Peterson says there are photos of AH high at Coachella. I've seen them. Really? Okay. I'm sure they exist. I would not be surprised. Someone may have already tagged me on Twitter. William Wolford says, if she says, well, fine, go on then, and you do you, get in big trouble, but I believed it was okay. I am not sure exactly
she says
what this is referring to.
If she says, well, fine, go on then, and you do you get in big trouble? Well, I believed it was, no, never mind. I tried.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, William. Not sure exactly. Jace 1006 says the slogan was phrased years ago, trust but verify, find the evidence to support the claim. I still very much like that phrase, trust but verify. But I think, you know, I also know that that was a very big Ronald Reagan quote. So I don't know if folks in the Me Too movement, it tended to be a bit more of a politically left movement. So I don't know if people were going to be so quick to adopt that in the Me Too movement, given the genesis of that phrase, or at least the genesis of that phrase in the understanding of a lot of people in the United States. But I completely agree. I think trust but verify is a great motto to have. Kristen says AH lawyers can't coach, but what about her PR guy? I think that listening to her PR guy is probably a terrible idea in terms of what she should say on the stand.
I think she's probably regretting all choices related to switching PR people.
Yeah, could be. Could very well be. Anyway, that does it. That's the last of the super chats. I got to finally go to bed now that the sun is up over here where I am. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined me on this live stream. This was another wonderful, long live stream going through everything. If you guys have not already checked it out, I don't know if he's still live. I hope so. It looks like he is. Nate the Lawyer is live over on his channel. Or maybe not anymore. Oh, dang it. Maybe he already ended his thing. I was really hoping that I could end this before he even started, and that obviously didn't happen. But anyhow, I appreciate all of you guys here, and for everyone for watching. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you to all the mods. Thank you to everyone who has joined me on the panel. I sincerely appreciate all of you, and I will see you guys in the next video.